Get up on that tape.
It's like, we don't really care who you have. We're gonna show up and do what we do.
Last year in Boost on the Beach, we lost in Game 3 overtime against UNCC, and I will have my revenge in 2025 if they are unlucky enough to face us.
$13.8 billion years ago, the singularity coalesced into an explosion, also known as the Big Bang, and gave birth to our universe. 9.2 billion years later, gas and dust orbiting the sun came together and formed a rockish, helly lavascape, also known as the Earth. Flash forward to just 300,000 years ago, and a hairless bipedal ape species called Homo sapiens took their first steps outside the cradle of Africa. The 290,000 following years were filled with a time of hunter-gatherer society. People looked around for food and they got what they could until the agricultural revolution of 10,000 years ago. Which brings us to 3300 BCE, when perhaps the most important invention of all took place. That invention was the wheel. But what is one wheel when you could have four? And tell me, what are four wheels when you can put them on a car? And honestly, what's a car if not playing virtual car soccer? 13.8 billion years, the entire history of the universe has led us to, some might say, this moment right here. The third year of this wonderful event, the third year at the Hangout. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for Boost on the Beach 2025. Casters, over to you.
Here at Boost on the Beach 2025. So much has gone into putting this event together. 11 teams from around the country have gathered here in Myrtle Beach for a Rocket League Invitational. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Exil. We're kicking off two full full days of competition to come. How are we feeling this Saturday morning?
I mean, could I be any more excited than I am right? I mean, this is it. We're here. We're at Myrtle Beach here. We are at Boost, ready to get started with this glorious competition that we have here through Shenandoah University. And I'm pumped, right? I mean, I cannot wait. We have great competition, great schools, very talented schools in this Rocket League community here that we have for Collegiate Rocket League. And yeah, I just could not be more excited to be here.
Yeah, teams traveling from all over to take part in this competition. Some of the best in the country, and we even have a little bit of a visualizer for you. We got locals of South Carolina, USC, UNC Charlotte, just from up north, and then we have teams all the way from Midwest, Wichita State, UTD, have all traveled out here today to participate in one of the top-tier Rocket League events that we have in Collegiate.
Yeah, it's cool to see like this graphic, right? Because everyone is just scattered. They're all over the place, right? We have 1,067 miles away for Wichita State for their travel here to Myrtle Beach. And then, of course, South Carolina just right across the way, about a 2-hour drive or so with 124 miles. So, yeah, this is just all up the East Coast, up and down a little bit to the west as well, like you say, with that Midwest regional region, rather. So, yeah, I mean, we have great teams here. I mean, we see Concord, one of the teams that we have here today, which is, I believe, is who we will be starting with here today as well. So great competition to come, great competition to last throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we have our 11 teams playing in group stage throughout the entire day today and a little bit tomorrow morning before we get to our single elimination bracket. $5,000 in cash prizing on the line for these teams. And this first match, Ben, is going to be a great preview of some of the top talent that we have here in this tournament. We're going to start with taking a look at Concord University. This team, when speaking to every other roster, we got to interview all 11 teams that are currently participating at the event. All 11, without fail, said Concord is the favorite to win this event.
Yeah.
They don't think anybody can hold a candlelight to Concord right now. That is the state that this team is in.
Yeah, Concord is definitely the powerhouse coming into this weekend, right? They won the Fall 2024 CRL championship, right, coming in first place. They've had many tournaments as well under their belts, coming in second, runners-up, first across the board as well. And like you said, one of the favorites coming into this tournament. Definitely the team to beat for a lot of the teams here today. And on the flip side of that, we have good old UMD, the Terrapins, coming in from Maryland here, one of our representatives for this tournament, right? We have some fresh faces to the LAN environment as Waiters is new to LANs. This is their first LAN here this weekend, so cannot wait to get him some experience. The other two members do have some LAN experience, and yeah, this is it for them. They are kind of one of those middle of the pack teams that could cause some upsets here, and I cannot wait to see what happens with these Terrapins.
Yeah, there's the thing that we need to keep in mind is this is LAN. Anything can go ahead and happen at this LAN in particular. And, you know, Concord being that team to beat at the start, winning CRL, the highest form of collegiate competition championship just this past semester. You're going in against some of the best of the best. I think currently 4th in the power rankings right now.
Yeah.
Maryland hasn't quite reached that same height, but for some of our teams here, Maryland being a good example of gaining that experience, building up this young team who continues to grow over several semesters of competition. This is now the 2nd semester for these 3 players to get in and get ready to go. It's going to be a tough match to start it out. That's no secret, but I can't wait to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, I know we saw Waiters there in the little tunnel outside of the hangout, which is where we are located here in Myrtle Beach, right? Just having some fun. We got the chance to talk to some of the players as well. We had a little bit of a social, and they're like, yeah, we're here to have some fun and maybe cause some upsets here, right? Try to come in, take away some of those heavy hitters, give someone their first loss. That's someone, of course, the first loss that they're trying to give to is Concord, right? Definitely a tall task, but definitely something that the Terrapins think that they might be able to do here tonight. They might be able to show up, have some energy, some godly force come through, right, and be like, all right, we're going to take it and try to come out with a first win here today.
And no secret, It's going to be a tough match for Maryland to open this one up. And Concord are here, serious as ever. And even speaking to them, they expect this to be an easy run through the bracket, through this group stage that we have going on. And Maryland, just the first team on the chopping block or a potential for an upset. It is challenging because we mentioned the implication of a LAN environment. You're not playing at your PC. You're not playing in the comfort of your bedroom with your controller at the same angle that you're used to even. And a lot of these things can affect how you're playing overall. So when you look at a team like Maryland, especially having a freshman in Waiters, very first time playing on a LAN, not only is this experience huge for the future of his career in Collegiate Rocket League, but it's also going to be a great experience overall for this team and to hopefully build even further of the growth they've already had.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a big stepping stone for a team like this, right? We have a new player in that freshman with Waiters, right, trying to get some experience under their belt, have communications with some of these other teams as well, trying to be like, all right, I'm here, I'm new, I'm going to try to learn a little bit from some of these bigger teams that we have here with Davenport, with Wichita, with Concord, teams like that have been together for a long time, right? So it's going to be very nice to see kind of how the evolution goes throughout this weekend with these teams, because day one, they could look completely different tomorrow when it comes to the bracket stage.
This is only the start. This is the very first game of the entire tournament. It's pretty calm right now, but it's early. I mean, we're all gamers. We're up at gamer hours. Like, you know, you got to wake up. You got to be ready to get yourself into it. And at some point, you just got to send it. And by the looks on the screen here, Exil, we are about to head into our first matchup. And just a reminder, this is the 5-team group, so there's only 5 teams, all of which will move on to the single elimination bracket. This is for seeding, and it is a best of 3. So these games are going to fly right past.
Yeah, best of 3s. At the very minimum, we're getting 10 minutes of Rocket League, right? It could be 10 and done, right? Pending overtimes, pending a game 3 if a game is taken off of Concord here, or vice versa. If Maryland gets game 1, right, and Concord have to storm back for, I guess it's technically a reverse sweep. It doesn't feel reverse sweepy because it is that kind of best of 3 environment. Usually that term is used for those best of 5s, best of 7s, right? But very excited to go into this kickoff, which is heavily Maryland favored there. We see Waiters trying to get up in the air, but good deflection coming through from Concord on that defensive side, as we now see Crispy trying to push it out of the corner.
Hexy now trying to get a little more presence. This blue half of the field to kick us off here. The Concord playing nice and slow, nice and controlled. Each team getting a feel for how the other is going to play before anything serious happens. Will be Helix. First shot of the day. Of course, Turtle in the way to go ahead and block it. Waiters now, a bit of a tussle in this corner, wins the control, setting up the shot over the backboard. Does he have any follow-up? Yes, but Hexy is one step ahead.
And Hexy trying to get there. Crispy able to find that save as well into that corner. We see Helix in the air trying to drop it down to Simas, but unable to find the true connection that they were looking for on that pass play. A good clear coming through from Hexy there on the side of UMD. A shot on goal, but just off of that crossbar as Crispy is trying to keep it in UMD's half of the pitch, doing so flawlessly as Helix now from the corner trying to take it up, find an angle, but the cross intercepted. The follow-up coming through.
Turtle.
Good defense coming through from Turtle, able to find that save.
A second great save out of Turtle from Maryland. A true defensive warrior so far from this team. Concord relentless on the Terps net thus far and have done a great job at keeping the Mountain Lions out of their territory for the time being. But it's only been 90 seconds so far, so we still have plenty of game left to be played. It's Crispy now, a bit more of a burst of control. Up over Turtle has been that saver before. Block on the defense. It'll be Helix, first goal of the day.
Yeah, Helix finding that angle out of that corner. Crispy taking it slow, tossing it up off of that corner, and then Helix with a beautiful follow-up. Hexy was trying to get back in position onto that back post in time, but just was unable to do so. Concord first on the board here at Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, the Mountain Lions starting their day off right so far. Beautiful team play, too. That was actually a bump on the final defender. Helix looking to set up another one. This time it is Hexy. Will be present in front of the net, but Concord still very much in control of the direction of this ball. It's up to Hexy and Turtle to stop it, but an awkward bounce forces Waiters to commit. Maryland out of position. Helix looking to take advantage of it. Results in an overall clear where Simas is ready to accept it.
Yeah, Simas now trying to get aggressive. Turtle again on that defensive side of things for UMD, but the shots keep on coming from Concord. Maryland struggling to get this ball out of their half of the pitch. The post coming up clutch there as well. CMS just going a bit wide on that shot, but Maryland, they need to try to find a clear, and looks like they have done so. Hexy now trying to take it all the way down to the corner, but there's no follow-up. They can't get on that offensive rotation in time, as Waiters now is trying to kind of turn that tide, catch it midfield, but still Concord absolutely relentless on this offensive side.
They've been amazing at getting this control back, but what kind of setup is that? Seamus had everything going, but Maryland's defense continues to impress so far. Only one goal for Concord Mountain Lions, and you gotta say, with how great these shots have been, you'd expect that scoreline to be a lot different, yet the Terps are holding on. But as you said, Exil, they're struggling to get this offensive side going, so focused on keeping the ball out of their own half that these kind of things like Helix here, Bobby's Turtle out of the way, his second, and Concord's along with it.
I mean, Helix just with a great touch here as well. I believe it's Crispy that's kind of going for this kind of fake angle. We see, I believe it's Waters going up high, and then Helix just takes it down low with that fake coming through. Concord now find themselves 2-0 up here in game number 1 with about 2 minutes to go. Still plenty of time in a game like Rocket League to come back from this one, but if they want to come back from this one, they need to get that offensive side started, because right now the defense is looking good, but they really are struggling to try to find shots of their own.
One thing Maryland highlighted about themselves is their ability to adapt to what the other team is doing and adapt to their own teammates. Who's having a pop-off performance? Who is doing well? Turtle and Hexy in particular have had some great defense, but how can you transition it into an offensive side? Step 1, getting the ball to the blue part of the field and keeping it away from Crispy, because he's just styling on it. Flip reset midfield. Beautiful stop at Helix to carry it all the way through. Hat trick now for him.
Yeah, Turtle getting demoed there halfway through that play as well, making it a man-down situation because that was the defender that they were looking for. Waiters was up in the air trying to contest on that aerial 50-50, unable to get anything on that ball. And, I mean, that was just mechanical prowess there from Concord coming through, knowing exactly what they have to do, where they have to be, as Waiters now getting a demo of their own, but still the defense from Concord holding strong shots on goal. Turtle back on that defensive side, keeping them within 3 as we approach 1 minute to go.
The setups from Concord, you can really see their mechanics shine through in this particular match. And Maryland, again, excellent job holding on to this lead, but the problem is defense can win you games if you're able to get yourself on the board to do it. And with 50 seconds left to go in game 1 here, chances of a comeback are getting slimmer as the time ticks down. Waiters tussle with CMS, forces him out of the way, moving the ball off target, and denies Helix a follow-up.
Yeah, Waiters getting aggressive, getting in that kind of disruptive pathway of CMS there, but still, it's Concord with possession of this ball. Maryland now finding themselves a little bit of a breakaway, but Crispy is already back on that defensive rotation. Flip reset will take it all the way himself, styling on the Terps.
Dang, all right, I see it. And Concord, again, showcasing their incredible mechanics through this game. Never question why this team is amongst the top within the North America right now. One of the best to do it in collegiate and the favorite to win this tournament. And you can kind of see how this game has scaled. It was a bit slower to start us off, but as Concord have gotten more comfortable on this field of play, so has their mechanical prowess, and it's continued to shoot up.
Yeah, Waiters now trying to push it out of the corner, trying to set up some kind of cross, but it's CMS there in time yet again to catch that one. 4-0, the ball trickling in front of Maryland's net. We will be able to find the clear, but with 1 second left, as soon as this ball hits the ground, which I believe it will, yes it will, there it goes. Concord finds themselves 1 up here on the first series of Boost.
Yeah, dominating in terms of possession throughout that game, and the reaction, like, I'm incredibly impressed by the reaction time of Maryland, but with the midfield gameplay that has been going on, the clean rotations of Concord, there just hasn't been any gaps to slip through. There's no crack in the armor that Maryland can find a weak spot so far. And outside of those first 30 seconds where it was a little bit of a tussle, feeling each other out, it was just Concord all the way there, their strength showing.
And that's a lot to do with Crispy, right? A lot on that defensive side on those rotations, able to find these clears and then push it up to CMS and to Helix to try to find these avenues of attack that they really were just able to open up based on their passing game, right? They were going back and forth, finding crosses from these corners, going up high, going down low. They were striking from every which way that it kept Maryland having to guess, right? They didn't know where they were going to try to take these next attacks. And I mean, it showed up here in game number 1, a 4-0 victory for Concord.
Helix in particular, 3 goals out of that. And one of them was incredible, solo carry out of Crispy. But the rest of it was just kind of some nice passing plays, playing off the back wall, and making sure Helix is in a position to succeed. And this team continues to be all-rounded and will only need themselves one more game to get us started. And if that's the direction the game's going to go, Concord might just sweep.
Yeah, well, Crispy already on the board here in game number 2. A kickoff goal of Seamus and Crispy meeting that one at the perfect angle to find that on-target goal here within the first second. 1 second came off the timer. I think that is the fastest goal I have ever seen in Rocket League. I mean, I've seen some 3 seconds here and there, but I mean, that was just a dead-eye shot there from Concord, as now we see Turtle trying to get some momentum back. Hexy taking that one into the corner. Waiters in position. Turtle as well trying to find these crosses, but Concord again already back on that defensive side, able to lock it down.
They're smooth getting back. And I mean, Maryland, they had the right idea. They had the offensive control, but with how fast this ball is moving, you simply can't keep up. Crispy and Helix menaces on this field right now. Seamus up to Crispy, attempted double tap. That one goes wide. Seamus opting to back off to the corner. Helix now in position. Open net, not quite. Maryland in the way to save it. Hexy, though, with a breakaway opportunity. Crispy saw it and ripped it right off his hood.
Yeah, Hexy had an opportunity there to tie up game number 2, but like you would say, Crispy was there in time on that rotation, right? I mean, props to Waiters as well, finding that save in that goal on that kind of 1v1 scenario that they found themselves in on that defensive side, as now we see Maryland getting a little bit of momentum in their favor here, but a clear on target. Crispy in position, will go for the double tap, will just barely miss off of that corner as Waiters now tries to find the clear, but as Seamus again on that offensive side, able to keep that one in Maryland's half of the pitch.
Crispy, though, the Hexy kind of waiting on the backboard for that. Turtle tipping it over, attempting to vault Concord midline, but it just doesn't happen. Crispy bops it on down. First-class delivery, and Albie Seamus on the board.
I mean, that was just perfect execution, right? I mean, Helix passing it over to Crispy and Seamus down on the floor, going down left. Hexy thinks they're going to go right into the middle of that goal, but no, we're going to go the opposite direction. Finds that slow roller into the goal. 2-0 now for Concord in game number 2, trying to make this a clean sweep to open up their boost on the beach journey.
And may get the double Queen's Sweep. Maryland yet to score a goal, and oh my goodness, in and out. Hexy, the guardian angel from Maryland, has had the majority of the saves for this team, and like this has got to have the adrenaline so high. Like seeing this ball get as close to the net as it is, the speed behind these shots, Crispy and Waiters colliding mid-air, and it's just kind of a frantic race that's going on in the Maryland defensive half.
Yeah, I mean, every player has been trying to find themselves some sort of angle, as we see Turtle is there trying to find this angle. The double tap coming through from Seamus, not able to find it. Crispy now is going to take it up top, but Turtle says, no way, we're going to get that one out of harm's way. But still, Concord finding themselves back on this defensive side, able to find these angles. Turtle with the demo there onto Crispy, but they aren't able to do anything with it. The defense still holding strong. Yeah, the triple commit coming through, but nothing coming from it.
I mean, Maryland, that was the biggest sign of offense that they've had this entire series so far, and it looked good. They had 3 back-to-back hits on it, but the touches just weren't of great quality. Concord was in the way that the traffic stressed them out. I don't blame them. Traffic is stressful to look at, and they just couldn't get that shot on target when it was needed the most, and you can see how quickly this offense and defensive sides can whip back around. Helix now off the backboard. Waiters, incredible save. Concord left it 2.
Yeah, Waiters able to keep them within 2 here with 2 to go here in game number 2. We'll see if they can find any offensive power now in these final 2 minutes, as Hexy now is going to try to take it out of the corner with Crispy, trying to beat them to the punch, but instead it's Concord back on defense. Turtle in the corner fighting for the ball with Crispy, but Crispy able to win out on that one, taking it up high back to the middle of the pitch. Helix now in the corner trying to find a cross angle pass over to Crispy, but unable to find the angle they were looking for. Seamus now back on that offensive side. Maryland doing a great job at finding a clear and finding some breath of life here on this offensive side, as Waiters is going to take it, but no, Crispy back on that defensive side.
We'll have to see what can happen here. Minute 12, very possible to get 2 goals on the board, but it's been 9 minutes. Nothing from Maryland, no sign of open. It's just Concord one step ahead time after time. There's an approach on this net. You just can't get there. I mean, Helix had the right idea, but ends up turning it straight back around off the backboard. Concord denied once more. It's scary how quickly they can transition from this defense to offense.
I mean, the rotations are incredibly fast, right? Hexy now trying to find a cross turtle, going for that follow-up, but just won't be able to connect as we approach 30 seconds left here. Crispy with an angle. Turtle able to get that touch out of the way. Seamouse now with a few shots on goal. I mean, it's relentless pressure coming through from Concord as now we hit 30 seconds remaining. All members of Concord are on this offensive side. Waiters now with a little bit of a breakaway. Can he get it? No! Crispy back in time to keep that cushion fluffed.
Yeah, but Turtle though grabs it off the backboard. It'll be Waiters to nail it home. Maryland are in it. They got 15 seconds. Suddenly, there's a chance.
Turtle getting that rebound. Waiters there as well, able to find that touch. Now we're within 15 seconds remain. This kickoff is going to be life or death here for Maryland in this first series. They won't be able to get that touch. Good kickoff coming through from Concord. 10 seconds left to go. Crispy has possession. Maryland trying to get it back in their favor. Helix now just trying to carry it across. A clear on target from Waiters. Crispy catching that one now. Just trying to find this spike. Waiters keeping it up for the time being. This ball hovering, floating around. A shot on goal. Seamus Crispy able to find the angle, closing it off with style. A clean 2-0 for Concord.
Yeah, Concord getting the sweep that we predicted and closing out with a bang for certain. And you got to give it to Maryland, too. A credible defense across the board, held their own against one of the top teams. And I'm certainly excited to continue to see how they will develop. But my goodness, the Mountain Lions are in peak condition.
Yeah.
The land, nothing different for this team. They are ready to give their best no matter where they're playing from.
Yeah, I mean, Concord just looked lights out, right? I mean, we saw Turtle and Waiters able to find that pass play towards the end of game 2 there, trying to get some momentum back in their favor. Does end up finding a goal on that one, and their only goal in this series. But it's really Concord. The rotations were so fast. They had possession of that ball pretty much all series long. Maryland find themselves on that back foot, on that defensive side of things, and Concord just relentless on the offense, and Crispy as well. Every member, frankly, from Concord on that rotation onto that defensive side of things, able to shut down what Maryland was trying to do.
Yeah, Concord said it before. I'm going to say it again. They know how to read their opponents. They know how to play fast, and they know how to find each other on the field. 3 big assets from any top Rocket League team, and they're going to continue to be the one to beat. They'll be up 1-0 for our group stage, and I believe they're going to be transitioning over to the side stage that's going on. And yes, that's right, people. We do have more Rocket League being played. We have ours here on our main stage, but we also have 2 more teams that are going to be battling out on the second level of our wonderful venue today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great day of Rocket League, right? We have 11 teams here battling it out for this 5,000 cash prize that you mentioned earlier on here. But yeah, Concord will be transitioning to that side stage. Maryland, I think, is going back-to-back on main stage here, so they get to sit tight, sit pretty, see what the next opponent holds for them, and see what they can improve on from this last matchup.
Yeah. And it's kind of nice for Maryland too. Like, you're already set up, you've been in this environment, you do it the second time, you had the really hard opponent, and maybe this next one you can find a bit more luck with. I really want to see the offensive capabilities of this team. If it's close to what we just saw them pull off defensively, I mean, we very well could see them towards at least the top half of this bracket that we're going to have set up here momentarily. But it'll be it for this particular match. I believe Concord is getting set up with an interview in just a moment here. So I'm very excited. We got our first interview of the day. No pressure, of course. It's a very chill environment, this venue. I mean, it's the second time for us to be here, but it's the first time for both Concord and Maryland.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, it's going to ramp up later on. If you know anything about the hang-up, about the get up on that table, right? It's fun. It is definitely a loud environment, definitely not what a lot of these teams are used to for a LAN environment. Sometimes for us casters, I mean, last year was my first year here on this Boost on the Beach cast, and I was like, whoa. This is loud, it is active, and it is fun, right? So hopefully the teams feel the same way. But yeah, clean 2-0, Concord, looking good to start this journey on Boost.
Yeah, they've been clean so far. I mean, hey, who's to say? Like, what can stop them from swooping in this group? I think the only competition that Concord identified, but like kind of wrote off at the same time, they identified Davenport, another one of the teams that are currently ranked within our lineup. So they've beaten Davenport a couple of times. Davenport identified it's a tough matchup, but also it's kind of like a top 2 thing, and then we got a tier break, and then it's like 3rd through 8th kind of deal. So there's a lot to be decided within these particular seedings, and especially when we get into like the nitty-gritty of tiebreakers and everything, these round robin games are really gonna matter.
Yeah, because then maps start to count, right? If you're towards the end and you're all tied up 4-4 or 4-0, 4-0, whatever the case may be, those seedings do matter going into this group stage, right? Because I believe there might be a bye with this 11-team kind of structure that we have going through. Don't quote me on that. But, yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening at the end of the day with these 2 groups, because both of these groups do have some studs in them, right? It's going to be very, very exciting to see what goes on here for the rest of this weekend and who comes out on top at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, we do have a fun little thing to go back. If us talking about it didn't state enough what happened in this game, we got some graphics, we got some numbers for you. I know personally, I am a numbers person. Look at the shot count on the side of Concord. If I'm doing my quick math correctly, that's 38?
I believe so.
Maybe? No, 28. 28.
There it is.
I was close. 28. Had the right 8. But, yeah, insane amount of offense from this team. But, I mean, the saves are nothing to scoff at, too. Turtle, in particular, stood out in Game 1. Hexy and Waiters had a lot of their own. Waiters, of course, having that 1 goal for Turtle. And I'm really glad that Maryland got that they showed that, hey, we can do this on land despite it being the first experience for some of our players. We're here to perform, and we're here to give it our best.
And sometimes nerves kind of come into factor, right? I mean, this is Waiters' first land ever, right? So we are on land, thankfully. We're not just floating around. But yeah, so this is their first land, so maybe there is a little bit of nerves kind of shake off a little bit, right? But also, at the end of the day, they did look good, right? They were able to find a lot of defensive pressures, but they just weren't able to transition that into those offensive sides.
Yeah, I mean, even if that wasn't the case, Maryland, they'll be ready to go for game number 2 of the day. They'll be up here on the main stage. But before we head to our next match, we actually have an interview ready with one of our Concord University players. Let's go ahead, send it back to Dan, get this interview started.
I am here joined with CMAS. CMAS, we were talking earlier, he's a freshman. It's his first year. Start off first mass, Boost on the beach, get a quick 2-0. How'd it feel?
Felt good. Obviously, first time on the stage here. First game, nerves, everything. But we didn't feel too nervous, and yeah, it was fun. Easy 2-0.
So, in the interviews that we did before this tournament, you said that you thought Boost on the Beach was going to be an easy land. Some harsh words for your competition. How do you think that reflects?
I mean, like, we are defending champs. We won CRL. The second best team here is like a top 10 team. I don't think it'll be too hard, but obviously can't take it too light. We're still going to try our best, and it'll be an easy win, I think. So.
Who do you think your biggest competition is?
Davenport, and then I don't really think there's anyone else. Not to be harsh, but.
No one else but Davenport. CMAS, thank you for joining me. You heard it from him. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back after with some more matches. Do not go anywhere.
left, and Kentucky on their back foot. They're going to have to bring something home to Lexington this event. They're going to try and do it here. 15 seconds left. Is there room for Chipmunk to find a dunk? He cannot. Jason gets over one, but is bumped. So the counter actually won't be found. The net's open, and that's the dagger. 7 seconds left, and George Mason have probably sealed it.
Oh, just so unfortunate for that entire sequence right there. We saw the commit from the side of Kentucky. It wasn't like it was just an open net, like they weren't prepared for it. Just a little bit of a miscalculation of where the ball is going to be, and as you said it, that really is going to be the dagger there. I mean, we could see some heroics in the next 5 seconds, but it's all going to be for naught.
That's it. I mean, Kentucky would have had to pull a kickoff strat and find something within 2 seconds, but we won't see another goal. George Mason, a scary first game, a scary first 1-0, but they do survive the drama and maybe the trauma after the tech buff. So either way, GMU 2-0, that's what you needed to get the day started.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, though, we were talking about that game differential, that point differential. Kind of the best outcome for Kentucky there. They eliminated those 3 goals out of the beginning, 1 goal differential, and then they kind of got a freebie. I mean, I don't know why we're saying kind of. They got a freebie.
They got gifted one, for sure. But, I mean, you know, 0-2, it's unfortunately for Kentucky, I still believe this might be their easiest matchup of the day. I could see maybe some drama happening against your Northeastern boys.
Yeah, you have Northeastern.
I could see it, but George Mason is such a wild card, and I'm truly not sure which direction that team will go today. I mean, the Patriots, again, so much tenure, so much history, but this roster is not the same. I mean, can you name the last time you've seen a GMU roster without Titanium? Because I can't.
Yeah, really, a lot of switch-ups here. You see GMU at this event, and you think of players like that, right? This team is totally brand new. I think they did what they needed to do, though. Started out very strong. Could have started out a little bit stronger if, you know, some things happened. But, yeah, started out 2-0. I think we do have a group graphic here, even though the standings aren't there.
I mean, we do know the standings.
Yeah.
Concord 2-0'd Maryland.
Yep.
And then George Mason obviously 2-0 Kentucky. So it's not updated, but I can give you at least the TLDR. So Concord and George Mason will sit atop. You'll have Northeastern sitting right there in the middle still, and then you'll have Kentucky and Maryland joining them on the bottom half. And then for the rest of your schedule today, you are going to get some interesting games. Northeastern finally gets to take the pitch here on side stream, but they do have to play Concord. So it's a little tough draw to start your day off, but I mean, at least it's a warm-up that you really don't have expectations.
I was talking with the team earlier. You know. They're treating it as a warm-up. So, yeah, they haven't been able to get on any PCs yet, so that'll be their warm-up for the day. But, yeah, looking at those teams, you're talking about that was probably Kentucky's easiest matchup. I think outside of, it really is going to be Northeastern or maybe Maryland, right? Like, you have a lot of testers, I suppose, but I really do think going over won't even actually confirm that 12th spot or that 11th spot. I think with how strong some of these groups are, like we'll take a look at Group B later in the day.
Welcome back, Boost on the Beach 2025. The match we just saw, Concord versus Maryland, with Concord coming out to a pretty dominant 2-0 against Maryland. Concord went and took a seat, but our next match, Maryland stays right where they are because they will be facing off against GMU. Now, GMU just coming off of a win against Kentucky, so Maryland looking to get on the board against GMU. GMU looking to continue their run and go 2-0 in this tournament, but right now, Batpick and Xander, over to you.
So much, Dan. Welcome back to Boost on the Beach. My name is Zombie Xander. We tried to get Bepic last year for Boost on the Beach 2024, and we had some feet breaking.
Yeah, I'm trying not to repeat Boost on the Beach 2024 from my personal perspective.
Right.
So making it to this LAN is a huge success already for me. I haven't even taken the stage yet.
Oh, man. This is going to be an awesome day. We've got lots of matches. Currently, we're going through the 8 group at the moment. We've got 5 teams currently playing throughout this morning. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have 6 more teams coming into the venue. Let's go ahead and take a look at Group A real quick and see how that's shaken out. So, Concord coming out first, swinging. Maryland was able to hold them off for about 90 seconds before that first goal was scored. First game jitters, took a little bit, but after that, the onslaught was just unstoppable, right? And then, of course, George Mason upstairs on our side stream. And, of course, for you at home, on either Shenandoah University Esports or Syracuse University Esports, either of those YouTubes, both A streams and B streams will be happening throughout the day. But George Mason taking the 1-0 over Kentucky.
Yeah, it was a sloppy win, but sloppy wins are what you need on LAN because you're not going to have too many clean series, especially early on in the day, especially when you're getting used to the setups, getting used to the environment that will be a lot noisier as people come into the restaurant that we're playing in today. But George Mason got the dub over Kentucky. Not many goals scored. I think it was 3 total for GMU across the 2 games that they did play. So against Maryland, definitely going to have to step it up a little bit because Maryland at the end of that Concord series was starting to look a little bit better, like they were figuring out the setup.
Yeah, I mean, what a venue that we're in. It's pretty soon, once people start filing in here for lunch, we've got the players right around us here on the stage. We could give them some fist bumps all around. But it's certainly the early day nerves are real, especially on LAN. And we've got a couple players here. This is their first LAN. What a first LAN to be at. But let's go ahead and take a look at our first team for today. We're going to take a look at Maryland. Let's talk about these guys a little bit. So,
I love the hype videos. These guys, I mean, they're coming in here as one of those teams that I think is in a big pool that could definitely take 3rd place because Concord and Davenport are the heavy favorites, I think, in this event. But 3rd place is wide open, and if you're looking good heading after 3rd place, then you could take games and be series against Davenport and Concord. Maryland showed that they could almost take games against Concord even early in the LAN. I mean, they don't have a ton of LAN experience. Waiters was telling me this is his first. And if you can win here, you should be good for any LAN in your career.
Oh, yeah. Especially just the energy in this venue. I mean, it's not just Rocket League fans here.
Yep.
We're getting to introduce esports to a whole new audience, and they're watching all these schools come up here and play. And it's going to be such an exciting day all around. But this squad looks locked in. We've already got some mechanics, some flying around here, just getting warmed up. Maryland got to sit down here a little bit extra, and while they were waiting for GMU to finish up on that side stage, so they should be ready to go, locked in.
You take what you can get, definitely. Like, the schedule's helping them out. They get some ranked games in, just feel even more comfortable here on the main stage of Boost on the Beach. And Turtle was sneaking a peek at our preview monitor as well, looking to see if he looks cute on camera, and it is true, he does. So well done. But Maryland, they're locked in, looking warm. I'm excited to see what they can do against George Mason because in this series, this is one of those that they need to be winning if they really are going to be one of those teams that makes a run here.
Yeah, speaking of George Mason, let's go ahead and take a look at this squad. We've got Dev, Jay, and Jason. Jason, a recent addition to this squad, replacing Adapt. And upstairs on the very first game got the 14-second left in the game goal to put their team up 1-0.
It was big. I mean, George Mason was dunking Kentucky left and right. Jasnon had that clutch goal. in game one. And of course, Tihan behind him. He's got them locked in. He's looking at the monitor as well to see if he looks cute on screen. He does as well. But George Mason has been going through some turmoil this semester. Roster changes. They were playing with one of their academy players, former academy players in the fall. Adapt went up to the main roster, and they struggled. The academy team with Jasnon on it placed higher than them in the SEL so far this season. And in the other league that they're playing in, I know they're making some change-ups as well. So Jasnon's here to stay alongside the experience of Jay and Dev. I'm excited to see what this team can become.
Yeah, and you're speaking on Tihan, right? Experience at Boost on the Beaches, a former player for GMU, now coaching this squad up. Of course, Dev been with this squad for 8 semesters now. Plenty of experience at this. This team was able to take first year 1 over Northeastern, and then last year, not so much success, a little bit more difficulties there. But then this year, I mean, literal quote from the squad, didn't perform the way they thought they would, especially being the defending champions year 1. So they're looking to get some wins here, and they've already got one of their belts, so that monkey is off their back.
It helps, but now they got to change setups. That's the trick, is to adjust quickly, and in best of 3s, that's difficult to do, so you have to rely on a lot of your built-up team chemistry already, and so Dev and Jay are going to have to help Jason get acclimated, I think, pretty quickly, but they all seem in good spirits, they all seem like good friends, and that really is a big boon for a team. Coming into a LAN environment, traveling together, getting acclimated to the environment together, you really do test the limits of your team dynamics on LAN.
Yeah, we've got these teams all through the group stages, swapping between A stream, B stream, main stage, side stage, and so sometimes they got to run down here. GMU just had to win their match against Kentucky, run all the way down the stairs. Maybe they took the slide. I don't know. This venue's great, and we're so happy to have a Rocket League tournament here. How many Rocket League tournaments do you know that has a slide?
Not many. I took it yesterday. It's a good slide. It's one full spiral, so it's not straight down. There's not a ton of friction, so you go with some pace down the slide. Yeah, I approve. I think I'm exclusively going to take the slide, unless there are kids around. I feel embarrassed if there are kids taking the slide, like waiting in line behind some 7-year-olds to
grown adults
slide down in a restaurant. But yeah, I know the players need to be taking the slide as well, just to get the blood pumping.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to talk predictions this early, right?
Okay.
Like,
I'll talk predictions if you want to.
I mean, we all kind of know that through all of our interviews with every single team, they all say Concord the team to beat. And on paper, that is absolutely the truth, right?
National champions.
Second place, everybody seems to feel like Davenport is, even from Concord themselves, they said Davenport's the only other team. No offense to anybody else, but that's that's who we're looking out for once we get to bracket stages. So, I mean, where do we think Group A stacks up at this point in the day?
So, Group A, missing Missouri opens the door so much, especially right behind Concord, we're assuming. Crazy things can happen on LAN. It's best of 3s, so Concord, I think, could lose a series. I think they definitely lose games once teams get acclimated to the LAN environment like we've been talking about. But I think within Group A, Northeastern is my team to watch coming in second place. I've been a big fan of this team for a little while now. They're playing Concord right now. I wish them the best of luck up there. But Maryland and George Mason, I think the winner of this series has a really good shot at 3rd place. I think this is a battle for 3rd place. You get your shot at Northeastern as well later on in the tournament. So got to put your best foot forward here.
Yeah, so all day today, group stages, both A group and B group. We're going to finish off a little bit of the group stages tomorrow morning before we seed our bracket and get into our single elimination tournament. But with Mizzou out of the tournament, top 5 seeds get that bye into the quarterfinals, right? So everybody else is going to need to play into those quarterfinals. So these are highly coveted spots, and especially now with that, the 5th place spot is just auto-qualify into that the 4v5 game in the bracket. And so a lot at stake here, even if you don't feel like you're maybe 1-2, if you could be 2 or 3, 4, 5, there's a lot looking forward to. You have a lot to look forward to on Championship Sunday.
Well, let's get this one underway, shall we? The players have waited long enough, and I really am eager to see how George Mason is feeling after that Kentucky series. I have a pretty good idea how Maryland's going to look, especially defensively. Already Turtles nabbing a huge save to prevent the opening goal, but George Mason still start us off 1-0.
I mean, what a great way to start with George Mason. We were talking about how they had to move and get set up on this very, very quickly. Yep. And they come out swinging Jay already with the first game of the match, 16 seconds in.
I mean, things are definitely looking good in terms of improvement from that first series for George Mason, because Kentucky is a tough team to get a read on. They play awkwardly at times, which can cause you to play awkwardly at times, especially if you're a team that's trying to bring in a new third player from the academy roster and find success with him. I think George Mason got... they struggled a little bit as a result of that, but that's an open net. So I don't know where the GMU defense went, and I'm sure Waiters doesn't care.
Yeah, we'll take a little freebie right here. Let's take a look at what happened here. Just caught a little bit flat-footed there on the defense, Dev, out of position, and a nice slow shot. Waiters going to take advantage of that all day.
Well, there were two players right around the ball, and Dev is the last man back for George Mason. I think he's expecting contact on the ball, and no one on the ball made contact, so Waiters just moved in, put a shot on, and Dev was not expecting it. But here he's ready to defend off the backboard of George Mason, but Maryland are starting to establish an offensive rhythm here as Turtle plays off the back wall, and there's a ton of space for Maryland to work with, but they are slowly developing an important rhythm right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Maryland now needing to get back on defense just a little bit, but easy bat out here to midfield. Jay going to try and collect this one. Jason, he's been a threat all morning here so far. Takes a shot, going to easily defend it.
Dev, no double right there. Jay will clear. It's a solo play, actually. Turtles required on the goal line, but he can't even make contact with the ball as Jay goes headhunting and puts the Patriots up again.
Wow, look how far back that shot happened. Went up for the bump, clearing his own net. And George Mason up 2-1. This is kind of energy you want if you're George Mason, coming off of a win. Maryland, obviously against Concord, quick 2-0 for them, or 0-2 rather. So they're still maybe reeling a little bit from that first match.
I would hope not, because I think if you're playing Concord, you need to have fun with it and maybe not expect yourselves to win that series. So hopefully Maryland's not reeling from it, though they have come out and been punched in the mouth by George Mason here. And at a loss to GMU, I might send them reeling just a little bit. But like I said, they were finding a rhythm in offense, and they're still only down by 1. It's a manageable game for the Terrapins, but I have to get out of defense right now. Waiters should provide that.
Plenty of time left on the clock for Maryland. The Terps looking to equalize this one. Another opportunity for Hex, swatted away by Jason. This kid has been everywhere on the field. Dev, back, nice pass. Jason going to put this one over to the backside corner. Turtle going the other way. Contact 50-50 at the midfield. Now Hexy and Jason here going towards the corner.
Hexy will take over there off the back wall. He's got plenty of boost. This is a guy you want on the ball if you're Maryland, especially if you got a passing option. But Maryland, they're setting up good opportunities, but they can't hit their shots right there. Prevented by Jasnon, obviously, on the goal line. But they've had a couple of good looks that they haven't put the ball on target during. And that continues. They are going to struggle, obviously, in offense. But still, down a goal here. If Maryland can keep piecing together those passing plays, they should be all right. Though, with 2 minutes left, got to score sooner rather than later.
I got to say, it seems to be a mind meld currently between Jason and Jay. Their passes have been really, really tight so far in this match. And Dev, sometimes you can just know when two players are taking over a game. You can play supporting and just let these guys take over the match, right?
Definitely. I'm glad to see George Mason passing and making plays together with Jasnon in the lineup. It's good to see that in the early stages of a fresh trio. But Maryland trying again here to tie the ball game, or denied entry into the blue box there by Jay. It's a good clear. And he'll contest Hexy here off the back wall, and that's good contact to interfere with the solo play.
Now Jason off this back wall, over to the corner. And this one going to go up for Hexy. Hexy with an opportunity, not quite able to get the pass. This play is not over though with Turtle. Now Jay going to swap this one off the blue side. A little bit of danger there by the Maryland goal, but still 53 seconds left on the clock. Maryland still within the one.
Oh, no boost there for Hexy, so Dev got a free shot, but the crossbar stopped it. Would have been an all-important third goal for George Mason if it hits, but Jay will try again here. Can't quite get back to the ball until it's already on the dirt, and interferes with the passing play I think GMU was going for. So Maryland clear, but only as far as Dev coming off the ceiling to deny Hexy any space in offense. So 2-1, 30 seconds to go now, and Maryland are in a time crunch in game one.
Yeah, George Mason just looking to sit pretty here, try and eat the clock. Obviously you want a comfort goal, but not necessary. You only need to win by one, and this is a great opportunity off the crossbar. Turtle riding that one all the way through and just couldn't collect with a goal. 3 seconds left. Turtle tying it up. 2 seconds left on the clock.
Great pressure from Maryland. They kept putting the ball in the worst possible spot for George Mason. That pass is what breaks that play wide open. That's wonderful. Clutch Rocket League from Maryland. And overtime is peeking its head over the horizon now.
Yeah, save any intrigue. Almost. Overtime, game number one, George Mason and Maryland. Here we go.
Kickoff will be won actually by George Mason. That's a great interception by Jasnon. Now centering it. A little chip there to Jay, but Maryland's defense gets back in time, and now it's an odd man rush, though that ball was kind of given away a little bit right there. And Dev didn't have a ton of boost to the midfield line, but got a gift of some possession. Maryland still searching for a strong clear to get some offense going in OT. Instead, though, it's George Mason putting Turtle in a solo defending spot, but he does well. Wins a good 50-50, and that should buy his teammates some time.
Boy, what a big momentum boost this would be for Maryland if they're able to steal game one from George Mason. George Mason, no stranger to stealing a game, especially against Kentucky. 14 seconds left on the clock for that one where they were able to go up 1-0. Now Maryland with a late game goal to put this one into overtime. We've got extra minute now here in game number one, and George Mason still looking to just put this one away.
Oh, that's close. Waiters was the only player back from Maryland right there, and a shot from Dev. What a hit. He doesn't make contact on it, so good timing, good positioning. But Maryland at the moment are all the way backed up on their goal line. I want to see what George Mason does to try and spread them apart, because there's plenty of boost, plenty of resources for Maryland to work with, but Turtle taking out Dev is actually the opposite of what I figured would happen, as George Mason have been hunting for bumps and demos on the Maryland side to break apart their defense. But it's a passing play right now. It's being attempted by GMU, and Maryland, again, all kinds of stacked on their goal line, so they should have no issue defending that. It's a little precarious, but actually does get back. Dev on targets, denied by Turtle, and it's sketchy for Maryland at the moment, but they are surviving.
I mean, George Mason's offense for the past minute has been within the 18 here, just constantly putting shots or even just uncomfortable balls around Maryland's net. And this is finally one of the first opportunities for Maryland to get at least some offensive pressure here. A nice shot on goal. Dev's going to swat that one away, no problem. But Maryland really just trying to get away from their own net here just for a moment, get a little breath of fresh air here in overtime.
This is definitely a breath of fresh air. It's been a while since Maryland's played in offense, but they had good opportunities late in regulation, early on in overtime. I felt like this OT did favor them, considering how regulation ended. I think obviously with the infusion of scoring a goal to tie things up with 2 seconds to go. But George Mason has stymied a lot of that momentum, and now they will try again. Dev receives a pass from Jay, puts it off the backboard, but that's a good rotation back by Hexy right there. Leads to a pass center to Turtle, but Maryland can't put an opportunity on target, so George Mason find a stop, and now a clear.
We have cleared over half an extra game here in overtime, now cresting 3 minutes. Still tied 2-2. Golden goal for those just tuning in, and there it is. Hexy stealing the game away from George Mason.
What happened right here? Turtle passes center, and George Mason just missed all their bumps, forcing Jasnon. The challenge there is third man, and Hexy beat him. That's well played by Maryland to get rid of all of that George Mason pressure and find a way to escape from game one. Because, I mean, down a goal with a couple of seconds left, and then all the pressure that George Mason had there in overtime, everything was stacked against Maryland in game one, but they get away with an all-important win in a best of three.
Oh, absolutely. That's the thing about the way that we've got this group stages set up, right? You have time to get into a rhythm. You have time to really settle into a series in a best of five, but we've got lightning here in the best of three group stage, and you don't have time to get settled. Of course, if you go to 3 extra minutes in game one, there's a little extra time to get settled, but brutal for George Mason dropping game number one, because now their only option is reverse sweep.
Yeah, I guess easier to do in a best-of-3 format. And this is an even series. I think Maryland, coming in as favorites, have been shown what George Mason is about. And I love the ideas that I'm seeing develop on George Mason's offensive half. The passes they're going for, the pressure plays, the goal line sweeps. I think that's effective as long as you are executing. And George Mason, for the most part in game one, was executing. They found 2 important goals there, but Maryland did get the better of them, especially late in overtime with the boost conservation, the bump dodging, and that's what allowed them to grab game one. But we'll see what GMU does to respond now in game two.
And already a little bit of early pressure with the momentum of the victory. Maryland going to be right in front of this net. An opportunity for Turtle. Now Waiters already back in front with a second shot on goal. That is immediate pressure.
Could be a tech pause. I think George Mason is having some audio issues, if I can hear correctly. We are in the middle of the players. That's a luxury of this setup. Is I can hear Jasnon saying, I can't hear anything. And so, yeah, I think we're going to restart game two, as we didn't get too far into it there. But hopefully we can sort those issues out quickly.
Yeah. Also, we're just, I wish we could get, I mean, obviously we can get our roaming cam to give you guys really perspective on what this looks like.
Can we show the slide on the roaming cam? Is that possible?
It's definitely possible. Maybe we'll get a shot of you going down as well on broadcast. That'd be a good one. But yeah, tech pause, it's unfortunate. It's part of every LAN, any competition. There's things that can go wrong. We're just going to work through it, and you're just going to listen to us talk a little bit more.
Do we have an update on Northeastern Concord? I would love that. We need to get some runners here. Can we use our status as talent to be like, hey, tell us the score of Concord Northeastern, because I haven't heard too much popping off up there, and I actually don't know if those are loud teams on LAN, but I would like to know how Northeastern is doing. All right, we sent someone to go check. We do have that power as casters to send people around the restaurant.
We just have to speak it into existence. We're going to have a roaming cam go up and get visual of what that side stage looks like. They're overlooking us. As we're overlooking main stage, they're looking down at us. So.
Concord looks tense right now. I'm watching their faces. I'm trying to do some psychological. Oh, okay. Never mind. They're signaling that it might not be as close as we were hoping. So,
all right, looks like, Concord might be up 1-0, but that is all just hearsay.
Is that 5-0, 6-0? Okay, 6-0.
Oh.
And they're still in lobby, so I'm guessing the series is 1-0 Concord right now, as that was a pretty dominant win. We'll see what Northeastern does here in game two. But are we gonna get seen on the camera?
Oh no!
Hey everyone! Even when we're not on camera, we're still on camera.
The life of having a mic on your face.
What a life that is. But we do have the B stream going on as well. If while we are in technical difficulties, you can have 2 tabs open on your PC. If your CPU can handle that, I'd recommend it, because that should be good content. I'm expecting big things from Northeastern in game 2, even though they did drop it pretty one-sidedly to Concord in game 1. But it's looking like things are getting close to being better on the main stage. And George Mason, I want to see what they can do in game 2.
It's really the mentality of a goldfish. And we've probably, I'm sure you have, I've certainly said it multiple times, both in LAN competitions and also online, just being able to forget both whether you won or lost the game prior, right? You've got to face each game as a new one. Obviously, you can use a little bit of your momentum to put pressure on the other team. If you're feeling it, play like you're feeling it, play like you just won. but forget the losses. So we'll see how quickly they're going to be able to reset. You know, as of last year, this squad, right, they didn't have a lot of success through most of the 2024 boost on the beach. So they're no stranger to the adversity that comes with some of these tough losses.
For George Mason, though, I think they played well enough in Game 1 to kind of replicate what they did going into Game 2. And for Maryland, they seem to be figuring it out towards the end defensively, but you still have to dodge bumps and demos, keep your head on a swivel, and stay locked in an environment where it's not easy to stay locked in. We have people filing into the restaurant now, and they're maybe spectators about 5-6 feet away from Maryland at the moment. So there are a lot of ways to get distracted in this series. And when you have everything that George Mason is throwing at you being thrown at you, that's not easy to survive. So credit to Maryland for getting out of Game 1 with that win and finding themselves that match point. Yeah, and we talked to Maryland before the LAN, and they were talking about how they're a squad that they're adaptable to support which one of their teammates is taking over a game, right? So in this case, Hexy, gotta mention that name because just on the defense and offensive side of the ball, able to put pressure on GMU, scored that goal or that game winner, and if you're able to support him as a team, knowing that he can take over the game, that's what this squad needs to do. And you saw how quickly George Mason was challenging Hexy. They know he is a massive threat on the pitch. And for Maryland, having that ability to create space offensively is going to be important. As George Mason in Game 1 had a lot of possession on that orange end. And if Maryland can negate that with plays like this, not just a solo play, they get that ball to midfield line, but it turns into a passing play as well, as Hexy has that passing option. That's beautifully done by Maryland, but it's been turned on its head. The play flips, and George Mason finds first blood again. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Dev. That control. Wow. Immediately settled that ball when he got to the ground in a perfect pass over to Jay. What a play from George Mason to get an early lead here in game number 2. That's not bad defense by Maryland. That's just an outplay on the George Mason side. So goal 1 for the Patriots, just when we thought Maryland might be finding some space in offense. And it's a great start to get back in this set. Dev flip reset, centers the ball, and doesn't have anyone committing to shoot. Jason takes a second, but that ball only went 98% of the way in. You needed the other 2. Oh my gosh, that's such a heart-wrenching moment when you pretty much have scored the goal. But yeah, like you said, it's got to go all the way across that line for it to count. Northeastern just scored. I heard that one, so game 2 is underway over there. But here, George Mason is heating things up. That's a play off the backboard. Again, Jay's allowed to shoot. He'll play it high, but Maryland is well structured. So Jay will send a wrench into that structure. Hexy's taken out for the moment, though. Waiters does well to buy time with a good 50 in the corner, though. That's a dangerous subsequent challenge to put that ball mid. Imagine Dev is able to collect that one and put that one right into the heart. This is a nice shot. Saved by Hexy. Good defense from Maryland. They're going to be looking to rally here and just try and transfer over to the offensive portion of their field. But Dev and the rest of George Mason, these Patriots, have been so oppressive in their offense. The best defense is good offense, or vice versa. If you don't have to play either side of the ball or both sides of the ball, you just get to concentrate on one, then boy, oh boy. That was a much needed clear, though, for Maryland to finally break out of defense. I don't have any kind of field domination stats, but I have to imagine it's pretty one-sided right now, though Maryland doesn't need much time to tie us up. Look at that play out of the corner. This pass is perfect. That's something interesting about this Maryland squad and the differences in the gameplay of George Mason and Maryland, right? Maryland has been constantly on the defensive side of the ball, and if they're able to get a breakout, odds are they're going to be able to strike and get a goal. George Mason, just as we've been talking about, they constantly are looping that ball in some fashion around the Maryland net, and they're just waiting for one to sink. Maryland does have such a lethal counterattack offense. And now, with George Mason low on boost, I'm expecting to see some lethality. And that shot's not the most dangerous-looking ball on target you'll ever see, but it is effective, as there was nothing in the tank of both Jason and Jay right there. And Waiters cleans up.
Oh my gosh! And you could see on the faces right there for George Mason, it went right over the head of one player. The previous one that was in position, probably expecting a touch there, and so didn't go up for it. And now Maryland finds himself in the lead for the first time in this series, really.
Yep.
You can't really call it a lead when there's no seconds on the clock, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they're happy to see themselves out in front, especially how this game has gone. But George Mason will counter super quickly as Jay again finds a bump on the goal line, and he's looking lethal out there.
We're getting some fist bumps from the players. It's a lot of fun. That's what we want here, right? Boost on the beach, having a little bit of fun here, playing Rocket League in a restaurant. And people are starting to filter in, and we're getting the looks, folks.
Oh, crossbar stops what would have been a go-ahead goal for George Mason, though this is open for Jay. Double tap inbound, goes too high, but Jason is there on cleanup duty, and he's fist bumping anybody that will extend an arm right now.
That's amazing. That right there, that's the energy. When you can start to feel it, you can take over a game like that. And if you're ready to fist bump everybody, boy, that's when you know you've got it.
As this one is heating up, we did get word that Northeastern just won game 2, so Concord has dropped their first game of the tournament. The B Stream's going to game 3 here, but this one might be as well if GMU keeps this up. Though Maryland, we've seen how fast they can attack, how fast they can score. So the low amount of seconds on the scoreboard right now doesn't faze them more than likely.
That's how it goes, right? 6-0 lead, game 1, and then the other team just puts something together, just enough together. And we're back all tied up, 90 seconds left on the clock. Maryland is really looking to end this series and make sure George Mason stays out of this one all entirely. They don't want to go to game 3.
No fist bumps out of Jason right there, just straight dunks out of Turtle. He read that play perfectly. And again, Maryland finds the perfect time to strike on the George Mason net when the Patriots have really no boost to work with defensively. Now this is dangerous. Jason had to commit his third man right there, and Jay's left all alone. He's been beaten in the corner. Actually, no, scratch that. He actually won that challenge in the corner. That's well done by Jay, and that'll get George Mason out of a pickle.
Isn't Maryland's mascot the Terrapins? Isn't that a turtle? Do you think that's where Turtle's name came from? Was he Turtle before he was a Terp?
I have no idea. But that's pretty fitting. We're gonna have to ask that. Get Dan to ask him that after the series.
Well, only if they win.
Only if they win. Right, which right now it's looking dangerous. Jason is fist bumping. I'll give him one for that one. 4-3. Patriots up with less than a minute left.
Wow. What a strike here, George Mason. Maryland had the lead earlier, back when we were 2-1, and now George Mason has continued to pour goals on. Maryland trying to keep up. Doing a pretty darn good job of it, but look at this long shot from Jay right off the left cross. And now Dev going back the other way.
Oh, that's clean. George Mason just cut up the Maryland defense there. Off the sidewall, Jay is positioned perfectly to find Dev with momentum. And Maryland didn't have time to blink right there, let alone read where GMU was going with that ball. And now, with 36 seconds to go, the Terrapins need to clutch up again.
Right. It's a lot of time on the clock, but it's also now 2 goals. That is a tall order for this Maryland squad. They're no strangers to putting goals on the board, but time is against them, right? 25 seconds left on the clock. Jay and the rest of the George Mason squad doing a really pretty solid job here on defense. If not keeping the ball away from Maryland, just killing time. That's all they have to do.
That should be game right there, with George Mason killing the rest of these 10 seconds, more than likely in the Maryland end. That pass that'd really be a goal right there. So we're going to game 3 on the main stage, and Hexy will not let George Mason end the game with another goal. So 5 is all the Patriots will have coming out of game 2.
Quite honestly, these round robins could come down to it, right? With those
True.
tiebreakers, goals are part of those tiebreaker metrics. So even just playing around there at the end, not letting them get that last goal could mean a difference in how they're ranked comes Championship Sunday.
Looking at the stats again here, George Mason with 13 shots that game. And in game one, they had 17. And obviously, we had a lengthy overtime for them to really stack that Maryland net with shots on target. But their offense has been electrifying throughout this series.
Yeah.
And I mean, Maryland as well. We really are being treated to a great set on the main stage at the moment. Game 3, obviously, we've scored a total of 13 goals across 2 games. And it's not because of bad defense. It's because these are 2 playmakers right here.
Yeah, and this game didn't even have 3.5 extra minutes.
Yep.
And they got, almost equaling the same amount of shots on net as that overtime game. So, like you said, electric. This is way more exciting than those 1-0s kind of barn burner defensive games. We get lots of shots, we get lots of excitement, and even better, we get lots of fist bumps. So. We're getting into game number 3, folks. This is going to decide this series right here, right now. All tied up, George Mason and Maryland, game 3.
I do love in Rocket League events how so much in this tournament could be decided by this one game being played still in the AM of the day.
Yeah.
This is a massive seeding game between these two. Whoever gets this series is going to have a decent shot at second place in this group if we're assuming Concord keeps winning like they have been so far. But we'll need an update on game 3 there pretty soon, as it should be wrapping up at some point. But right now, 30 seconds in, really nothing's happened. It's been a jostle for possession as George Mason's been playing a lot of defense, but Maryland haven't had too many threatening looks.
Yeah, and to your point about this being an all-important matchup early on day 1, and the fact that George Mason is up 1-0, Maryland's down 0-1. If they end up having Maryland win this series, they're both at 1-1, which now we really got to start talking tiebreakers. Yep. But we don't need to speculate. Let's find out who's going to win this game.
Ooh, that's a good boost steal. Hexy's on 0 right now because George Mason stole the corner 100 from Maryland. Though it's not going to matter. I love points like that are just negated by straight-up better play. Another chip shot from Maryland gets through George Mason's defense.
Yeah, look at this. Just right off the ceiling. Defense not able to react in time. That's just a great one-touch to send that one right through.
And George Mason thought they had time for that, but Maryland took that challenge confidently, and that's a confidence goal right there, with Turtle being in a prop position to shoot that on target and putting it on target quickly. Jay was pulled out thinking he had time to challenge, and he was completely wrong there as the third man for GMU. But Maryland possessing again here at the midway points of the field. Not quite the game just yet, but so far so good for the Terrapins. Plenty of possession.
Yeah, we're just getting word that Concord did take home the side stage series. So they will go up 2-0 in the group stages. But boy, taking a game off of them, it shows that they bleed early in this tournament.
I knew Concord would drop games. It was just a matter of to who. Because in best of threes, anything can happen. But Maryland is trying to keep it consistent here, as I don't think we've sniffed the orange side of the field hardly at all here in Game 3. The Terrapins are rolling right now.
Yeah, taking a card out of that George Mason bucket. I don't know if there are cards in buckets, but
it can be.
It can be, and there is in this anecdote where Maryland's trying to keep that constant pressure up on the George Mason side of the field, which has been basically the calling card of the Patriots.
How close they're playing to the ball as well. Maryland have clearly implemented a little bit of a shift here, focusing on keeping George Mason hemmed in, but that means you got to get back in defense quickly if things go awry, which they did for a moment for Maryland, and they might keep going awry as Jasnon dunks the Maryland back line, but the Terrapins do well to recover and double whiff and get demoed, so George Mason finds a way back out of nowhere.
Take a look at Jasnon. Jason, I don't know.
Jasnon is how you say his name, but Jason's a lot easier.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. Boy, getting a nice strike there, pulling within one. We're only at halftime here in game number 3, so really well-timed for George Mason, even if just a momentum mover on the field.
All right, Maryland's getting nervous right now, or something's happening, because they just had a double whiff in defense that cost them 1/2 of their lead. And then right there, they had an open-ish net. The ball is placed near side, but again, it's a miss off targets, and we'll see how Maryland recovers from this. If they try to slow it down and just take a deep breath, or if George Mason can speed up the pace of play again, because they forced a double commit, 2 straight double commits out of Maryland, and the Patriots have to be feeling a little bit of a boost at the moment.
Yeah, those double commits absolutely can be dangerous. Now, Demo down onto Hexy. And so there's going to be a little bit of diminished defense here for just a moment.
Agreed.
As Maryland looking to clear this one.
Great
We'll
read.
get the read. Will Waiters get this net? Yes! Up 3-1. A minute and 38 seconds left in game 3. A perfect time for the comfort goal for Maryland, and Waiters, what a touch.
That's massive for Maryland. Stops the bleeding, slaps a nice bandage on the wound. It's just a simple attack from your defensive half where you speed up the pace right there, get in the middle of George Mason's attack. Waiters positioned well, put a fast shot on target, and he gets to double up on it off a kickoff.
Wow. Look at that, and now Maryland's got to be feeling good here.
Oh, yeah.
Coming off the back of a Concord loss here on the main stage. Fighting so hard against the Patriots. A lot of time on the clock, but 3 goals is tough. Now Turtle again with the defense here. They're going to try and keep this one away. The more time they can kill off this clock, the better. Now Dev with an opportunity. And Jason, this is awkward.
Oh my God, it's so awkward. I mean, Hexy was backwards on the Maryland goal line. George Mason can't score. They needed one right there. I'm not going to call the series over with a minute left to go, but I think they needed a goal to cut that lead to 2 heading to the final 60.
Yeah, and also that little interaction just took so much time. It was so slowly paced. This is a great opportunity. They're now within 2. This game is not over.
All right, let's see what George Mason's got cooked up for us in the final 60, because Maryland is scrambling a lot in defense right now. They need to settle in right here. Make sure they're locked in. A 3-goal lead is not a death sentence for George Mason. It's not an out-of-the-woods trip for Maryland. They still need to close this out well. With 45 seconds left, George Mason has control.
Yeah, and that might just be what George Mason needs, right? A crack in the facade of Maryland. They appear to be confident. They're up 2 goals here, but if they start seeing some of those double commits you were mentioning, then could be an opportunity. But 30 seconds left on the clock.
Close shave there for Maryland, but they clear, and if that ball, it won't roll in, but still, it's a great clear for Maryland, as they can waste maybe 10 seconds now as George Mason has to collect the ball on their goal line and clear and score with time on the clock. It's probably not happening, as Maryland have collected themselves and escaped in game 3 in a series that we were saying they need to win if they're going to have a realistic chance at maybe top 2 in this group.
Wow. And it's kind of night and day, the energy coming from GMU, right? When they were scoring all the goals, they were winning the games. There's fist bumps abound, and now a little bit quieter, but Maryland locked in. We haven't really heard much of a peep from over there. And now 5-2 in game number 3. Maryland taking it, and now we can start to speculate, right? Both these teams in the round, the group stages are tied 1-1, and things just got messy in the race.
It's a good series, though. I'm glad to see both teams really up and going at LAN, especially Maryland, when they were seriously tested after dropping that game 2 in the fashion that they did by multiple goals, letting up 5 scores, and then they're in game 3. They were looking nervy for a little while. They donated some goals to the George Mason effort, but still found a way to win, and that's a hallmark of good teams.
Yeah, this team doesn't even want to get up. They're just going to keep playing. I mean, that's the squad they've lived on the main stage so far today. They're not ready to leave. They've made themselves comfortable. I think I see a robe and a coffee cup.
That's whose sleeping bag that is.
Yeah, sleeping bag. And look at this, the venue's starting to fill up here, folks, as lunchtime crowd starts to filter in. And we're excited to have you guys all here joining us here for Boost on the Beach. the Rocket League tournament for collegiate players, and this has been just an amazing event so far, and we've got a lot more to go.
Yep, $5,000 on the line too.
Yeah.
Big prize pot for the top 3 teams that end up finishing strong this weekend. So.
And that's just for Rocket League.
Right.
We've got a Smash Brothers bracket tomorrow, which is, I think, another grand on the line, something like that. So this is, it's great. I love to be able to bring esports to a community like this.
It is awesome to see the players as well, because we get to put some faces to names that we've never gotten to see in person. Just been names on top of cars previously, but that's what LAN's all about. It's a magical place, and we're in a magical venue for sure.
Well, I think we're going to get an interview here shortly. Actually, you can see him literally behind us. We're going to get to throw a hit to one of our Maryland players here in just a minute.
Looks like Hexy.
Looks
Fitting.
like Hexy, and that makes sense, right? Hexy did work that series, keeping them in the tight situations when they needed a win late in game number 1 to go up 1-0 in the series. In overtime, 3.5 minutes in, finally puts one into the heart of GMU's net, and then just continued to play off of that energy.
He's one of the better space creators, I think, at this event. And I mean, Waiters and Turtle play around him so well. They create plays without him. Maryland has such a dynamic offense. It's fun to watch, and it helps them in a series like that where they needed dynamicism to escape from a scrappy George Mason team that was punishing mistakes like 100% of the time and flexing some dynamicism themselves in offense. So well done to Maryland.
Yeah, and absolutely. And of course, well done to GMU, right? Playing with a roster that, I mean, technically, they probably haven't ever played this roster before.
Not much.
With the Jason move up from Adapt coming down off of the roster, and this is just exciting to see them have success early on. You know, you don't get to just roll through lands and expect no adversity, right? And this early on can teach them a valuable lesson throughout all of the rest of today and tomorrow.
Heck, we've even seen that Concord isn't safe. Dropping a game to Northeastern. I'm curious what that game 3 scoreline was. I'm definitely going straight to the Northeastern camp after this to see how they did. And then we'll see how Concord's feeling after that game 1 loss as well. But I think we have an interview ready. Is that what I heard in my ear?
Is that what I heard, Mr.? Nope.
I heard the opposite of that. I'm just messing with Ian back there.
Well, yes, Ian, our beautiful production team, just off to our left behind us. They're going to work hard all day, both running this stream and our side stream. It's very exciting stuff.
Great production, too. Lots of content as well. I mean, the media day yesterday was fun to watch, just seeing the players and the poses that they're choosing to do outside, around the venue, and then to see it all come together with the player names, with the cool slow-mo shots, sunglasses on. I'm really enjoying the production quality we got going on here this year.
Completely student-run production.
Yeah.
Well, mostly student-run production.
Close enough.
Minus our beautiful coordinator of production, Ian Burnett. Yeah, we're going to look at some stats from that matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at how this came to be, what our numbers are. Bepik, you're a numbers guy.
Yeah, I want to see what stands out right here. Dev with no goals definitely stands out. That is surprising to me, as Jay definitely stepped up in terms of the solo plays for George Mason. He is a deadly force when it comes to bumping goalies, but Dev can absolutely score as well. We saw the solo play that set up a Jasnon goal, I think, in game 2, where he just cut up the Maryland defense. So interesting that he didn't score any that series. But Maryland, I told you, they're a fully stacked offense, as everybody scored at least 3 goals right there. Although Hexley needs some references in his assist column.
Yep.
I wonder how many he did end up getting, because he definitely laid the ball up nicely for his teammates a couple of times.
I don't know. That usually shows up when there's a 0 in that column, which is I'm very surprised. You know, we'll see exactly if that is correct, but it looks like we do have a beautiful interview coming up next with Maryland. We'll send it away. Dan.
I am here joined by Hexy. Hexy, what a match. 2-1, a close victory. How did it feel to come out with the win?
Felt pretty good. Had a really, really rough start from me. Teammates really picked up my slack. My rotation and my first touches weren't really the best, but happy we were able to get the W.
And you scored that Game 1 OT winner. How'd that feel?
Felt pretty good, really relieved, especially since I could have scored like 3 other goals that game. And yeah, that's kind of it.
So the tech pause, right? People are talking about it. People are saying it's a bit controversial. Do you think that hurt your momentum? Because GMU did end up winning that second game.
It didn't hurt our momentum, but we were kind of confused because our headsets were messed up since game 1. So we thought they were able to like play through it, but I don't know. I guess it was kind of annoying.
Kind of annoying.
We lost.
And so you're a criminal justice major, if I got that right. Do you think that helps you when you're out there taking care of business, taking care of the criminals out there on the pitch?
Yeah, criminal justice really helps me like learn rotations and know who to beat, you know? Yeah, for sure.
It helps them know who to beat, and boy, did they. Maryland come out the 2-1 victory. Hexy, thank you for your time.
Thank you, man.
Stick around. We got way more Rock League coming up to you after the break. Boost on the Beach 2025. What we just saw was Maryland beat GMU in a close 2-1 battle. Maryland has got their break, but GMU is still on the main stage, and they are taking on Northeastern. Now, Northeastern is 0-1, coming off of a loss to the tournament favorite Concord, but they took a map. Northeastern looking to get on the board with the win. GMU looking to get back on the W column with another victory here. Casters, Nikita and DJ TJ, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Boost on the Beach. The A-Stream has brought all the action so far, and now we finally get to take the stage here. We're getting up on our table. My name's DJ TJ. This is Bear. How we feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, there was a little bit of action off stage on that off stream with Northeastern earlier today.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, we just had a banger set 30 minutes ago with GMU on the losing end, so they have a lot to prove right now.
I mean, this is LAN 1101 right here. I mean, all the college kids, I'm sure I understand that reference at least. Northeastern shows up in their second game against Concord. Of all the teams they could have pulled, they grab a game, and it was a very, very close one as well. And so massive shout out to Northeastern. They came ready to play.
Yeah, it was like almost, it was a series of unfortunate events hitting a very fortunate event where Pros got demoed and then instantly spawned with Concord's attack, and then was able to just hit on empty net. Like, it was actually hilarious.
I mean, that's what Boost on the Beach is all about, right? It's about unpredictability. It's about, I mean, shoot, we're here to play car soccer. Yeah. And that's the most unpredictable game there is right now. I mean, no Valorant, no League. Smash is up there in the other corner. Rocket League, this is the main event for a reason. It's completely unpredictable, and I expect this series to be no different. We talked about proving grounds on B-Stream earlier. This might be one of the biggest proving ground matches for both these teams.
Yeah, I think this one is going to determine basically the entire placement for this group. This one's really going to tell. We were talking about earlier in side stream, like, where we think we rank these teams based on like projected seeding and whatnot. This one will really determine who's 2, who's 3, who's going to be 4.
Yeah. I mean, and look, I'm willing to go down with my takes here. I had Concord,
what do you got?
I had Concord, and then I had Maryland, then I had GMU, then I had Northeastern. Or no, sorry, I had Northeastern, then GMU, then Kentucky. So for GMU, they haven't looked bad today. That Maryland series wasn't the absolute best situation, best scenario. It went all the way to game 3. There was some overtimes involved. It's a close series. You kind of just got to take it on the chin and move on. But for Northeastern, the floor is wide open. It says 0-1, but they played against Concord. So, the world's their oyster. No beach puns there. But either way, they really got full control of this. And let's take a look at the group.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about all the teams there. I mean, Northeastern went into that game. I was overhearing them talk. That was going to be their warm-up. I don't think they had any expectations of truly taking a game and then truly pushing that game 3. So I think that's a win in their book. On paper, 0-1, but they got the hardest one out of the way right in the get-go, so it's only uphill from here. GMU, we talked about it, have that up, have that down, and now really, really important for them if they want to get a good seed tomorrow to win this set.
We're also looking already at tiebreaker scenario, all that Northeastern has to do is just beat GMU, but we're going to start with GMU. Let's take a look at the team.
All of the videos look so fresh this year.
They look great. They look incredible. I mean, GMU, a team that whenever you talk with Tihan, their manager, they're here to have a very good time. And also, this team's got smiles on their faces all day.
Yeah, I mean, they stood up with they were dancing right before this too, so they know how to have fun. Sleeping on them. Good old Dev.
And then obviously, like we mentioned,
Coach I didn't know we got Tihan in there.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's Coach Tihan. That's my ginger brother right there. I got a lot of love for what he's done with this GMU program, and I'm excited to see how they look today. And so far, the smiles continue to carry on.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this event, realistically, is not to win. It's to have fun. I think we bring a bunch of teams that have a lot of really great players who know how to have fun, know how to get loud. I mean, I think Northeastern's going to be like peaking our mics when they're screaming. So, but yeah, you see the folks over there at GMU right there, all smiles right now. No, except right there, locked in.
Well, I mean, you got to lock in. I mean, again, you need to defend your crown right here if you're GMU. Not really a crown per se, but at least your group's standing. Because, if you lose this and Northeastern pushes you into a 3-way tiebreaker, it's going to be a rough scenario because it goes by game differential, which as of right now is going to be close because of Northeastern getting that game over Concord, and then we'll see how this one goes as well. But if GMU goes to 3, if they go all the way, then it's going to really mess them up in terms of their general standing. But enough about GMU. Let's take a look at Northeastern now.
Oh, Nico has the glasses on. What do we got here? What goofy thing are they going to do?
I mean, we talked about smiles. I think this,
Just
we already
esports
mentioned
dancing?
it. These two teams are probably the most fun to watch. I mean, Prost, so much
that's kind
fun.
of a crazy little transition right there.
Well, 1-2 right there. No, the editing team has done amazing. The entire production team has done incredible. And then Angebro, the
He's a
man
thinker,
himself,
dude. He's a thinker.
He is a thinker, a shooter too, apparently. And then the newcomer as well.
Yeah, Harlequin, newest member of the team this year. They were here last year, and Angebro Prost was on that team when they went over for the weekend. And the newest player, Harlequin, everyone just hypes him up. They said he's like a technical freak. Angebro can't stop saying enough about him. So it'll be really interesting to see how he comes into this one. Upstairs, he kind of has that like main pro tag energy.
Yes,
he finished after winning game 2, immediately tapped out to YouTube to change whatever anime song he was listening to because he needs to get like the aura correct for game 3. Ultimately didn't work out, but still some main character energy over there.
You never know what to expect here at Boost on the Beach. And Northeastern has been to all of the Boosts on the Beach, and that might be a top 3 moment for them overall. I mean, you can see that's Angebro having fun with the face cams. Like, they know what they're doing. They know what the event's keys are. And it's, yes, winning is a side project for some of these schools, but like you already mentioned, having so much fun, that's always the key. And we're super excited to see how it goes. But again, group stage, a best of 3, very, very narrow margins in terms of what can you give up from each side. And both these teams, I mean, again, this is Northeastern's first actual test in the middle of the group.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they did prepare as best as they could. They got that first map out of the way, that first set. Unfortunately, it was a loss, but now you're warm. They were talking about how they had like 5 minutes to warm up ahead of that one, so they weren't really there. They've been able to sit down on stage for the last like 15, 20 minutes or so, get in game, get some reps in. So I think this game will probably just like start right off the bat, probably see some crazy shots. I think like you talked about, we'll get into it, we'll see what Prost does, but demoing is kind of a, you said it's a staple of what CRL meta is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Demo has been like a part of Northeastern's ideology ever since they started, like 7 years ago or whatnot, where ever since Mercurial was on that team, they have had a designated, like, you will just be causing mayhem the entire game. And every single time you have like a new player on the team, you're like, okay, you're going to be that one. And that's kind of been Prost for the last year or so. You had it Yellow do it a little bit last year, but now it is like Prost's turn to kind of just like hit everyone.
I mean, he fits the character vibe for sure. I mean, I would put chaos on the faces of every member, even Harlequin, who just came in. But I have to talk about GMU as well because they have Dev, and then they used to have Adapt and Jay. Now Adapt is subbed out for Jason, and Jason's looked actually very good so far. So for Tihan and the entire team to sit down and make that move, I believe they said less than 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I mean, it's a crazy turnaround for what this program has been able to do. But there's only one way to finally tell, and that's once we actually hop into this game. So I think we're getting a few headset things figured out, and then we will start with the fly-throughs, but we'll get it figured out. But for the time being, we might as well throw some predictions down because we love being wrong with this event and what's predictable and what's not. So give me your predictions here for this best of 3.
I want a game 3 banger. I want to keep having good content out on main stage.
Yeah.
I'll take Northeastern in 3.
Okay. I want to try and keep the bias uneven here because there's some antics going on before and after the stream. But you know what? I'm a fan of chaos. Give me Northeastern in 3.
That's crazy. Okay. This dude was just talking about how GMU is going to win this one all morning, and now...
hey, maybe there's some anti-voodoo magic I'm trying to pull. You don't know my mind games here as a caster. We have too much power over the results of this game.
I already wrote the script yesterday. I already know who's going to win.
Well, if the script's in your hands, then I worry who's actually making the event happen. So we'll just hope. But Northeastern, it looks like they're ready to go. I mean, it was tribal what I was just hearing.
Yeah,
a little bit of a...
They, like, before their Concord game, they all got in a circle and, like, spun around. Like, I don't know what they're doing over there. They got something in the water. They have some lead in the water up in Boston.
Hey, I mean, you mentioned they were ahead of the demo meta. Maybe they're Trailblazers. Maybe there is more meta to team vibes.
I mean, Flow State, we saw their coach. We talked about Tihan for the side of GMU. Flow State for Northeastern is really into, like, the mental aspect of esports. He carries, like, a pack of gum with them because if you're chewing gum, it, like, loosens your jaw, which increases your ability to focus. So, like, they'll pop gum in between games, like, if things are going south. Interesting bunch over there.
I mean, for those of you on your spring break, there's your science lesson for the week. Shout out to Coach Flow State. But I'm glad you brought that up because there's a clashing of styles here. Tihan has been a player and has been a starter on this GMU roster for years before. So he's coming from a more mechanical space, and then Flow State obviously coming from a more mental space. If I had to give keys to the game here, that right there is it in verbatim. GMU has to be consistent, and Northeastern has to relax.
Oh, yeah. And I think like talking, shout out Doc Haskell, Doc's keys to the game. It really is going to be interesting because Northeastern's entire play style does revolve around like having fun, being very positive. They'll scream every single goal. They always do the good old fist bump when they get scored on. Like, everything is standard. They will do the same thing every single time because, consistency is key.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we're stalling here for a little bit because I don't know if there is it looks like we got a tech issue going on. It seems like Jay's computer is bugging a little bit. But production's filled us in that hopefully it will be resolved soon. But in the meantime, I mean, look, we're back at Myrtle Beach. This is my second boost on the beach. This is your third.
Yep.
How's it been treating you so far?
Pretty good. I mean, we talked about it earlier that it's really great when you're standing up here and you're looking out to the, you see the water, you see the sky. It's sunny. That's a rare event
From
the last 3
year?
years.
Yeah.
So that's always great. Weather's warm. I think we have like a high of 70 today. So I think things are looking good for the beach. On the boost aspect, I just want to see some upsets. I want to see some crazy stuff happen.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, South Carolina has always been beautiful. Obviously, apart from the fires, where we're obviously wishing our best to those who've been affected by them. I mean, down here has at least been good for now.
Yeah.
And we hope that it stays that way throughout the weekend. Again, the weather's been beautiful. The water looks great. I mean, how many lands do you go to where we're on a stage, we're dancing between games, and then the boardwalk is wide open, all the windows, the doors, the water's right there. It is a beautiful area. If you have not come over here to the Hangout before, you absolutely need to.
Yeah, I think it's always fun too, like after the first day or like on setup day, you're just walking around the boardwalk and you just see like teams in full apparel just like doing a lot of the touristy stuff. There's like a lot of niche restaurants out here, so you have like the Margaritavilles, you have like the Paula Deans, and you always just see the teams like, oh, first thing we do is go to that Margaritaville.
Yeah, there's also a sword shop that Marilyn talked about in the Discord yesterday. So
yeah, homie tried to bring his sword.
In case you want to know your fun land fact, Maryland are now sword owners.
Yeah.
All of them are now sword owners. So do with that what you will. Maybe don't go up in their territory. I don't really want a piece of that. And at least GMU got the blunt of it out of the way early with that Game 3 loss. But, I mean, the story, might as well get back to the actual game since hopefully a tech issue will be resolved soon. There's just so much for Northeastern to prove, and I haven't seen this roster in action in so long, and maybe you can help me fill in the gaps there. I don't know what to expect here.
Yeah, I think the fall wasn't even just like melding with a new team. Prosk himself was learning to play on a new controller, or I guess keyboard in this case, where he only plays on a keyboard. There's no mouse.
Keyboard, no mouse.
Yeah. And so he was fully learning that in the fall, where I think it was really like a growing opportunity, learning how to play with Harlequin, and then also learning how to play on that. So I think he's basically at like back to what he was before in terms of like peak performance. He was a mouse and keyboard player, so it's not that starkly different. So yeah, I think they've really been putting it together in the last couple of months. Have been doing pretty well in CCS. In ESC, Esports Collegiate, they do fairly well as well. I don't think they have much in the form of like very close matchups. I think they've been pretty dominant there. Scrim-wise, very active. They were joking around with Wichita State because Wichita State bailed on a scrim with them like 2 days ago. So.
Andrew mogging for all of your viewing pleasures at home. But I'm seeing thumbs up across the board. So it looks like we're not going to waste much more time. I believe we are going to be officially ready with this game. So I'll give everybody a fresh reminder. We're going to answer the hype chamber. We both predicted Northeastern in 3, and they do need that for a tiebreaker situation, or GMU can end the Huskies' dreams right here, right now. Welcome to Game 1.
And we're getting into things right here. Northeastern, GMU, Game 1, best of 3. And we're already seeing the attack here from Northeastern here. Harlequin is trying to make some damage happen, but didn't get anything off of it. Prosk misses. And now we're seeing everything in Dev's hands.
I feel like you can already say this is going to be a messy game. I mean, both these teams have gone through very rough series. I mean, even though they both did go to 3 by the grace of God, maybe for Northeastern. But so far, both teams are exchanging blows here in the midfield. I'm excited to see if GMU has anything specifically game plan for a team as chaotic as Northeastern. As this shot, it will be on, but it won't be close.
I think a lot of it will just be putting shots on goal. You mentioned that there's going to be some chaos, some hecticness there. Dev is able to put something up there, and it's just going to see what happens in the scrap. People are going to get moved around, knocked around. There's going to be some empty nets. We already saw one earlier that was barely able to be saved, so I think it is just put shots on goal if you're GMU.
Yeah, and then also I have to make note that Jason looks like there might be some slight PC issues, so I hope we don't have to pause the game. But there's going to be a shot again for Northeastern. They are actually painting the corners beautifully well for really not having much of a warm-up other than just coming in later today for their second round match. But so far, so good. Minute 20 in, they're definitely winning the possession battle, but now here Here comes GMU off the backboard, a spot for Jason on to maybe find some opportunity, but instead it's going to be Harlequin who looks for maybe a delayed musty, won't find it. Shot goes middle off of Harlequin, off the post as well. Another one will come back on, but it's still off.
Andrew just wasn't there to capitalize on that good deflection there, and now we're going to try see what happens here. Jason's going to try to clear things out here, but Northeastern is still on the attack.
This one will sit in the GMU corner for the time being. That blue side struggling to get out as they're very low on boost. So Northeastern trying to keep some opportunity in that right side. They're going to not want to move this ball much further as Prosk will finally look middle, but he doesn't have anybody there. So now Jay has room. He'll go off the right wall. He's got somebody on, but he's over one, but doesn't have any boost to follow.
Yeah.
So both sides really starving here. Finally, a shot goes on for Northeastern through all of that. Here comes another chance. It's pushed too far left, though, as now 2 minutes in, we are still dead even.
They're just living in the scrap right here. We do see Andrew get the demo there. Got to be able to really help out and keep Northeastern on the attack. But Dev has different plans here.
This one now off the ceiling. See if Jason can make something happen, but it looks like that there's no options, as now this one will float up. Jay's got room, very dangerously will opt to keep that ball middle, but is able to stay on it and keep the 50. Those are the plays that GMU's got to rely on. Now, just like here, you get a bump opportunity, but unfortunately the ball was hit a little too hard. So now, halfway through, we're still dead even, but GMU slowly starting to bring that possession battle back.
Yeah, it's still just a starved economy right now, though. Nobody has boost. A really good job for both teams just being really proactive and trying to take what's there, but we just seen a lot of opportunities that you saw, that opportunity for that reset up there for GMU, just not enough boost to get it done. Shot on goal, just wide right.
I mean,
but it's not over.
I mean, that's wide open there for Northeastern. You cannot let that one go, as now Harlequin, a very aggressive pre-jump, and is able to find it, but it's not going to be an immediate counterattack for Northeastern. I mean, one thing that you got to pay attention to is that you didn't get to see that Concord series if you've been here on this stream the entire time, but for those of us who did watch it, Northeastern won that game too in a very narrow victory off of counterattacks. Concord messed up mechanically, and then Northeastern found the room, and so far, GMU isn't playing, I would say, any better than what Concord was doing, as I don't know if anybody at this entire lane will be able to, but Northeastern's got to start finding chances, and now GMU shooting a shot with 3 players in the net. I mean, they've got to be the more methodical, the slower paced team, and so far, they might be stressed from that Game 3 Maryland loss still.
Yeah, I mean, Northeastern really is a glass cannon. They need to get their goals when they have the opportunity. We saw them already miss 2 so far in this game. Andrew kind of sitting around goal, but again, not able to really get anything off of it there, and Northeastern's back in the defense.
Harlequin off his back foot. All 3 members are now going to have to circle around the ball. I mean, this is Northeastern Rocket League at its finest right here, as they're going to also pinch it off each other, and it'll go right back into Andrew. And now it'll give Jay a little bit of room, but again, it's a messed up mechanic. GMU's got to stay on those. 50 seconds left. Harlequin redirect is going to be not even touched, as now it's going to be a reset for Northeastern, as all 3 members are once again up, but that's a huge demo from Prosk on Dev, and now there's room for Harlequin, the new player, not able to make it, but Jay, a consistent face of this GMU roster, able to beat 1. Here comes another counterattack for Northeastern. They're over 2. 1 player left. Bump does not come through. Another counter could open up here, but now they'll go off the backboard instead. 30 seconds left. Can Jay find anything? It looks like no. Another massive delay here. 30 seconds left.
It's just a series of unfortunate events back to back to back for Northeastern. And this is where GMU has the opportunity to take advantage. Kind of just scrape one by, even though they haven't really playing perfect. Jason, shot on goal here, is able to get cleared there by Andrew.
10 seconds left. GMU might look for one more, but that's a huge pinch downfield. It's going to put somebody on their back foot. It's Jason trying to take control. Here comes a player from Northeastern, and it'll sit middle. Here comes a bang. Is there one more chance for Jason? 1 second left. It's actually going to be in the hands of Northeastern. It will be finally tapped away, but it's going to stay up. Can Dev stay on this one? It looks like no. He'll try and pass it out, and it will finally hit the ground. Yes, it will. And George Mason's got to go to OT once again.
Northeastern's name of the game is OT as well. I think in every single LAN they've been in at least 2 overtimes, like every single set. It is crazy. So they've been here. And they seem comfortable with Prosk putting up a shot right there. But GMU knows how to stay in these for long. I think they had, a 3-minuter earlier today?
Yeah, and I believe they, I can't remember, they won that against Maryland. I believe that was their sole game win. So at least it's favored them in the past, but can they do it again? I mean, especially here in Myrtle Beach, here at the Hangout, it's a wonderful venue, but it's loud too. You have families of 4, 5, 6, and some teams coming around, eating around you. It's not easy to stay focused, but so far, GMU, a much better start than the start of game 1.
Yeah, it did feel pretty similar to how it is. It has been all Northeastern on offense, except for that one deflection where they just have a bad touch. But Harlequin able to put a shot out wide. Oh, we get the demo! And Prosk is able to score.
46 seconds, the newcomer beats Jason on. That right there, that's not comical. That is absolutely spiritual in the way that was written up. So good on you for the script writing. Both new players meet there. That's a huge win for Northeastern.
Yeah, and really what it all boils down to is you just got to do it right once. They're pretty sloppy for the first 5 minutes, but they're able to get everything that perfectly encapsulates Northeastern right there. Both were down there. You get the demo. You're able to score in the scrap.
All right, so I'm going to shift the narrative a little bit
Let's
here.
go.
Whenever we talked about all the groups and all the teams involved, we mentioned George Mason's previous performance and about how last year them and USC both showed up with mechanics, showed up with experience, but couldn't translate that to LAN dominance. And now, after George Mason, I believe last year was 9th through 12th, I worry, are they on the same path if they cannot make it against this Northeastern roster?
Yeah, we failed to even talk about the hero to zero stories from both of these teams from last year. At the first Boost on the Beach, this was the grand finals. This was the tournament. And now you go 12 months back, and both of these teams are in the bottom. Northeastern didn't win a single set. I think GMU won one the entire weekend.
Northeastern got one game.
Yeah, an individual game.
They've
have
already
now
beat
beaten their record from last year. And now it really is a story of, can Northeastern return to that prominence they had 2 years ago, and can GMU break the curse? This one really does feel like it's kind of going to determine the entire weekend for both of these teams.
I mean, luckily, no matter what happens, you do get the whole rest of the day to enjoy South Carolina and Myrtle Beach, but still, you got to show up Sunday. You still have to finish group stage, and then you only get an hour break between the end of that and playoffs. So for GMU, you've got to take your resets as early as you physically can, because whenever tomorrow comes and the sun sets, you're not going to get a second chance.
Oh, no, not at all. But also, like, looking from game 1 to game 2, I don't think GMU did anything. I mean, maybe that's also an issue. I don't think they really did anything that would cause them to lose that game. Like, I think they were playing correctly in how they should be. So maybe that makes the game 2 adjustment even harder. Like, I don't even know what we did wrong necessarily. I still think it's just put shots on goal. I literally think they just need to be just shooting the scrap. They'll probably get an open goal at some point, open net.
If I'm Coach Tihan, this is what I'm probably throwing out.
Okay.
GMU had the space, had the room. That's the hardest part. And then actually pulling the mechanics out to make something happen, it can be easy. Now, granted, the way that you look at this game is always so open because it's a physics sandbox-based game at its core, and you can do whatever you want with the ball. But for GMU, you're mechanical enough. I think on paper they're the stronger team. You've got to play like it. You've got to simplify it. You've got to make this easier, and now you've got to reverse sweep.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it really just was the lack of resources. I mean, we're just seeing the scrap back. I don't even know. Homie's just stuck in goal.
10 seconds in.
I think both of these teams just really need to wake up and clear things out. Oh, here, gets the double touch. What is going on?
I mean, Jason should never, I don't care who's in the B team, you'd never ever hit that back into the falling player. Now there's going to be a lot of falling players, and Northeastern will find the chance here. Angebro kicking it off early.
Yeah, and as you see in the little player cams right there, Angebro is going crazy, is very loud. I mean, we don't even need to talk about what just happened there.
I will. Let's talk about how they both landed in the double bumps there, and then the net's wide open. What are the odds of that happening? I mean, we talked about the Concord series where Northeastern was hurt by a respawn. I don't know, you can't call that a respawn. That's just the hand of a higher being.
It was really unfortunate too, because it just that almost seemed inevitable that some wacky thing was going to happen with how weird this game started off for the side of GMU. Like it just seemed like everyone wasn't on the right foot or the right tire at the right time. But Northeastern back on the attack here. And that's what I'm saying. That is what you need to do.
That one's ripped in as well. I mean, what a shot from Jay there, and that's just going to be completely thrown around. I mean, that's great from them. They finally get it back here, and it didn't take too long either. So now mentally you can reset once again and try and take the lead here.
Yeah, and now I think they saw it work, and now you got to do it again. A lot of it is just taking advantage of Northeastern's maybe overconfidence there. We saw Harlequin right there to get the shot, but was not able to get to the ball in time. Almost a disaster right there.
I mean, once again, these GMU mechanics, you've got to slow down. I mean, that previous shot we just watched, it was a flip reset that maybe you didn't need to pull that out the hat there. I mean, there's still a lot of Rocket League left to play. We still got 4 minutes left, and a whole lot of miscommunication in the midfield from both teams as well, as nobody's directly ready for the next ball. Almost a double commit for GMU, but Jay is there to at least stall away the play for now. Now he's in his own corner. Devil finally clear out a player, but it's not enough, as here comes Northeastern once again. That first man, diabolical.
Yeah, we do see Prosk able to get a touch up there, but that's not going to stop Dev. Looking for something here for Harlequin. Ooh, Jay had the opportunity, but maybe it was just a little too slow right there. Still just a lot of weird things happening in center field.
Almost to that 3-minute mark, and this has been maybe the series that we more so expected. I don't think we were expecting a scoreless game going into overtime in
not
game
at all.
one. We expected this to be chaos, and maybe both teams are finally going to start to settle in. I mean, Northeastern again came off of the Concord game, and GMU, they've been on main stage the entire time for the last hour now. So if anybody should be comfortable, it should be them, but demos are being traded. I mean, tires are flying everywhere. This right here is about as chaotic for a Rocket League match as you can get.
And it's almost just like with how technical GMU's players are, they have too many tricks to choose from and just keep doing too much. Just simple it down.
Dev now will have to be careful again. No boost for GMU, but that's a double commit out of Northeastern. All 3 members are now compiled up, but GMU, they have yet to counter. They have yet to punish Northeastern for these mistakes. And from a team like GMU, who has been a staple in the scene for so long, especially with people like Tihan and Dev still involved in the team, you don't expect that to be unpunished. Now Dev gets another chance. He will find a shot, but it's just barely off. Here comes the counter for Angebro. Can he find anything? No. Oh, he finds a teammate actually out of nowhere as it will be slammed down the field and it will be tapped up, but now it'll be up to Jason. The new player will at least beat Harlequin in the air this time. Some slight flash misses to overtime, but Northeastern's got the number of GMU like crazy.
Yeah, but again, Northeastern's just not positioning well when they have the opportunity. We saw a triple commit. We saw multiple double commits here, and we're just seeing a demo in center field, but it doesn't matter. Jason's just there.
I mean, finally, George Mason gets a chance here to just punish them. I mean, this is Northeastern's gameplay, and if you want to play aggressive, that's fine, but you've got to deal with the consequences. Now GMU's finally starting to sniff it out.
Yeah, both goals have been directly a consequence of Northeastern's either over-eagerness or just commit to the bit. And yeah, we're just seeing a quad commit
Hey,
in
look at the
center
kickoff.
pitch.
No, that's a kickoff strat. I'm here for Northeastern. I mean, we talked about them. They're not trolling. I mean, you could say that for sure, but some of their strats may fit that category. I mean, the double commit on the kickoff, it actually almost worked for them as they almost got a shot with a third man there. But GMU, again, they're trying to roll the punches. Now with 90 seconds left, are they going to keep their foot on the gas or are we going to park the bus?
Oh, what is Jason doing?
Okay, all right, breathe. Dev finally got it out. That's going to be over Angelo
gosh.
as well, as the counter could be there for Dev, but that was a scary one right there. I mean, we already mentioned this on side stream. We mentioned this on side stream. It is Jason On's first land, so I'll give him benefit of the doubt right now, but you can't let it happen as the net could be open for Harlequin. He'll try and tap it down to a teammate. He's got one there. He's got 2 there. That's another miss from George Mason, and now 60 seconds left. That's 2 chances for Northeastern that have gone away.
Yeah, Jason just couldn't get a good touch on the ball there, but it almost worked in his favor, where I think Northeastern thought he was just going to get good contact on it and then didn't continue the attack. That just would have been a free goal right there.
This one's tapped over a player, but Harlequin isn't ready now. 50 seconds left. It'll be going off the sidewall now, and it's very awkward for Dev. And here comes the first man. There is a chance here off the backboard. Double tap comes down for Northeastern. It's a pass, actually. Double commit for GMU. It's a 3v1. Here comes a potential shot opportunity. Could it be flicked over? Jason will get it middle. Can there be anybody there? How about 2 Northeastern players?
Yeah, Harlequin's just bumping cross there. I mean, the defense is working, but they're just overcommitting on repeat.
20 seconds left. Northeastern will try to send us to another overtime. I believe it'll be the only series of the day with 2 overtimes involved, and we'll see if they can do it right here. Here comes the counter. Jason's on his back foot. Here comes Jay as well trying to cover for him, but he's got no boost. Can he stay on that? It looks like no. This one will go on the net. Jason will try to push that one away. There's demos galore happening. This one's middle. Is there a Northeastern player? Side flips off the sidewall. Is there anything here? It will stay up, but that's a huge denial from the new kid on the block, and Jason sends us to 3.
The script is perfect. We have it. Game 3, folks. Almost a double overtime there, so you just got to take a breath if you're GMU.
We could still easily get another overtime. We are nowhere near the end.
Cameron in his face. Jason does not care.
I mean, first land, he's too busy talking to his team. Obviously, Tihan is taking his time to break things down, and it looks like we're trying to... Actually, I don't even think there's headset issues. He's just using... That's Jay, or not Jay's. That's... hold on, we're going to get there.
You think it's Tihan's name?
No, never mind. Anyways, because there's Jay and Jason on.
Oh, true.
Yeah, anyways, they're waving at us now. Obviously, we're all kind of off of our rockers because this series has continued to produce absolute chaos. But GMU, they're starting to get comfy on main stage. We're seeing some smiles, some waves. We're seeing them actually look dead-eye at the camera. I mean, not many players on LAN can do that. I mean, I like the odds of GMU getting this game, but Northeastern, I mean, mentally, they're probably one of the most...
resilient?
Yeah, let's go with that. Resilient teams here. I mean, they could easily bounce back.
Oh, I totally agree in that aspect. But I think looking at the game-to-game adjustment there, that could have easily been like 5-1, 5-2 GMU last game. Like, they had so many opportunities where Northeastern was mispositioned, over-aggressive, double committing, or even triple committing in certain situations. That could have easily been a dominant performance from GMU there. So I really think it is just like, who could put it together? Who's going to capitalize on the gifts that are being given to them on silver platters?
There's no guarantees in Rocket League, and we still have to mention Kentucky in this group as well. I mean, I truly think that Kentucky could also get in the mix, and we could see some crazy tiebreakers, as it looks like that GMU's already started. I mean, we didn't see what happened, but they scored. So here we go. It's just a flick off the bar. All 5 members in the lobby went. I mean, that's about as on theme as it's been all game.
Yeah, it's almost surprising that is the first time we've seen a goal that quick, with how hectic each kickoff has been to start each game.
10 seconds in, and production will eventually, I mean, things are good now. So now we actually get to watch the rest of the game. And Northeastern now, instead of GMU having to come back from 1-0 lead, now it's Northeastern who has to make the comeback. So this right here is Northeastern's first true test. And so far, that aggressive style is starting to bite them in the behind, at least.
Yeah, it almost seems like when they have the opportunity to set up a teammate, they keep trying to go for like a corner double or just a pass out of the corner. And it's like they just have not been reading the ball well off of that. They've had so many opportunities just stifled by, I'm just going to chuck the ball over here and nothing comes from it.
This could be a shot right here, but it is put directly into the hands of Jason, who was extremely clutch in the back half of that last game. No touches, bumps galore, and GMU, even when they're demoing, they're still getting scored on.
Oh, yeah, and that's really what you need there. Oh, but I don't even think JMU cares. Jason's just looking at his teammates kind of fooling around right now.
You gotta shake it off.
We're back to even.
I mean, yeah, you got no choice. You gotta smile through it, and the mistake happens, and that's what LAN is all about. It's about surviving through that. I mean, this is only the 3rd round of the entire LAN, so there's a lot still left to be determined. Jay up and over 1-2, but can't find the knockout blow. Another shot could come through, but what a play from Jay.
Yeah, and we see the reverse opportunity here for Angebro. Ball's just chilling up there. Jason's able to clear it out a little bit there, but Northeastern should be able to kind of turn the tide again. Ooh, we almost saw a pinch.
Northeastern, I like the fake challenges. They're starting to maybe relapse on that aggressive style in a positive way, as it will give them some chances here, but it seems like they still have to get out of their half. Jason can find one middle. He finds his teammate, blocks his own shot, but then it goes right back into him. GMU finds a worldie of their own.
Well, Jason is kind of playing out of his mind if this is his first LAN ever, right? Like, this is crazy. Shook off those jitters from game 1, and now has just been absolutely dominating there. Is able to secure a 1-goal lead with only 3.5 minutes left to go.
I mean, that's a dot from the new landcomer, but wait a minute, Harlequin, the newcomer on the Northeastern side, almost finds a beautiful top right flick, but they're going to have to reset once again, as goals and offensive opportunities for Northeastern have not been too fond to come by, especially after that game 1 overtime win.
Yeah, and if an opportunity has been there, it's been exactly that. It's so golden. Open net. Oh,
top left corner off the deflection, and look at Jason, 450 points, 2 goals. He might be the GOAT, dunking on his head here.
Homie just flexed at us. He is feeling it. And now if you're Northeastern, I don't even know if a change of pace to something slower helps at this point.
I think you might have to return to the style, and maybe they found some shots. Like, they had the Harlequin 1-on-1, and they didn't win it, and that's one of those chances that you kind of have to let go, and now they could find more. There's bumps galore again in front of the GMU net, and now the counter is wide open. Is there going to be a shot? It looks like no, as we're almost getting to that halfway point. Northeastern does find a redirect, but GMU's not missing their touches this time.
Yeah, it was just really weird positioning there from Northeastern on that offensive threat there. We saw the triple commit deep down in the corner. That was another open net that, if the ball had a little more juice on it, that probably was going to be a 4-1 game for George Mason. But we do see Prosk in the attack here. Looks like Angebro has the opportunity.
Prosk can't find it! Jason again! What a save! He's been the face of the program for the last 3 minutes. As now Harlequin will try and make a stab of his own, but with 2 minutes left, once again Northeastern has to reset. They keep trying to find these stabs at the GMU defense, but they're not finding the final piece of the armor that they can actually pierce through.
It's just misposition after misposition. Harlequin was behind after Prosk shot, but was just too low to get the deflection. Oh, we do see an opportunity here for Harlequin.
Angebro will tap one middle. Here comes another shot opportunity. Northeastern needs this one. The net's wide open, and we got a game with 2 minutes to go.
It really did seem like things were shaping up Northeastern for that last minute or so. They just weren't able to put it together. And what's easier to put together than an empty net, right? down by 1, 2 minutes left. Both of these teams have been here in this exact situation just 5 minutes ago.
I mean, we've talked about GMU being the team that was originally predicted, I mean, again, so inconsistently by the entire casting crew because of their past performances, not only this competitive season, but at the previous Boost on the Beaches as well. I mean, you talk about that finals roster. For both of these teams, it's not the same nearly for this group of 6 here.
I think you better wait a second. For Frost. Oh, pinched upwards.
What a save from Dev as now Northeastern are going to try and turn around here. Ansbro can't find it. Shot from Harlequin, and the newcomer ties it with 90 to go.
Oh, and Northeastern is loud. We see Harlequin able to get the pass from Ansbro just right over the top of Dev and even things up here.
All right, well, for the viewing pleasure of the wonderful hangout venue, we get a tie game in Game 3 with almost a minute to go. I'm not sure what more you could ask for. I think overtime is about the only thing we'd maybe ask for is now. We'll see if Northeastern can keep the pressure up. They have been dominating this back 2 minutes, finding multiple shots on net, and George Mason maybe kind of stopped playing aggressive too early, but Northeastern still double committing. That's got to stop because here comes a shot for Jason, who's been incredible so far, but he can't find more. Ansbro has a chance. He's got the 1v1. He's got to win the 50. It will go off the ceiling and down. The shot is missed again. Is there another one on net? Off the side. Jay gets the save. 50 seconds left and the chaos ensues.
Northeastern had it. They just needed to finish it. But this attack isn't over yet. Harlequin looks for the opportunity here. We do see Jay able to try to clear things out here. Goes for the 50 and goes in the favor of Northeastern here.
Jay needs to turn on that one, but him and Dev are so close together, he's got to be careful. This one finally will be tapped out. It will be a full reset for Northeastern, but that's a great dunk from Jay and the demo. Does he have the pass? Yes, he does, but the one-man wrecking crew cannot find the final blow as now Dev looks off the backboard. It will bounce high, but it's read by Northeastern. 20 seconds left. Can Dev do anything with no boost? It looks like no, but again, GMU are still finding a way. Jay's got a chance, but it will go middle. Here comes the newcomer once again. Jason off of Jay's demo has a reset. Looks middle, but here comes Northeastern. Can they find anything? 5 seconds left. 2v1. Here comes the bump, but cut by Dev. 1 second left. Will they keep it up? No, we're going to another OT.
Oh my gosh, we are going the distance there. GMU were playing perfect. They got 2 straight demos on their attack with 30 seconds left, but wasn't able to close it out.
First 10 seconds in. If you remember what happened in game number 2, it was game number 1, it was a 50-second win. Northeastern! They called the game. The Huskies barking all the way. Oh my God. Northeastern comes out with a stunner in less time than what it took for game 1. What a set of games from both teams.
Oh my gosh. Ansbro is still screaming. Northeastern is able to get their revenge 2 years in the making and is able to beat GMU, take them down, and almost secure themselves at least a top 3 spot in this group. Like, that in of itself might do it.
It might. But Northeastern has to play Maryland. They have to play Kentucky. They still have to finish out this group stage. So we are nowhere close to the end just yet. But good sportsmanship across the board. We saw fist bumps come out.
Oh, yeah.
I know Jason joked earlier that they forgot to do fist bumps with Kentucky earlier, so I'm glad that got fixed. But once again, welcome back to Boost on the Beach. You came at a really good time. This is Bear. I'm DJ TJ, and we get 2 overtimes. It's the first series of the entire event that has had 2 overtimes, and these best of 3s always provide.
Yeah, I'm really good at writing scripts, it appears. We were both right there on that game 3 for the side of Northeastern. But yeah, that showing was absolutely incredible. I think Jason's going to get a lot of fans from this tournament. I mean, homie is crazy. You said was the face of the program for those 3-minute segment where he just went off. Really good showing there from GMU. I mean, you went as close as you can physically get besides maybe 3 OTs. But yeah, and then really good showing for both. They were just, having fun with it. That's the point of this event. So GMU, I mean, those games do help for the tiebreaker purposes. They do have that going down the line, maybe helping out with some tiebreakers with some of the other teams like Maryland, or if Kentucky's able to make a run. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the big downside for GMU is that you're kind of out of control of your destiny now. I mean, you had the Maryland game, you go to 3, you lose in overtime. You go to Northeastern, you go to 3, you lose in overtime. So I hope that we get to see more matchups with all 3 of those teams, both for the rest of today, which we will at Northeastern or Maryland, but also in playoffs as well. I mean, this could be a dangerous 5, 6, 4 seed. I mean, who knows how it's actually going to work out when it's all said and done. We still have another group to go, but we also will get an interview from Dan, which I'm not sure where he is or if he actually grabbed a player yet. It looks like that we're still waiting on him.
We'll find him at some point. I'm hoping it's going to be with Andrew Bro with how loud he was.
It is exactly.
But yeah, I mean, looking at what happened previously as well, Northeastern did get the win right now, but you are talking about in bracket. Kind of the story of this tournament really has been getting those wins over your demons in pools and then immediately drowning right back to them as soon as it becomes bracket day. So ultimately, we could just see GMU beat the brakes off Northeastern tomorrow in the best-of-5 series. And again, that switch from BO3 to BO5 could really be a difference maker for a lot of these outcomes that we've seen so far.
I mean, we talk about beating the brakes off, but I can't put beat and GMU in a sentence right now. I mean, again, and that's not even an offensive term. Like, last year, they were predicted highly, didn't perform. This year, they weren't predicted too highly, but still should survive their group and hopefully not have to play a Davenport or a Concord in playoffs. But even if they don't, I don't know what's next for this roster. But again, they get the Concord series. Crazier things have happened here at Boost on the Beach. We've seen teams lose crazy games, so who knows what will happen there. As I believe that match is on mainstream. Or maybe they're actually, I mean, they're going away. So maybe they're off, and then maybe they're on side stream. But either way, let's finally take a look at the stats. We haven't got the chance to do that. Let's take a look at the stats here.
Oh my gosh, just seeing the preview, some of them over there. That guy on the top left for GMU, look at those numbers.
I mean, Jason On's got to be your GOAT if you're a fan of George Mason. I mean, of all the new additions that George Mason could add, he looks extremely talented, but they are still learning. There's a lot of curves at an event like this, especially for this to be your first LAN. There's a lot you got to learn, but you look at Northeastern, calm, composed, and Harlequin stepped up when he needed to as well.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the numbers right here, the name of the game that we outlined right from the beginning was most likely who put the most shots on goal was going to win. GMU's name to the game was literally just shooting, and you could see that Northeastern was able to just get more shots on. They were able to score. Oh, looking at Harlequin's photo, I didn't see that earlier. Only got the aura farming glasses on.
I mean, the different change of vibe between him and Jason on is so polarizing. It's weird to see. There's very few rookies who show up to an event like this and perform. The only one I can think of in recent memory was the Buds at Georgia State roster with Dylan, who had never played with the team other than a week prior, comes in, and they actually had a very solid run and made top 8, I believe. So for GMU, their story's not over. Jason's story especially not over. But once again, Northeastern, your winner, and now in a very good spot. So they all are almost ready. I believe once they get a few things figured out, we will be able to throw to Dan. They're still chatting it up.
Yeah, we'll throw them in there. But yeah, I mean, just to wrap up this series that we just witnessed, a tale of two teams that now diverges. Northeastern is now on the path upwards, fighting for that 2 seed, and now GMU really has to put it together to find that first win.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, the story still has yet to unfold. We've got much more content coming to you, so now we are getting, I think we're ready now. So it looks like Dan is ready with Angebro. So without further ado, let's throw it on over to Dan.
Yeah. A tale of two teams that now diverges. Northeastern is now on the path upwards.
And we're live. Excuse me, there was a little bit of a mishap, but we're here. I'm here joined by Angebro, Game 3 OT winner. How you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling amazing, man. I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah.
That was one of the best experiences, honestly.
So we were talking in last year at this LAN, you went 0 for. You went 0 for 6. You didn't win a series. How does it feel finally to get in here and win, especially in a game like that?
Yeah, well, not only did we go 0 for, but we lost 2 Game 3 overtimes last time. So to really get the get back in a Game 3 overtime this time, I just had so much energy after that, man.
So we've been kind of hearing the stories of your team. Obviously, you are one of the more senior members of your team, joined by Harlequin, a freshman. What's that like? Tell me about some of the age differences and how you can use your so-called UNC status to help elevate the team.
Yeah, well, like me and Kyle, Harlequin, we really complement each other a lot because I'm a very non-mechanical player and I play with my brain a lot. And he, not to call him dumb, but he plays really mechanical. He's smart too, but he's the most mechanical player I've ever played with in my life. And so now we have those 2 sides of us, and we really combine to just form one ultimate team. It's crazy.
One ultimate team. So now, right, you're on the board. You're 1-1. What are your hopes moving forward in this tournament?
We wanna get 2nd seed in the group. We want to win out. Concord was a tough loss, but they're gonna fear us in the tournament if we find them. So we want to get 2nd seed, lead up to finals against Concord.
Anything else you want to say for the people at home?
Watch Northeastern win, baby!
Watch out for Northeastern. We'll go to a break. We got more Rocket League when we come back. Do not go anywhere. Boost on the Beach 2025. 2025. We've come out here. We're in the crowd. I am joined by
Jason.
Maddox. Layla.
Now, I have a question for you first, sir. Do you know what Rocket League is?
Not a clue.
Do you drive a vehicle? Do you drive a car?
Yeah.
Are you familiar that it's like soccer, but you're in a car and it's a video game? Do you think you'd be good at it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so maybe our guy here wouldn't be good at it. What about you? Do you have your driver's license?
Nah.
You don't? Do you think that practicing, maybe playing this game would be good practice?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so our next matchup is Kentucky versus Northeastern. Who do you got to win?
Northeastern.
You got Northeastern? Okay, and you, ma'am, over here. Do you have your driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Do you think you'd be good at Rocket League?
No, I've tried and I'm terrible.
You've tried it and you're terrible? If you could ask any question to the Rocket League players, what would you ask?
Does your head hurt from being so close to the screen when you play?
Hey, that's a good question. And, all right, give us your final prediction. Northeastern versus Kentucky. Who do you think's got it?
Definitely Kentucky.
Definitely Kentucky. You heard it from them, folks. Molly and Ben, over to you.
Wow, we got the Kentucky prediction out here.
Yeah.
That is crazy. And honestly, Kentucky, they're going to need it heading into this. Northeastern coming in hot after a Game 3 OT win over George Mason, looking to continue their winning streak throughout the day. Already a great performance from them, especially comparison to the last couple years of Northeastern.
Yeah, Northeastern has really kind of come into their own now, right? They're kind of starting to come alive a little bit. They took a game off of Concord earlier today in their first matchup on side stage, so that's the first time Concord has dropped a map thus far through Boost on the Beach here. And yeah, I like the Kentucky predictions here coming through. I mean, I think it was a split. I think Maddox went Northeastern,
if
I believe. So it was a little bit of split desk there on the interviews there, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens going into this matchup. I do like Northeastern. I do agree that they have kind of come to light and are here to play after a rough last year here at Boost.
And we'll go ahead and take a look at our Group A so far. So we've been moving away through our morning. Only Group A has been playing. This will actually be the last matchup of the day for all of the teams that you see here. The only one, all of them will have one more game. The rest of them will be played tomorrow morning. And then we'll move into Group B for the remainder of the afternoon. Northeastern looking to go out on a high note, where there is Kentucky on the hunt for their very first win. And it's going to be tough. Northeastern, they're looking strong. 0-6 in the previous Boost on the Beach. And right now, 1-1, feeling hype, feeling the energy after game number 1, and you can see why when you look at this roster.
Yeah, I mean, they have really started to show up, right? I mean, they are 1-1 in Group A, trying to solidify themselves for a potential top 2 finish here in Group A. We go through the players here. I mean, everyone showing up. Angelo, Harlequin, and Prost all performing at a very high level here thus far. Angelo, of course, being the oldest member of this team, kind of leading the way, coaching up some of these younger players of how to really kind of come into their own and become their own individual players.
Yeah, the veterans on this team, nothing to scoff at. And a big part of the reason why Northeastern was getting a game off of Concord, Prosk and Angebro in particular, at spectacular performances on the offense. Harlequin is called the mechanical demon of this team. I was talking to the coach a little bit beforehand. It's all pure luck, actually, that they just found him in a ranked game. They found him. They asked about the tag, and they're like, "Hey, Harlequin, do you go to our school?" Yeah, they do. That's how they got this new star player on their team. He's been looking great so far, loving the LAN events, and Northeastern, they certainly want to close out their Saturday on a high note. The question is, how can they get through Kentucky? This team is just a ball of fun.
Yeah, Kentucky is definitely one of those teams that is here to have a blast and come up with some upsets as well. They're sitting 0-3 in the group thus far, but through their interviews and talking to this team, right, we know they like to try to tilt the other team. That's how they try to get ahead of the game. Tilt them out and open up some space for themselves, right? They're very, very excited to be here, and I cannot wait to see them for the first time, I believe, on main stage.
Yes, the first matchup for Kentucky on the big stage. It's been upstairs for the most of it, and a little bit of delays up there, but we've been having a good string for the most part. The most recent match was against Maryland. It was a 2-0 loss for them, but relatively close games. I believe Well, the first one was. Second one was like a 5-1. Not as close, but I know Kentucky, they're here. They're a team that wants to have fun. They want to compete, get this experience against other teams, but of course enjoy themselves while they are at it. And like both these teams actually have been very vocal. We've been joking that Chipmunk is making chipmunk sounds. If you don't know what it sounds like, just turn an ear over in Kentucky's general direction, and I'm sure you're going to figure it out.
Yeah, you'll definitely hear some screams from the mainstays with these two rosters here. I mean, very loud players, very excited players to be on this mainstays at Boost on the Beach on a very nice day. I think the high is what, like 72 degrees. So shorts and a t-shirt is like perfect for today's weather. So yeah, very excited to have them here. Very excited to jump into this matchup whenever they are ready to go. But I mean, what are you thinking about this matchup, right? Let's do some predictions
We're
here.
What
are you going with?
Predictions. I mean, honestly, I think I would do a disservice if I bet against Northeastern at this point. I mean, you're coming off such a hot streak, and I know that their intention for this tournament, they think they're the third place team right now. We've talked about all day. Concord, that's your number one. Davenport up there with Lynn, but a pretty solid second place. Who's below that? We've said 3rd through 8th. Kind of a toss-up. Northeastern thinks that they are that third place team, and from the games they've given us so far, Ben, that's very much a possibility.
Yeah, and the standings in Group A, they are close to kind of beating out Maryland for that second spot, that second seed coming out of Group A. So we'll have to see if they can lock in here, finish day one with a 2-1 record, and go on. And frankly, I agree with you. I think Northeastern is the team that is going to come out and win this one, but we'll have to see. Maybe Kentucky, those tilting tactics, you know, maybe they can get in the heads of Northeastern and come up with an upset here and find their first win at Boost on the Beach as we now go into our fly-through, getting ready to jump into game number 1.
I'm seeing Kentucky right now. They're having some sort of communication or like all pointing at each other. You see that Spider-Man meme? That's kind of what I thought too. They're just like all just pointing at each other over here. It's kind of funny, but I mean, they're getting hyped. They're ready. Might be 0-3 on the day, but that doesn't matter. The vibes are high, and that's what's important. If you're able to mentally reset after each and every game, you can come into it with a fresh standpoint and give your best performance. Getting ready to kick off here. Game number 1 underway. Kentucky versus Northeastern.
Kickoff going Kentucky's way for the time being. Anthro able to find a clear off into the corner, trying to set up Cross with a potential angle to find a cross off of that corner, but intercepted by the Kentucky team, able to keep that one away from their goal. But Harlequin now getting a little aggressive here, trying to find a flip-up pass to a Northeastern teammate, but unable to connect.
So here the Bombas trying to get a reception in the air, but the Cross will take the 50, end up winning it. Ricocheted off Angebro. Now the closest to the ball, wide open net. Harlequin to thread the needle. Northeastern on the board first.
Yeah, I mean, that's just good pass plays coming through from the squad. Harlequin as well with a great read off of that corner, able to readjust, find the first strike here in this best of 3. Northeastern up 1-0 with 32 seconds into the game.
Let's see here. Northeastern off to a strong start. Harlequin and Chipmunk racing for the ball, but Harlequin advantage shit midway through, so Chipmunk man will go ahead and take up the wings on that. Drop back over. Harlequin playing more towards the midfield, redirecting. But no Huskies players in sight. The Wildcats, Kentucky with an opportunity perhaps. Traffic in front of the net is getting a little sketchy. The Bombers try to get a centering play, and all the Wildcats were back on a retreat, leaving Prosk open. Fastball in the air off the backboard. Any more Huskies willing to commit? Not quite this time.
Yeah, I mean, Prosk had an angle. Will be tossing it up to Harlequin. Won't be able to find the angle out of that corner. Now it's Angebro. The pinch opposite side. Prosk already back on that defensive end. Huds getting the disrupt. Angebro now on the ground. Just barely goes wide into the post. The defense of stationary objects goes unmatched.
Judd, you can't miss that. You just can't do that. Wide open, Northeastern find themselves smack in the middle of a goal post. Bit rough, but you still got a goal lead right now. And Kentucky seem to be wanting to get some offense going. Huds, bit of a centered ball there, but Angebro quick to get rid of it. Now it's Bombast having to play more so on the defense. Northeastern, another shot fired off the backboard. Third ball for Prosk. That will go ahead and do it. Huskies got 2.
Prosk again finds an angle, finds the goal. I mean, that's Harlequin as well, up in the air, the backboard pass. Prosk in the air already on that read, knowing where that ball is going to be placed, is able to strike true. 2-0 for the Huskies.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expect from Northeastern coming out the gates, but Kentucky, they'll get the pinch off the kickoff. Huds reads the backboard perfectly, and the Wildcats are on the board.
I mean, we could already see the Kentucky effect kind of coming true, right? They have that kickoff goal, and they're already clapping it up.
Exactly.
They're having fun, and having fun with that goal as well, able to bring it back within one. The kickoff now heavily in favor of Northeastern. Cross trying to take that one, just hovering there for just a moment. Angelo with an angle, takes the shot and finds the goal. 3-1 Huskies.
Yeah, there you go. Kentucky got on the board. Northeastern's like, no, you can't do that. We like a safe 2-goal lead if you don't mind. Angelo threading the needle. Huds, oh, you can see it, the tire of his car so close to making that connection. Building Northeastern, though, edging their way ahead. Now free from insurance from a quick one-shot goal.
Yeah, some bumps happening there on that kickoff. Angelo trying to find an angle yet again, but unable to do so. Northeastern now about halfway through game number 1 finds themselves with a 3-1 lead. Harlequin trying to find a clear, but unable to do so. But the Bombers instead will meet that one halfway down the pitch. Northeastern still steadily in control of this ball, taking shots left and right.
And Kentucky have been relying on the Bombers for the majority of their time as a team. He's the newest player as a senior, but also one of the most mechanically talented. So although we haven't gotten to see a ton of him on the offensive side, still making an appearance here and there. Fortunately, that one will go right over his head, forcing the chipback man to commit. Well, even though if he gets taken out mid-air, it'll be Angelo now from Northeastern. Bit of action in front of the net, but Huds redirects it. That ensures that the Huskies will have to play on their own side and without the likes of Huds to worry about for a couple more seconds.
Yeah, we can see the Bombers trying to find a cross. Huds back up in the air, unable to make contact with that one as Northeastern had a good disrupt and a redirect on that defensive end of the field here. 2 minutes to go. Northeastern still holding on to that 2-goal lead. Let's see if Kentucky can finally get some momentum back in their favor. But right now, it seems the Huskies are in full control of this ball.
Yeah, we've 2 downs as the first half of this game, and they're not taking any of these big jumps, these big risks, and there's not much of a need. If you're a Huskies fan, well, the Harlequin's going to do it anyways, doubles off the backboard, the Bombers, and they play a goal line save. Risky territory for sure, but the Huskies showing that they are no snoozers when it comes to mechanics.
Yeah, Harlequin had an angle there to try to put it in, but like you said, the Bombers with great defense on that goal line, able to find that save and keep themselves alive here in this game. A pinch now coming through across the map, far corner, as we now approach the final minute of game number 1. Kentucky needs to try to find some momentum. Hunt with a shot into the own goal. Credit goes to Angelo, but Kentucky, that's not what you wanted to see.
I see 2 players and the coach all with their hands behind their heads like, what just happened? Ooh, that's a yikes. You know what? It happens to the best of us. You gotta shake it off and move on. I like that they're treating it with a laugh and a smile, but man, that one's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that's a tough one to have in the final minute when you're down 2, because, well, now you're down 3, and that is an unfortunate own goal coming through from Huds and the Chipmunk band kind of in tandem on that one there. Harlequin now trying to take it off the ceiling, flip reset in the back pocket. We'll let that fall to the ground. Cross trying to find an angle, but Angelo on target, and a little bit of a steal on that goal there. Harlequin finishing the job, 5-1 Huskies.
Yeah, Huds was so confident they'd have the control. As soon as that was lost, the commit from Kentucky was well on its way out. Northeastern now with a 4-goal lead. With 30 seconds remaining, though, it looks like the Huskies are going to close out game 1 on top unless the Wildcats pull off some sort of miracle.
Yeah, it's got to be something crazy to come through from Kentucky if they are. Well, that's crazy in itself. I mean, Chipmunk Man off the ceiling brings them within 3, but with 26 seconds to go. I mean, they have to have that back to back to back at this point.
It was really cool. I mean, that ricochet, chilling it right off, and getting the ceiling bounce, too. That's something that's incredibly difficult to defend against oftentimes, because when the ball collides, it's going to shoot straight down. And if you don't have a player in position, that ball is just going to go out and roll into the net there. Still getting a little bit grim, though, for the Wildcats. Northeastern's firmly in control of this series and firmly on this offense. First shot fired, second follow-up will go far from the backboard. Pross getting the chase, but Huds will go ahead and redirect it. With 8 seconds left to go, Northeastern will go ahead and claim game number 1 of our series in the round robin. Kentucky still have to search for their first win.
Yeah, Northeastern looking very much so in control of this series thus far. specifically Harlequin, now starting to come alive on this offensive side, applying so much pressure, but props to the rest of Northeastern as well. Angebro and Prost setting up a lot of these angles, keeping the pressure on, making sure that Kentucky does not have the opportunity to take a breath.
And they really haven't been. When we saw Northeastern play Concord on the side stage, Concord being that top team as of now, they forced them to play not only relying on their mechanics, but as a team. They forced Concord to play as a team because that's what Northeastern does. They used to be this super chaotic, crazy team, but now they've reeled that in. They're not going for these insane demos. You don't have a player assigned to that. You're instead working around the clock as a three-man squad, and so far it's working out in wonders. Not super close in game number 1, and as you said, good analogy. Northeastern in the driver's seat, Kentucky getting dragged behind the bus.
Yeah, at this point, yes, that is exactly what it looks like thus far. Let's see if Kentucky can try to bounce back here and come up with a reverse sweep in this best of 3, but Northeastern has looked in peak form, in control thus far in this series, and trying to advance to tie Maryland in Group A at that 2-1 spot. But we'll have to see if Kentucky can come back here. That does kind of toss a wrench into what Group A might look like at the end of the day, because if we have multiple teams sitting at 1 and 2, that really shakes up where people are really going to land for seeding going into Sunday.
And it's kind of a big win for Kentucky as well, where you kind of got to get yourself on the board, otherwise you may be in position to take that second or last seed within our single elimination bracket, and that's not really where you want to be, considering if you do end up winning that seeding match, you will then face off against Concord in round number 1 of the quarterfinals. So not as fun any team wants to be in here, but Kentucky so far have managed to thwart off Northeastern in the first 30 seconds. They've had some nice plays off the backboard, but I can just see they're a little bit off when it comes to these communication plays. Northeastern is doing a great job taking the initiative and forcing Kentucky on the back foot.
Yeah, we can see some demo opportunities and plays coming through from Kentucky as well. The Chipmunk men launching themselves at that front post. Defender crossed earlier here in this game, but unable to connect. Harlequin as well, finding a demo there onto Huds on that solo carry in the air, just trying to get that outplay mechanic that we know Harlequin can do. Now off the backboard, the redirect into the corner. Chipmunk man with a cross, but Huds unable to connect on the pass.
Kentucky are getting so many centered balls here, you're just not having the player ready to strike it home, and that's kind of the key thing. You have the great setup, you gotta have that last little punch to get you on the board here. Northeastern, though, have been stellar at that mechanic so far. The Bombers, though, receiving in the corner, breaks the ankles of one, but can't do the same to Prosk. Be playing a bit deeper off the backboard. Prosk definitely thought about turning around there for a quick second, but Chipmunk man made sure that wasn't possible.
Angelo with another attack onto the goal, but unable to strike through. Huds now trying to beat Angelo to the ball, but unable to do so. The Bombers now trying to get it out of the corner. A cross coming through from Angelo, and Harlequin with the follow-up. First goal goes to Northeastern in game number 2.
Yeah, Northeastern get with the trend of being in control, and that is a classic 1-2 pass. You set someone up in the corner, make sure Harlequin is in a place to follow up, and there you go. Northeastern got themselves their first goal. Kentucky were able to respond to one of them previously, and it was a kickoff. Won't be this time, though.
Chipmunk man trying to send it down the pitch into the corner. Goes the ball. Huds on the chase. The Bombers as well trying to find a cross, but good defense yet again coming through from Northeastern. A little bit of a whip there from Huds. It's now a foot race to the ball, but back in time is Kentucky to find the clear back in their favor. The demo coming through as well. Let's see if they can do anything with that. Huds with an angle, but not enough momentum to get that speed that they were looking for.
Well, if there's one thing Prosk has, it certainly was momentum. Managed to carry the ball all by himself to the Kentucky's half of the field. But how can you maintain it? Harlequin going up and unfortunately hits the front fender instead of the bottom of his car. So Kentucky can easily redirect it, goes over the head of Prosk. And that'll be Chipmunk man responding for Kentucky and tying us up.
There's a slight bump here as well. Chipmunk man has this, and then Huds comes across, hits Prosk just barely, like a pixel out of the way to make sure that they cannot find that save. Kentucky now ties it up at 1 halfway through game number 2.
Now looking much better for Kentucky in this game number 2, but you guys still got to say Northeastern have had the majority of the possession, the majority of the control. If it's a time to change it, it would be now. Prusk, though, stealing HUD's opportunity at a shot, and they managed to get this full grasp on possession. Kentucky had some big passing plays, but also some wide open nets. Angebro, Northeastern, back in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a 50-50 win for Northeastern there. Angebro just barely getting to the ball before the Chipmunk man is able to get up in the air with their car. Northeastern strike back quickly and retake that 1-goal lead 2-1 in game number 2.
Yeah, Northeastern back in the lead, back in control. But what can Kentucky cook up? They had a nice little team play last time this happened. Perhaps a pinch off the ceiling. Not the angle we're quite searching for. HUD's instead, though, racing against Harlequin against time, but it tipped off the car of his own teammate. Oh, I definitely know you're kicking Prosk for that one.
Yeah, that's tough. That's not what you want to see when both players have a breakaway, a save from your own player on your own shot. That's not exactly what you want to have happen, but nonetheless, it does. Harlequin now in the corner trying to carry this one off the backboard. The follow-up from Prosk. Good defense coming through from Kentucky.
And the bomb, this is just barely a hair of his car connect with the ball there. So denied Northeastern that time, but all the goals they have scored, the ones with the net, looks rather empty. No Kentucky players are home. Those they are for the time being, though. With just a minute remaining, it's still anyone's game, given our scoreline. Rocket League can switch in just a moment, and you have to argue here. If Kentucky can get themselves a goal soon, we very well may see an overtime.
Prosk getting demoed there as well, but Angebro doing a great job at keeping the ball in Kentucky's half of the pitch, making sure that that demo does not come back to bite them, knowing that they have the momentum in their favor. The bomb is now trying to find some kind of cross, but an open net and an on-goal clear means Northeastern find themselves 3-1 up.
And that may just be enough to do it, dude. You're asking a lot of Kentucky to get 2 in 30 seconds, and it's great. Like, they have these great bursts of attack, having everyone in position, but you overcommit. You can't rotate back to your own net fast enough. So Northeastern just go ahead and walk that ball right home with that extra insurance goal. Looking clean to close out the series.
Yeah, HUD's now trying to get active, trying to get some kind of approach. Takes the shot, but back on defense already is Angebro. HUD's now Chipmunk man as well. All members of Kentucky trying to find the goal in the last 10 seconds here of game number 2, but it does not look like it will come true. Northeastern now advanced to 2-1 in the group, tying Maryland for that second seed.
And you know Northeastern certainly going to be happy with this win. Even if they weren't all too concerned about playing Kentucky in this round-robin match, it still means that you have that under your belt. Your seeding is going to continue to improve, and when you go ahead and play your last round-robin match tomorrow, you're going to feel pretty dang good. And we got to see them get up, get the fist bumps in, respect the teammates, respect the players. And I think it's kind of the great thing about this tournament, too. A lot of these players very familiar with each other. They've played in other collegiate tournaments around the country, and seriously, they really do enjoy being in this environment and seeing each other in person.
And it's fun watching the Kentucky team as well, right?
Yeah.
Even though they go down to that 0-3 record, they're having smiles on their face. They're laughing along the way, having fun, excited to be here. And let's see if they can make any magic happen here in day number 2. I mean, we saw GMU, I believe, last year went 1-5, made it to groups, but then unfortunately had a reverse sweep not go their direction. Syracuse was the one able to bring that one up. But day 1 does not always mean it's doomed for the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely not. You still have at least one group game on Sunday that you'll go ahead and play then. So we'll see Kentucky back here bright and early tomorrow morning, and then we'll play out the rest of our bracket. So it's really anybody's game. It's just a question of how hard is your path to get there going to be. Is that journey going to be longer, or can you get a higher seed? Can you avoid playing in a first-round knockout and just get within those top spots? That's the question that Kentucky are going to look to answer as they look towards their last match tomorrow. But that actually goes ahead and wraps up Group A for the time being. We're going to have 6 more teams coming on in just a little bit to get our Group B kicked off, the rest of our teams.
And Group B is another studded group as well. I mean, we have UTD, we have South Carolina, Davenport, Concord as well in Group B. A lot of very prominent schools in this Rocket League. Wichita as well in Group B. It's going to be a very exciting group to watch. Can't wait to get that one underway. But in terms of Group A, Northeastern, Maryland, Concord looking like they're going to top it.
Yeah, as of now, it's looking like Northeastern's game. Concord, they're there. You beat Northeastern, so don't have to worry about it. You did end up dropping that game, although I don't believe, unless they lost this match they just played against GMU, they should be locked in to that top spot, if I'm not mistaken, unless they go ahead. I think they have one more game. So they could lose that, and then we can have some shenanigans going on within our seeding. I don't envy whichever person has to go through and do all these tiebreaker things, but Concord, if they continue how they were playing today, we'll likely see them at the top of Group 1 tomorrow, and we'll have to see where the rest of things start to shake out afterwards.
Yeah, I'm excited to go into tomorrow as well. I mean, today we're only halfway through. Mind you, we do have that Group B later on. Very excited for that to get kicked up underway, which I believe we have some stats here ready to go.
We do.
In the Northeastern Kentucky series. We'll have those numbers ready for you guys in just a moment. But yeah, Northeastern, a clean 2-0, looking very, very good moving into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, we get to see the continued improvement of this team. And honestly, going into this event, I think that a lot of people rated them a little lower. Like, oh, we're not too worried about what Northeastern can do. And I can see the confidence. And talking to their manager, talking to the players, they're like, okay, we can be the third place team. We can crack this top 3. We're underestimated, and we don't deserve to be rid off. These are kind of things are going to go ahead and continue that narrative. They're going to show other teams that we are someone you need to be taking seriously going forwards, and I think that mission was certainly accomplished today.
Yeah, and we saw, I think it was Andrebro with 3 and Harlequin with 4 goals on the side of Northeastern, looking very strong thus far. Harlequin finally starting to show up a little bit. We know that they're very mechanically talented, and we're finally able to see it here against Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the continued journey of our Group A teams, but we're going to have to go ahead and look ahead because we're only halfway through our entire day. Of course, along with Group B, we got some other Super Smash Brothers going on, and of course, we have our winners interview. Let's go ahead, send it over to Dan and Prosk.
We are here joined by a sleeper. Boost on the beach. We got someone who's asleep. Is that a commentary on that last match?
No, of course not. No, it was a good series. They definitely put it on us in the second game. We had to focus up and lock in. But what
do we know? What do we know?
I'm not saying anything.
He's not saying anything. Maybe. No, that's a smart. We were told by Andrew by this was the most media-trained member of the team. Do you think that's true?
Of course. Every time they get me on the mic, it's focused, electric, and talented. So
I was talking to your teammate earlier, Andrew, and he said that he is a very brain player. He doesn't have a lot of tech skill. And then he was talking that Harlequin, he's tech. He's a tech player, young kid. You were not mentioned. Where do you think you fall into that? Because he was talking about their epic duo synergy. What about my man Prosk?
Well, first of all, I think Ange is selling himself short. I think he does have a lot of mechanics that go unnoticed. In terms of me, my job is just to enable them to do what they got to do. I demo, I boost steal, I cut in the mid so that my teammates have the space they need to succeed.
And do you think that works? Do you think that's a recipe for success going into tomorrow, the knockout stage?
I think it is, especially if I think we handle our nerves a lot better in the second series on main stage. It was Harlequin's first time playing on main stage. Yeah, I think we handle that a lot better if we start playing collected like we know we can. If we hold that pressure, hold the boost control, demo the last player, I think going into tomorrow, I'm super confident.
So, I mean, last year you did go 0 for 6. So far, 2 for 1. What do you expect out of tomorrow?
I'm hoping more of the same tomorrow. I mean, our one loss is against top, being overly
media trained
negative about it. They top at least 4, they could be higher. That's a really good team, and we took a game off of them. I think we can win the last game in our group and get second seed, so I think we get a bye next round. And I think we're gunning for at least top 3. I think we can do it. I believe.
A strong word of confidence from Prost. Thank you for joining me. We are going to throw to a quick break. We will be right back. Boost on the beach.
75 degrees and sunny out here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And what are we doing? We're inside playing video games, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Clayton, and I'm joined by my lovely brother, Kevin, because we are here at Boost on the Beach, live from the Hangout. And we've got a little bit of a change of pace here because we've been watching a ton of Rocket League so far. And what better way to break it up a little bit than with some Smash Bros?
Yeah, Chris, I love competition in every form. It doesn't matter if it's traditional sports or esports. But if I have to pick my favorite, I love talking about Smash Bros. So getting the opportunity to talk about some local talent here, high school Smash Brothers players, is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, this is an awesome little show match opportunity we've had here at Boost on the Beach. For those of you who've been able to follow in the previous couple years of Boost on the Beach, Smash has always been a component to this event. While it is primarily Rocket League, that's what most of you have been watching throughout this whole time. We decided to amp it up this year because we could. So we brought in some local talent, some younger talent to showcase what they're able to do, and it's been a lot of fun to watch so far.
Oh yeah, and when we say local talent, I mean we're talking about people who have had amazing performances, not just this year, but in years prior. A couple of familiar faces have made their way back to try and compete in this tournament, ending up in 5th place twice. I mean, like, they are phenomenal players in a bracket in a state filled with really good players.
Absolutely, yeah. And we have some awesome Smash competition going on tomorrow as well. So if you're watching from home, be sure to drop us a follow wherever you're watching so you'll know when we go live tomorrow with more Smash, if that's what you're looking out for. But we've got plenty more Rocket League coming on after this as well. So if that's what you're here for, you're not missing out. But with that said, we had 4 teams come out, and we are now watching the Academy of Arts, Science, and Technology take on Carolina Forest High School in what will be grand finals of this awesome little high school showcase. And we'll be getting into it soon, but this is it. This is the title, Kevin.
Yeah, this is where it all comes down to the final matchmaking plays. If you've got hard reads on your opponents, this is where you need to find those opportunities. But it is so difficult because it was a relatively small bracket where you didn't get too many opportunities to see what your opponents were playing, and yet even so, we could see the adaptations already. From Pokemon trainers to Pyramithras to Jokers to Pikachus, we saw a little bit of everyone, Chris, and we are getting into game right here, right away. Pokemon trainer versus the Pyramithra, and it is already falling into this Pokemon trainer's hands.
Yeah, for those of you keeping track at home, we've got an interesting little format here, as both teams will be playing head-to-head matchups from individual players. What does that mean? Both of these schools send in their first player. We've got Living Candle against Hardcore. These 2 players will play a best of 3 against each other. That will give each team, or the winning team, a point. We play a best of 5 based off team points, and we'll take it from there. So we'll keep you updated as we go, but we are in game. Like you said, Kev, Hardcore taking on Living Candle, and Hardcore striking first.
Yeah, that up special has incredible knockback every single time we see it, but I'm also loving what I'm seeing so far from this Pyramithra player, who has been great at getting this combo game online. They're going for these couple of stray hits, using the neutral special to call out air dodges. It's beautiful and the right kind of play in this sort of situation. Ivysaur is a bit heavier, a little bit difficult to get out of the way, so you need to take full advantage of that as we continue on in this match with this Pyramithra looking real good right now.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that, so both of these teams have played 1 series so far. Wow. Crazy call out. Left me speechless there for a second. Hardcore up 2 stocks. But like I was saying, both of these teams have played 1 series, and it was not against each other. So in that previous series, AAST went 3-1. Carolina Forest went all the way to Game 5.
No way that
So
connects.
wow, both of these teams have been through it so far. Living Candle goes down, and what a start here for Carolina Forest.
Yeah, a couple of situations there where the Pokemon trainer could not find the ledge. Hardcore taking full advantage of that and able to get these initial hits, comboing it to crazy percentages, finding those last hits for the stocks. I mean, we're talking about a 3 stock here to start things off, Chris. That's a commanding performance.
Right, momentum matters. This is a one-on-one fighting game, and we talk about this all the time, right, in all different types of esports. Esports in the Rocket League you guys have been watching so far, sometimes you can blame your teammates if things are going bad. But in a fighting game, there's no one you can blame but yourself, right? It's a very isolating game, and when you come out swinging that hard, that's momentum, and momentum matters in games like this. So Carolina Forest off to a very strong start. I started to say toward the end of that neither of these teams got a 3-0 in round 1. Carolina Forest went all the way to Game 5 and won by 3-2, and AAST went to Game 4, winning 3-1. So the one game that was dropped by AAST was Living Candle. So clearly AAST has some strong reserves, but something to keep an eye out for is that Carolina Forest is up early against a very strong team.
Yeah, and not only that, I think we just saw a bit of a fluky interaction in most of that matchup. There was multiple times where this Pokemon trainer was stuck on that one Pokemon. The nice thing about PT is that you can swap between these characters. You can find opportunities to get back onto your combo starters, your hard hitters, whatever you need in the situation. But because this Pyramithra was doing such a great job of just keeping that momentum up, they couldn't find an opportunity to swap. So as we move on to Game 2, I'm going to keep an eye on this Pokemon trainer, immediately looking at that Ivysaur, but a great parry from Hardcore.
Yeah, interesting stuff here out of Living Candle, starting with Ivysaur so early, but all the way up to 83%. This character is so versatile, right? You can be light, you can be heavy, you can be right smack in the middle in the form of this Ivysaur, but covers a lot of ground. But Living Candle so far struggling to show that off as they do lose their first stock of this Game 2 here. Hardcore starting to run away with it.
Yeah, Pyramithra is the kind of character where you sit as Mithra for a majority of the match because you have great combo game, but your recovery is not so great. We see Pokemon Trainer Living Candle able to find the stock and even things out, but a Rollin will be caught as we do see the percentage once again starting to build up. Staying on this Charizard, trying to get good damage going instead of opting for the Squirtle. Look at this, getting a little bit of combo game going, but the up special goes a little bit past the ledge. Getting hit by the Pyramithra forward smash. Hardcore doing a great job of running away with that advantage.
Yeah, signs of life out of Living Candle, but quickly put out by Hardcore as they do not let that hope stand for very long. Now running away, Living Candle with one stock remaining, and if they lose this, that will just be a series point in favor of Carolina Forest, and just like that, a quick one for Hardcore, putting Carolina Forest up 1-0 in the series.
I mean, that's an air dodge situation right there, Chris. That is a ultimate staple. You got to be very careful with your air dodges because it leaves you in this delayed state. You have a ton of end lag at the end of the move, and you can't do anything out of it. Obviously, you're getting all these combos hit on you, but if your opponent catches that you have an air dodge habit, they will stop the combo early, catch you going, trying to dodge away, instead throwing out a smash attack and just securing the round. Beautiful stuff all around.
Yeah, Hardcore really showing the fighting game mentality and looking great along the way, right? Finding patterns and adapting to your opponent. It certainly looked like Hardcore got settled in quickly as well. That matters too. You don't have very long. These individual matchups, these individual head-to-heads are only best of threes. So you've only got 3 games to figure it out, and that assumes you win one along the way. So not much room for error, and Hardcore making himself known so far.
Yeah, and he was definitely still off of the win that he got earlier, going straight from the competition side of things and immediately running down to main stage. Definitely had a little bit of that momentum going into this game, and it was great stuff. But you brought up a good point earlier. The series against Academy of Arts and Science and Technology, like, it's a incredible team, which means that there are 2 players left who could really shake things up.
They absolutely can. And you and I both have our eyes on one player here, I think, more than the others. And, well, I should take a moment to shout out. AAST has contributed 2 of their players to previous Boost on the Beach competitions here in Smash Bros. And both of the players last year tied for 5th place. So these are strong Smash Bros. Competitors already, making their return here in the high school showcase. But one of them in particular, Acely Star, on this Pikachu is very, very intimidating. And it looks like we won't quite get to see him yet. It looks like he's going to be player number 3 for them, but that's someone to keep an eye out for. If we're talking about strong reserves, AAST's in a great spot with that guy sitting back behind.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have seen in previous years truly the closest thing to pro-level competition at the high school level that I have ever seen in that space. I mean, it is crazy the level of just precision that these players work with. So I'm expecting to see a little bit more of that. But as we go into game here, we got a Terry player and a Falco this time around. Two combo heavy characters that could really start boxing with each other throughout this match.
All right, for those of you at home who may be a little bit familiar with me and Kevin, we cast a lot of Smash Bros. In collegiate at Shenandoah University. We're pretty used to seeing a Terry on our screen, and it can be very, very scary. So, Scary Terry making an appearance. Botto trying to continue this lead against a very, very strong AAST team, but Metal Man trying to put out the momentum that Carolina Force has got going for him. But Go Meter online for Botto.
Yeah, we're seeing Metal Man immediately going for that spike and getting a little bit of excited, going for a little bit of a flex there at the end, getting that spike, feeling good. But you are dealing with Terry Bogard. This character can reverse sweep stock so quickly, so you gotta be careful. We see Falco able to get back onto the stage. Terry going for the rising tackle up high, but won't get too much more. As Falco, Metal Man is just doing a great job of controlling that space, tries to go off stage, but Bodho tries to even things out, keep that momentum in his pocket. And again, if he hits 100, that Go Meter is online, and I've already seen the setups he's been going for. It is dangerous for this player to get Go Meter as a forward smash connects to secure the stock.
Yeah, Metal Man trying to not let him get to that 100% mark. He's just trying to find a kill right now, but I mean, so close. 97.6, and he's been there for a while, but that's still, you might not have the Go Meter, but it's still good news for Botto, because what does that mean? It means he's finding success elsewhere. Now the Go Meter is online. 2 extra moves in this moveset, and that's very, very dangerous if you're Metal Man, as he does find the down tilt, but can't quite confirm it. Botto able to survive that up smash, and Metal Man takes control of the stage once more. He does get caught in the forward air, and Botto down to his last stock now as Metal Man tries to claw back in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Botto, but it's just not enough this time around. We saw the recovery getting caught out by Metal Man. Metal Man's doing a great job of really trying to control the space on the stage, and it's working out so well. We will see Botto trying to get a little bit more advantage, potentially looking for that burn knuckle. Goes for the nair, get Falco off stage, going for the spike. It won't connect this time around, but Falco understanding that Botto is looking for it all and is willing to play the patient game. Metal Man is doing a great job of sort of dancing around what this Terry has going, so you need to play around that. You have to respect these options for now until you can find that final hit. Maybe find a habit of sorts. We see a roll in there. That could be enough to try and close out this stock, as we see the stocks even out 1-1.
Yeah, the game has slowed down drastically, but you got to think that Metal Man now, after losing that stock, might try to play a little bit more aggressive, right? Certainly trying to hold on to that as long as possible, but now that it's gone, he's got nothing to lose, really. So Metal Man trying to make a statement with an aggressive forward smash. Botto trying to return the favor, but neither forward smash connects. So we get right back to neutral. Botto just trying to look for much of anything right now, but so far the combo game has really favored Metal Man, as now he does have Terry up over 100%, Kev.
Yeah, this is definitely a dangerous spot to be, as we see the down smash able to connect. We do see Metal Man going for a little bit more, able to get the up air connects, and does catch the landing with an up smash. Metal Man taking a lead in the series 1-0, trying to even out the entire set overall.
Yeah, if these fighting game characters have a weakness, it's being in the air, right? That's pretty predictable, and a great game plan out of Metal Man to keep Terry in the air, catching the landing with the up smash. So AAST with a response. Their first game taken so far in this series. So can they continue it? I mean, we saw a lot of signs of life out of Botto there.
Oh yeah, Botto definitely had the right idea, because the percentage was building up. He was finding the stray hits he needed to really get that game plan going, but it was a lot of the recovery situations. It was the power dunks, the burn knuckles off stage, trying to get back and get to that ledge that Falco was doing a great job of just really controlling that space. A sign of a good player is their comfortability going off stage. You gotta be willing to commit and go off there. It's scary. You could get reversaled. You could suddenly be sent flying off the stage. You lose your double jump. You lose your up special. Everything goes out the window. And what do? You just have to say, all right, I won't do it again the next time around.
Fair enough. Yeah, and something worth mentioning as well. I believe in the earlier set that Carolina Forest played, Botto played a Toon Link game as well. And you are able, very different characters. It caught me off guard when we were loading in the game and I saw Terry. So it's worth mentioning that you can switch characters at this point, and we might see a character swap. I don't know if Toon Link would fare much better in Falco with the reflector, with the projectile-focused game that Toon Link has, and especially offline, something to keep in mind, but the Toon Link is in reserves.
Yeah, a very big part of Smash Brothers is your ability to control the pace of the game. Someone is playing someone else's game plan the moment you load into that game. And I think Terry can control the pace of that match a little bit more than, say, Toon Link can. Toon Link would be the one playing a little bit reactive. Instead, another mix-up, Chris. We got the boy. We got the little pink puffball. It's Kirby.
Wow, yeah, okay. So, an interesting surprise from the players, from our production team, as they catch us off guard up here on stage. Botto making an aggressive decision, saying, we don't need the Toon Link, we don't need the Terry, give me a Kirby, and we'll see if it pays off. But so far, combo game once again, very much favoring Metal Man, finding a lot of his way in, goes for a down air spike, can't quite find it. Kirby does have great off-stage interactions, and he does find the spike off the re-grab. Kirby can't go down and find the down air yet, so both players able to make their way back on stage after what was almost catastrophic for both players.
Yeah, we do see Botho able to get back onto the stage, sitting at 103, trying to get a couple of forward airs onto this Falco. Metal Man doing a good job of dancing around Kirby, but that up smash may have a pretty good hitbox, but against Kirby, who's a little smaller, there's a bit of a problem. It might not connect how Metal Man wants it to this time around. So Metal Man going off stage, trying to close it out, but it doesn't work out this time. Instead, goes for the back air on stage, catching Botho dropping shield just a little early, means that we will see Metal Man take the lead to start things off.
Yeah, we are already seeing, I think, the character swap pay off. Botto looks way more comfortable in these offstage interactions because he's able to drift around and jump so much. Look at this. He's going to sit out there as long as he needs to, and Metal Man, ready for it that time, doesn't commit too much. Smart, patience, signs of a strong Smash Bros. Player, because a lot of people would try to go out and find it all there, but Metal Man not falling for it, still has not lost his stock yet. Now as the percentages even out.
Yeah, we do see Metal Man doing a good job of playing it slow, playing it patient. You don't need to overcommit, especially when you have a lead. Keep an eye on the clock. There's 5 minutes. A game usually doesn't go to time, but if it does and Metal Man has that stock lead, has the percentage lead even, it will fall into Metal Man's hands. So he is allowed to play extremely patient this time around and have Botho be the one to approach.
Yeah, now we find ourselves back off stage once again. Botto able to claw back, find stage control once more. But, I mean, look at these percentages. These are not, wow, characters that thrive at high percentages, but Botto just able to find a straight-up back air, finish the job, no combo needed, and now the combo game is back online for this Kirby.
Yeah, we do see Kirby sent off stage one more time, trying to get back, is able to find the up special to get back to ledge, goes for a couple of straight hits, but this time around the up smash connects because Kirby was looking for that forward air. Botho does go down another stock, but has been trying to find the combo game. We do see a couple of good hits, but Metal Man able to air dodge out of it. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far, Chris, because Metal Man is doing a great job of dancing around it, but Botho is trying to take the aggressive approach, is trying to find these couple of stray hits and potentially look for that back air to close it out, but it's not a high enough percent yet. If Botho wants to close this out, we're looking closer to like 90, 100%. Instead, Metal Man is going for it all, and Kirby goes for the neutral B and is able to send Metal Man falling into the bottom blast zone with a quick inhale.
Wow, I didn't know what to expect there because Botto doesn't have a stock to give. If he was up a stock, he might have been able to take Metal Man all the way down, but so far he is able to steal a stock off of Metal Man, and now we have even stock counts, but Botto up to 100%, zero room for error by now, and we saw the launch almost reach the blast zone, but not quite. So neutral air won't finish the job. Botto still clinging to life, does catch Laser out of recovery options, but he does make it back. So the game slows down once again. Metal Man clearly not afraid to play patient. We've still got 3 minutes, so I'm certain the game won't go the distance. And sure enough, a back air off the jump catches Bado waiting, and Metal Man strikes back and ties the series up.
And that's what you need. You need this sort of momentum-based game plan where you can really just snowball it. That Falco play was beautiful because you were able to just control the pace of that match the entire time. I love Kirby. Don't get me wrong. I love that puffball. But in this situation, it didn't work out how Bado wanted it to. Kirby is the kind of character that can sit in the air, maybe stall out a little bit, maybe bait out an up smash or two, but it didn't work out this time around because Bado felt the need to be the aggressor, lost a little bit of percentage early, and then needed to be the one to approach, and that just didn't work out in the long run.
Yeah, now I hate to be the bearer of bad news, specifically for Carolina Forest High School, but the way this is structured is that your first 3 players need to be unique. So AAST has one unique player left, and it is the Pikachu that we mentioned earlier. And on the other side, Carolina Forest has one player that we saw in their previous series, and it was a Bowser.
Oh,
now,
no.
Need I say more? For those of you here in the Hangout, we're in a live restaurant. For those of you who maybe play Smash Bros., some of you may like heavy characters, and if you do, you probably don't like getting comboed, because it's really easy to combo heavy characters, and what does Pikachu do? He combos heavy characters, like a lot. So AAST looking to probably make a statement here, as that's the matchup I'm expecting.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about cutscenes here, Chris. This Pikachu will be able to string things across the board, but Made in Heaven decides to try and mix things up, knowing that this Pikachu was the last spot, instead switches to the Joker, and this Joker had an amazing performance during warm-ups, Chris. We could be seeing a crazy matchup to start things off, but Pikachu still finding the combo game to start things off, getting this Joker to 85, but Arsene is online. It could be evened out as the spike connects below the platform. Great stuff.
Yeah, scared me there, as it looked like Made in Heaven might have just stolen a stock, but not quite yet. Aisley Star able to react. Pikachu with an incredible recovery. Oh, looks like we may have had a controller disconnect. The players should get back into it, but nothing crazy yet. Pikachu with, like I was saying, an incredible recovery. So, all right, it looks like we're going to get a bit of a competitive ruling here. Not sure what happened with the controllers, but it looks like one of them disconnected. So we'll let you know what we hear about it. But so far, so good out of Made in Heaven.
Yeah, very strong start so far, and that is something you got to keep in mind. When dealing with Pikachu, it's a light character. They should go flying at early percentages, but they're small. They could duck under hitboxes that they probably shouldn't, and it's crazy if you can really master that ability to utilize Pikachu's size. You can really run away with the game using the Thunder Jolts as a projectile as an approach. If I shield it, Pikachu can run alongside it and then grab, or maybe I try to jump over it. Pikachu has a great up air. But on the other side of that coin, if I'm losing a ton of percent pretty early on, and you're playing Joker, you got Arsene. That ability, the ability to just suddenly amplify your damage astronomically, is such a powerful tool. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out. As we get back into game, it looks like the ruling is that you lose a stock, Chris, if the controller disconnects mid-match. So Pikachu, Ace of Stars, is down 1 stock for now, but Made in Heaven is at 125. No Arsene just yet, and that means we could see a potential lead continuing things on.
Yeah, so maybe not the opportunity we expected, but an opportunity nonetheless for Made in Heaven to try to create space here. A 1 stock lead where it was looking like he might not have much. So keep an eye on the Arsene meter as well. 150%. This Joker won't live much longer, but now with the Arsene out, you'd like to see him try to capitalize. 100% already on this Pikachu. And man, the Arsene aerials hit so much harder, able to take a stock at about 100% from mid-stage.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Arsene usually averages 1 appearance every stock. To have it come out twice, to hold on to your stock as long as possible and get all that value means that Made in Heaven is going to have a great advantage continuing this series. But here comes Pikachu doing throwing a bit of thunder loops, not getting too much this time around, but Joker, Made in Heaven, trying to hold on to that up smash, and Ace of Stars calling it out, landing right on top, and trying to get as much value as possible, but both sides trading blow for blow. Percentages still relatively even as Arsene is online, Chris.
Surprise all across your screen. Arsene is back. This is main character energy out of the Persona 5 protagonist, as now he is able to find his super scary demon, and that damage gets amplified. Trying to find one of those Aegons, that damage really starts to rack up. But talk about the value of playing Joker over this Bowser. We've already seen Joker fall out of these Pikachu combos once or twice, and to steal the last stock and now find Pikachu up to 100% on Ace of Stars last stock. I mean, this is a massive surprise for me based off what we were expecting pregame with the Bowser.
Yeah, we do see Ace of Stars taking the aggressive approach, trying to go off stage and get the secure on the stock. That's what you have to do in situations like this. You can try and play the passive game if you know what your opponent's going to do, but if you don't have a hard enough read, it makes sense to just try and be aggressive. Try to go for it all, because otherwise you are in a severe deficit and you need that last hit to close things out. Holding down on the Rebels guard all the way means that the down air into the up air will secure this game for Made in Heaven.
Yeah, wow. I mean, surprise, surprise. Maybe we're not surprised. A massive moment from this Joker player to take a game off Ace of Stars, the player who we certainly had an eye on this whole time as being one of the strongest players here. Oh man, Carolina Forest is absolutely here to play. This may just be a show match, but these players are extremely talented.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. We're talking about players who have already got their combo games down, who already find great advantages in the neutral game where both players are sitting on the opposite side of the stage. They try to find their ways to approach. That is high-level stuff. To see that at a high school level, these players are young, and yet they're gifted, they're talented. I love it, Chris.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun so far, and we've got a tie series. I mean, this is close. So far, through two players, tie series. Now, Carolina Forest with an opportunity to really put AAST on their heels. Because if Ace of Stars drops the set, I'm sure that's not at all in the game plan. And while we look forward to player 4 and 5, Ace of Stars could theoretically only make one more appearance. So this game matters a lot for Made in Heaven.
Yeah, as we do see, we are on Kalos, going for a little bit of a flatter stage this time around. We will see Pikachu trying to use the up special to try and get a little bit of value, trying to get Joker, Made in Heaven, to really get their game plan online, keeping them away. But look at how Ace of Stars is dealing with Arsene this time around. You can run away when Arsene is online. You can try to stall it out, but if you hit Joker, that bar goes down faster. So Ace of Stars is taking the aggressive approach, trying to keep the pressure on Made in Heaven this time around. And it's working out until you have situations like that. One stray hit is starting to even out the percent, but it does work out pretty well as now Arsene is gone.
Yep, the big scary Persona monster is off our screen, and Made in Heaven, oh man, with a bit of a scary recovery. Air dodges toward the ledge, but can't quite get it. Does make his way back. Both of these characters with very strong recoveries. But you're right, Arsene is now basically off the table for what we assume to be the rest of this stock for Made in Heaven. It's going to be a lot harder to finish Ace of Stars off a straight-up dash attack. Just taking stock 1 off of Made in Heaven now as he looks to respond with a slightly charged Arsene meter.
Yeah, we did see a very great option there because Kalos is such a high ceiling. You wouldn't expect it to take the stock off the top, but that sweet spot dash attack is such a great option. And look at the Thunder Jolts. It was Ace of Stars who got the counter pick this time around, and using those Thunder Jolts to sort of cover your get up on ledge, that is crazy value, and it's working out so well. Ace of Stars lost, I believe, 2 stocks last game off of off-stage interactions. Now you have safe recovery unless you're trying to go high, in which case we saw Made in Heaven trying to potentially catch a high recovery, but it didn't work out this time around.
Yeah, Ace of Stars doing a great job holding on to these stocks as well. We're a couple minutes into this. A great jab reset there, trying to steal another one off Made in Heaven, but Ace of Stars only now going down for the first time here in Game 2. So even stock count, but a significant percentage disparity as Made in Heaven now needs to look to find one heck of a comeback, but we might still see an Arsene left in this stock.
And that is such a dangerous factor. You need to take advantage of it. We see the dash attack, which means that Arsene is online, going for the counter off stage. Will not get anything this time around. A call out on the jump with the forward air will deal a great amount of percent, but it won't be enough to close it out this time around. Made in Heaven going for the down airs, potentially get a combo game online, but the Nair drag down into the up smash will be enough to get a stock, and we are back again, Chris. One stock, oh no, apology. One stock to two stocks this time around. Ace of Stars is doing a great job of holding on to this momentum.
Yeah, basically a full stock difference between these two players is we're trying to see Made in Heaven get these Rebels guards. He's trying to get as many Arsens as he can to make this comeback because he still does have two whole Pikachu stocks to work through. Maybe finds a spike, but no, it's Made in Heaven getting sent down to the Blast Zone, still able to make it back with a very strong Arsen recovery, but each little hit matters so much more now. If you've only got 1%, the jab reset, oh man, does catch the roll, but the timing was just off. The forward smash out of Pikachu can't quite finish the job, and Made in Heaven still lives to see another day. A charged up smash, can't find it yet. A forward smash out of Made in Heaven connects. This is back and forth.
Man, Ace of Stars is really trying to close out this series. Does go for the grab on the Rebels guard, trying to make sure that whatever happens, we are not getting another Arsene, but another factor, Chris. Rage. Joker is at 140%. The knockback is already amplified. It does secure another stock, but it won't be enough this time around. Made in Heaven is able to secure a win this time around, 1-1 for this point.
Yeah, so Ace of Stars forcing this to go the distance, and man, I mean, this is extremely evenly matched, and I can't say I saw that coming, but Ace of Stars really returning to form, right, showing why he was able to finish 5th place last year at Boost on the Beach. This Pikachu looks very, very good.
Oh yeah, and this player is so good at adapting on the fly. We saw how valuable that Thunder Jolt was getting back onto the stage and reading the situations, whether it connected or not, onto this Joker. It added so much value. You were able to control the pace so much better this time around. So now going into game 3, this does mean that Made in Heaven is going to be able to choose the stage. We'll have to see. Are we going close quarters? We are. Smashville is picked this time around, which means that this player wants as much value as possible.
Yep, and so far not getting it, though, as a couple back airs make that 3 or 4 out of Ace of Stars, and no recovery left for Made in Heaven. A cheeky stock for Ace of Stars, as now he's got a massive opportunity to run away with the rest of the game. Made in Heaven in a hole that he's going to have to dig out of, and fast.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a 0 to death here, Chris. It was great stuff. We do see the up special. Ace of Stars getting back onto the stage. Joker, Made in Heaven doing a great job of trying to keep the pressure on this Pikachu. Again, the smaller stage. You can't get the Thunder Jolts online this time around, which means Ace of Stars is going to have to play a very patient game. We do see the Rebels guard come out, charging up quick. We may see Arsene online soon. There he is, Chris. And Pikachu is at a percent that one good hit will be able to close the stock. There's the back air, but it won't hit this time around. Able to be shielded by Ace of Stars.
Yeah, keep an eye on these aerials when Arsene is out. The moment the persona is on your screen, we saw a forward air, a back air, a neutral air, right? These are the kill confirms that Made in Heaven's going to need to finish off this stock, but quickly Arsene is leaving, and he's now off the table. So Pikachu still living at 121% is a bit of a problem unless Made in Heaven can find one of these smash attacks that he's been throwing out quite a bit. We'll see if one of them lands, but an unfortunate draw out of Made in Heaven. Wow, as Ace of Stars looks for it all on the Thunderbolt, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very aggressive call. If that Thunder connected the right way, that means that Made in Heaven would have lost another stock. Instead, is able to find the reversal, go for the back air, and is able to even out the stock count. But Arsene is online again for stock 2, Chris. We are going to see even more value, but it comes at a cost. You got to find your way back on stage. There it is. One back air into the dash attack, into the forward air. Means that Pikachu's sitting at 47. Almost amazing play from Made in Heaven. It was beautiful. It was a 2-frame on the ledge. Ace of Stars is now playing from behind. The dash attack connects, but it won't be enough. It does remove Arsene, though.
Okay, I mean, you're talking about the Arsene value. He took a whole stock basically from 0%. I can't even say I was looking for him to take the stock. You just look to rack up as much percentage while you have the Arsene. But what a surprise out of Made in Heaven, finding more value than I ever could have seen. Now, finally losing his second stock, and we are down to a last stock situation. Maiden Heaven, Ace of Stars, 1-1 each, and this is it to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 series.
Chris, we're seeing a great combo. The back air string, able to get the Maiden Heaven off stage. Goes for another. Keeps the air dodge pressure. Going for an up special. Look at this game plan, Chris.
He doesn't have a jump.
Oh, no. You can't be air dodging there. He does make it back. I apologize. The up special is able to connect there. A very dangerous spot to be, but a great call to try and recover low. Very dangerous air dodge. Using the Thunder Jolt to cancel out the side special from Joker. Maiden Heaven eating a lot of percentage, but the Arsene is online. We could see a huge amount of damage like we saw in the last stock, but both sides taking the time to play patient. Ooh, the forward smash was charged, trying to call out the Thunder Jolt, and it would have been dangerous. We do see another potential 2-frame situation. Joker, Maiden Heaven doing a great job of trying to close out this stock, but Arsene is gone. The hits don't connect, which means that he needs to play a very patient game at this point, Chris. You got to take a deep breath. You got to understand what all is on the line, because otherwise you could be losing this series.
Yeah, Ace of Stars played a great game plan there around the Arsene, not losing the stock, as, man, the smash attacks are still coming out. Maiden Heaven wants it so badly. He goes off stage for the forward air.
That's it.
Enough. Maiden Heaven takes the game off of Ace of Stars. Joker wins, and Carolina Forest goes up 2-1 in this series.
Chris, I said it at the beginning of this series. You want to know what makes a good player, what separates a average Smash Bros. Player from ones who step up to the next level? Your comfortability off stage. We saw the forward air connect, and it wouldn't have taken that stock if it was an on-stage interaction. We saw Ace of Stars. I mean, it was beautiful stuff. That's all that you needed, but you need to be careful in those situations, and this time around, I mean, Maiden Heaven did it. That's all that was needed.
Okay, so through 3 players now, both teams have an opportunity to put any of the players that we've seen back in, all right? Including the players we just saw. We might see either of those players stay on stage. It's up to the teams, and I want to say great sportsmanship out of Ace of Stars and Maiden Heaven. I thought the moment that stock was lost, both players got up and gave each other hugs. That was awesome to see. That was an amazing series, but Carolina Forest with a heck of an answer, as now AAST really on their heels.
You got to figure out what sort of answer you want here, and this is a mental game outside of the fighting game. You can find your reads, your opportunities to take stocks in game off of hard callouts, your default defensive options, as we like to call it. Whatever you do in habit, but now the mental game is outside of it. Who do you send in for this situation? You could try to send in someone to deal with this Joker. Do you think the Joker tries to close out this series? It very well could. No, we will see Hardcore and Metal Man play it out this time around.
Okay, both of these players were the ones to get wins for their teams, other than Maiden Heaven, right? Both teams leaving the bowl with the hot hand. Hardcore looking to win as commandingly as he did the first time. Metal Man looking to do just the same, but what do you get when you get an unstoppable force and an immovable object? Well, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, this is a very different style of game, Chris, this time around. Metal Man's Falco does a great job of dancing around opponents' game plans. So Hardcore is going to be feeling the pressure a lot throughout this matchup, switching to the Pyro early to potentially get a little bit more damage onto Metal Man, trying to close things out even sooner than you would expect normally, but is instead eating a lot of percentage as the up special comes out, but does get a solid amount onto Metal Man.
Yeah, this Aegis... Talk to me about Aegis as a character. This is one of, colloquially, agreed upon the best characters in the game. One of them.
Yeah.
So, but with a recovery as, let's say, unimpressive as Aegis, what does this character thrive in?
I mean, this character can take stock so quickly. When you're on Mythra, you have a great combo game. You have foresight. You can get out of situations where you get full frame advantage. If someone hits you and you see Mythra sort of blink in place, that means that she is able to get whatever she wants as a next hit. It's a great move, but you don't get it when you're on Pyra like we're seeing here. Pyra's goal is to close out the stock, but at the cost of being more safe. Metalman was able to secure hardcore stock because of the Pyra. You take advantage of your opponent when they slow themselves down. When they want to try to take your stock, you need to be predictable like that. But at the same time, we do see the up special come out and the Falco game plan starting to come online as we see the up tilts in full action.
Yeah, Hardcore really struggling to finish this pesky first stock off because they're going for a lot of heavy committal options on the ledge, and that's smart when Metalman can't punish you too much, but just none of them are landing. The forward smashes, the up Bs, trying to find two frames, they're just not landing, and now Metalman goes for it all, does find the spike. A sour spot doesn't matter, can't take off the stage, and Hardcore does lose their second stock. Metalman's starting to run away.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous spot to be in, and a great habit to call out now. If your opponent isn't in the habit of teching off the stage, canceling their knockback, you could take stocks incredibly early, getting the recoveries just like that. Mithra goes for the side special, is able to get back onto the stage, but it won't be enough this time around. We do see both players trying to get a little bit more control. Hardcore staying on the Mithra this time around, using the neutral special, calling out the roll, is able to secure the stock on Mithra this time around to try and use that survivability, try and build up that percent. We did see Metalman securing stocks while Hardcore was on Pyra. It may be a little bit more difficult this time around because of how fast Mithra is as a character, but when you're using moves like that, you gotta be careful. The Falco jab into the Hardcore jab, a bit of a handshake, and yet the side special connects, and it will secure a point or a win for Metalman.
Yeah, how about it? Metalman able to, with a lot of pressure on him, down in the series when Metalman and Ace of Stars were the two that found success at Boost on the Beach last year. Now down in this series with expectations on them, Metalman goes and takes care of business so far, right? Looking very strong, frankly. Hardcore really wasn't able to get much in terms of momentum until a great roll read off the ledge with that neutral B. So we'll see if that trend continues. We might be going to Game 5, but Hardcore with an opportunity to really respond and maybe just steal the series right here.
Yeah, I do think that Pyra Mithra is a great character to deal with Falco because both of you are looking for very similar game plans. Falco a little bit more so in the combo game. You can really string hits along, but if the combo isn't true, Mithra can find her ways out of these sort of situations, these long string combo games, which means that you have a great resource in that. And I think we saw a bit of that game plan in the end of that match. It's a matter of, do you try to bring that forward this time around for the next round?
I'm going to break the fourth wall a little bit here with you, Kev. Humor me. We are live from a restaurant, for those of you watching it from home, and there's a certain factor to this restaurant where we all get up on tables. And, I mean, we are about due for that. I'm not sure what this schedule looks like, but we might have some conflict, some interesting storylines going on in these players' ears if this series goes the distance. We'll let you all know from home, but, I mean, this could get very exciting in here.
Yeah, well, speaking of exciting, Chris, we just saw that Metalman has already secured a stock onto Hardcore. It is a 2-stock to 3-stock game out the gate on Hollow Bastion. Great stuff all around as we see Hardcore going for the neutral special, trying to get a little bit of damage going, using the up special to potentially call a little bit of an early release on the shield. It doesn't work this time around, but Pyra doesn't have the jump, goes for the side special. Metalman is sitting on 3 stocks, Chris. This is a tall ask.
Yeah, we're looking at it would take a borderline miracle, but certainly not impossible. We cannot count Hardcore out, but with combos like this coming out of Metalman, he looks completely settled in. He looks as comfortable as he can get. And with 1 stock left in his way, you can't help but feel like Hardcore's got his back against the wall. Now, great ledge defense there out of Hardcore, keeping Metalman off the stage and out of play, taking the first stock on what would be a miraculous comeback if he's able to finish the job.
Yeah, we do see the down air into the up air, taking the percent that you need, not going for anything more in case of those foresight shenanigans. But with all of that being said, Hardcore is going to try and land on Falco, and the forward smash does connect, which means Metalman secures the 2-0. Chris, we're going to Game 5.
Kevin, we're going the distance. This is crazy. Both of these teams have played so well, but now you've got a massive question on your hands. This is grand finals. This is just a show match, but there's bragging rights on the line. There's a lot on the line. This is being broadcast to people all around the world, right? You certainly don't treat this like it's just some joke. And what do you have to decide now? Who do you put all the pressure in the world on in this moment? You've got options, right? Anybody is on the table except for who we just watched in that game. So Metal Man and Hardcore are no longer viable as Game 5 options. You have to think that Ace of Stars wants revenge. But who is the Carolina Forest response?
I mean, you have to go with Joker, right?
I think so.
You have to. It worked out this time around. The series was close. If you are worried that this time around something clicked where someone found a game plan on either side, that's where you need to make that decision right now. But I think Ace of Stars had such a solid game plan this time around that is what you need. But it wasn't the win. You need to figure out what the answer is. Is it the Thunder Jolts? Is it the stage counterpick? Do you have to deal with the bands in a different way? There are multiple factors that could be taken into play, but you just need to be aware.
Absolutely. AAST find themselves in a situation that they have not yet been in today, with 2 losses in the series. Bado going it down the first time, right, was the first loss for Carolina Forest. Hardcore drops the second set. I do think you have to put Made in Heaven. That's been the answer. This matchup that we're expecting to see has been played, and Made in Heaven came out on top. There's no reason, if you're Carolina Forest, to think that he can't go do it again. But man, this place is live. There's a lot of eyes on this matchup, and sure enough, the teams do not disappoint. We get a rematch. Joker on Pikachu, Made in Heaven on Ace of Stars. Will Ace of Stars be able to respond, or will Made in Heaven take this series and this title?
We do see Ace of Stars starting out the gate with a lot of great percentage. We are getting to that Arsene place, but it is crazy stuff. It is wild.
Well, I have unfortunate news for you all at home. Unfortunately, we, being me and Kevin, are going to have to put the microphones down as the Hangout gets to have a lot of fun here, and the unpredictability of this venue is arguably the best part. So we're going to have to let the gameplay do the talking. Oh, excuse me, I'm getting a never mind from our production. We get to play this out. Made in Heaven, Ace of Stars. Disregard everything I just said. We're back to the Smash Bros. Action on your screen.
Yes, we do see Made in Heaven sitting at a high percent. Pikachu going for the up throw to try and close out the stock. It doesn't work out this time around. Going for the dash attack to potentially find something. The down air doesn't connect this time around. The spike on the Thunder does not work either. We see it go sour, which means that Made in Heaven goes flying as the second Arsene is online for this stock. 193%, Chris. We are seeing Ace of Stars really find the momentum, trying to find that last hit. There it is. The dash attack is able to close out that stock, sitting at a crisp 65%, but you have to find your way back on stage. There it is. The grab game is online.
It's undeniable that you have to acknowledge when Arsene is out, 60% on Pikachu is kill percent, right? We saw a massive percentage disparity just then, but both players were up against the wall. Anything could happen because Arsene can take stocks at crazy percentages. So back online again, but with a stock lead. Ace of Stars just trying to manage the Arsene now as he gets to play an advantage. A good counter there. Arsene does respond, but quickly losing it is Made in Heaven, unable to find the punishments that he was able to find the first time around, and now Ace of Stars looks very, very comfortable.
Yeah, Ace of Stars has found something out, has been trying to really just keep this momentum going. Keep in mind, they are still on their first stock as Made in Heaven has lost 2. Chris, this player, Ace of Stars, has figured something out, and it is a do or die situation here for Made in Heaven.
Yeah, progress bar 100% download complete. Ace of Stars has absolutely caught a rhythm, and they are putting on a show so far. Now, this is a best of 3, and I certainly hate to rule this out, but so far Ace of Stars looks borderline untouchable. Arsene out one more time. Forward tilt, unable to finish the job just yet, and now Arsene ticking down to halfway. Ace of Stars goes for it all, excuse me. He's got nothing to lose, but the high blast zone, unable to find a stock either way, but Arsene is about to say goodbye, and now Made in Heaven left on an island to try to deal with 3 Pikachu stocks is borderline miraculous.
It is borderline miraculous, but when we saw Made in Heaven on the Smashville the last time around, we saw one combo string close out a stock on Ace of Stars. It's a matter of Arsene as the platform almost messes up with that entire combo game. That would have been insanity if that's how that worked out, but Arsene is online. Ace of Stars able to get back onto the stage, going for a little bit more momentum, trying to use the Thunder Jolt, going for a charged up smash to close it all, but it does not find it. We do see Made in Heaven going for the ledge, Joker having to dash back. I mean, it is nail-bitingly close, and Pikachu's going for it all, goes for the spike, and it connects, means that Ace of Stars has won one round, and we could be on set point here, Chris.
Okay, I mean, we got a little tense there at the end, but let's be real. Ace of Stars looked in full control that whole time.
Ah.
So if you're Made in Heaven, you gotta think hard, but I don't know, we're going the distance. It's going to take a lot out of both these players. It's going to take everything out of either one of them. So far, it's taken a loss out of Ace of Stars to pull the best player out of him, and Made in Heaven's going to have to dig deep to claw back here. We're getting back in game here, but we are going to let the gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, I mean, Chris, we are back on Smashville this time around. Beautiful stuff here. We do see Ace of Stars able to really keep the momentum going. We do see Made in Heaven eating a little bit of damage, but even so, it is crazy just how valuable this time around Ace of Stars is just building that momentum, but Arsene is online, Chris. It's a very dangerous spot this time around.
Yeah, and this is, okay, I mentioned a little bit earlier in this series, the players have to deal with some outside factors right now. We would be remiss if we did not mention what's happening in this venue. There's loud microphones, there's loud noises, there's going to be some loud music, and Ace of Stars is in advantage position, right? The hill that Made in Heaven now has to climb just got a bit taller, but can you block all that out? Can you overcome this adversity? We shall see, but so far through 3 stocks, none taken here in Game 2. Made in Heaven looking a little bit better than he did the first time.
Yeah, we do see Made in Heaven trying to land, but the dash attack is able to connect this time around, able to get a lot of value, but Ace of Stars is sitting at a very high percent. We see the back air string starting off, 3 back airs in a row, 4 back airs, getting a Joker off stage, does get the air dodge to survive this time around, and the up special doesn't connect in the right spot. This time around, we do see that Made in Heaven is trying to even things out. This Smashville pick is working out so well. Ace of Stars can't control the space nearly as well this time around, but the Rebels guard comes out a little early, Chris, and does mean that Ace of Stars was able to find a grab, but Pikachu going under stage, and SDs!
Wow, Ace of Stars trying to go under the stage, but decided to try to recover back to the left. The wrong decision out of Ace of Stars, and now giving Made in Heaven all the more reason to believe. We are a 1-stock lead for Made in Heaven, and now an opportunity to claw back and tie this head-to-head once again. Whatever download we had the last time these two players played seems to be gone.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the back air connect this time around. We do see Ace of Stars looking for that final hit to close out this stock, but at what cost? We do see Joker dashing around, trying to get that second Arsene potentially online, sitting at 108. There's that Rebels guard, Chris, looking for a potential closeout, but is hit by the Thunder Jolt. The up special won't connect, Chris. We will see the stocks are even. Ace of Stars does have a chance to close out this series. It is still incredibly close.
Yeah, wow, no room for error for Made in Heaven anymore. 1 stock left both directions, and this is where Ace of Stars thrives. This combo game is fully online once again. Keep an eye out for these back airs, because here they come. Only one that time around, not able to confirm into much more as the percentage evens back out, but what's not even is this comeback mechanic. Arsene is about to come out, and that's really, really scary if you're Ace of Stars.
Yeah, I mean, this is your 5 of 99 chance, Chris. We do see the counter come out a little early. We do see the up throw into the down special. Ace of Stars closes out the series in total.
Great stuff there out of the high schoolers. That will do it for us here in the Smash Bros section of Boost on the Beach here.
2025. Group A was this morning. We had a lot of good ones, but now we are here with Group B. Behind me is
Wichita State.
Wait, you can see how fun it is because of how impassioned they were and how loud they all were. But to introduce Group B, I assume you guys don't want to hear me talk, so we're going to go down the line and see what each of these fine people from Wichita have to say about each team. First off, Wichita, what do you have to say?
I couldn't hear. Go Sharks, winning state. Winning State University.
Winning State University, Davenport? Davenport.
I don't know.
What do you got to say about Davenport?
Great players.
Great players. What do you got to say about Syracuse?
Free win.
A free win. Oh, really? You think it's a free win? I'm casting this game later, Wichita versus Syracuse. I think it's going to be a free win for Syracuse. I completely agree with you. UNCC.
Oh, great people, I'm sure.
Great. Oh, don't worry, guys. He's sure. UTD.
Fantastic people. Great team all around. Ready to perform.
A whole lot of platitudes from this guy on UNCC. We'll go, program director of Wichita. What do you think about your guys headed in here?
I think they are poised and ready to play. I think it's going to be a great evening and event.
And then what do you have to say about this event as a whole?
I think this event's great. The venue's great. We got a fun group on this Rocket League team, and they're going to make it a fun place to be.
Anything else you'd want to say? It is most certainly a fun place to be. We're not going to waste any more of your time. Down to the casters for some Group B action.
A lot of respect there from the Wichita State team. I can appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe smack talkers in game, but in person, very respectful. I'm Mr. Bepic, if you've forgotten who I was during the break when we watched some fantastic Super Smash Bros. This is Exil. Exil, I mean, we had a nice lunch. Got to sit down, chill for a second as we prepared for the chaos that is Group B.
Yeah, Group B is definitely one of those groups, right? It's a group of all time, I like to say. It's going to be a fun one. A lot of toss-up matches here in this group. We have USC in this one, Wichita, Syracuse. We have the one and only Davenport, one of the top 1-2 alternatives with Concord here coming in to this weekend. Definitely expect them to perform. And then, yeah, we have just Charlotte as well. I mean, another big contender in this group, UTD. A lot of great schools coming into Group B. Can't wait to get it done.
Well, first, let's make sure you didn't forget what happened in Group A this morning. We want to remind you that those 5 teams did get to play their 3 or 4 series, depending on who you are. Concord is at the top. You mentioned them alongside Davenport, favorites to win this event. And then Maryland and Northeastern are knotted up at 2-1. And George Mason and Kentucky, they're at the bottom of the table. Some catching up to do tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for George Mason yet again, much like last year, off to a slow start. Northeastern, however, 0-6 last year, coming in 2-1 here in day 1 for Group A. A lot of improvement from that team. I love to see that out of them. And then the newcomers, Maryland, Concord, up top as well. 2-1, 3-0 is Concord. As we take a look at some of these stats from Group A. Now this stat, I don't know if you really want to be on top of this one. I mean, this is saves. That means your offense is kind of struggling, right? GMU up on the top 2 here, 21 and 17 in saves. Jason and Dev, respectively.
It means you're letting up a lot of pressure. And for George Mason, sitting at, I believe, 1-3 right now towards the bottom of the table, they're the ones that probably don't want to be at the top of this statistic. But for the bottom 3, Turtle, Angebro, and Waiters, I think this is actually a good thing because Maryland's defense has been phenomenal today, especially against Concord. They were racking up their save numbers. And Angebro, I don't know how he got up there, just a good all-around player, notching at number 4. But this next stat is where you want to be at the top.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Goals. You want to score, right? Helix up top. Simas as well. The 2 Concord players here. 12 goals apiece. And then GMU, the 1-3 team, scratching their names in there as well. Jason playing exceptionally well thus far with 11 goals for the Patriots. And then it's Waiters and Angebro towards the bottom there as well. Angebro making 2 lists here. The goals and the saves, doing a great job.
I told you, all around great player, but I'm hyped hyped to see Jasnon in third place here because he was a great finisher for George Mason. And he's also the newest member of that A team. So to see him topping-ish, I mean, if you ignore Concord, which I know some teams are doing, it's like, okay, if we can get right below Concord in something, then we're doing a really good job. But Concord, when it comes to the amount of shots on target, still at top.
Yeah, my goodness. 39 on-target shots coming through from Samas Helix as well with 33, and then every single member of GMU. I don't know how they could possibly be 1-3. I mean, maybe it's just some steel curtain defense coming through from their competitors here. We have Jaston 32, Dev 27, and James as well with 25. They have opportunities. They just got to get it in the net.
Wow, I would like to compare the amount of goals scored to all of those shots taken by George Mason.
Right.
They have a highly productive offense, but not as effective as I'm sure they would have liked it to be, especially in the Northeastern series where they were so close. And speaking of, Angebro is back in a top 5, but Crispy's actually making an appearance for Concord.
Yeah, 13 assists here, the leader in Group A in that category. Helix, of course, making their way back in. Dev from George Mason with 9, Angebro with 6, and Hexy from UMD. The Terps with 6 there, tied with Angebro with that number. So, yeah, Crispy finally cresting that top 5 statistic line there in assists, which is something that you like to see from some of your players. Not taking all the glory, but setting up some of their star players as well.
Definitely. Same thing from Hexy there. He's number 5, I think, when it came to assists, but did a really good job creating space for his team. I get to watch a ton of Concord series, but that's an all-around good team, and I'm glad to see Crispy top on a leaderboard somewhere in our stat board. But we have to talk about Group B some more, because that is what we're going to be talking about the rest of the afternoon. And here are your 6 competitors: Davenport, Charlotte, UT Dallas, Wichita State, South Carolina, and Syracuse. And this group is so incredibly competitive in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, we are expecting Davenport to come up with the first seed out of this group, but there could be some competition in there as well. Charlotte, the first matchup is that Davenport-Charlotte matchup that we will be going into. UT Dallas as well, improving steadily throughout the semester. Wichita, South Carolina, Syracuse, all of these teams can go toe-to-toe with each other, so it's going to be very exciting to see how this group of B shows up.
And I think our first matchup of the day is the spiciest. I think Charlotte, of all those teams, has the best chance at taking down this Davenport roster, or any favorite in this event, because these guys are on the come up right now. Top 30 in the last Colleague 48 poll, and they've been notching good CRL results, good results in CCS, just all around solid results, beating good teams, and that guy right there is a big part of that. Bala's infusion into the Lazy Knight duo has been massive for Charlotte. Now officially a varsity program as well. Charlotte really is on the come up.
I love the pose there as well, the late kicks, but the humble be quiet. It's my time here. Yeah, Bala, a freshman coming into this roster, showing up, showing out big time, looking very good as we look down the line of that team, seeing them on the TV. They're going, oh my goodness, please get that camera off of me. But yeah, this Charlotte team looking very, very good. Finished top 16 in CRL, looking very, very strong. A lot of progress coming through from this roster. Very excited to see what they can do here today.
I don't know why Dead Devil was hiding right there. Had face and hands when the camera panned over to Charlotte. I don't get it. Needs some more pride in sitting behind the Charlotte team. They will put up a great fight. This is just a best of 3. It's only a quick peek into what these two teams can do, but I am eager to see how Charlotte's doing. I mean, Lazy and Knight just came from a twos tournament they're playing in, and so I know they're warmed up in the twos mindset at the very least. We'll see what happens when you toss Bala in there.
Yeah, that third player, right, does change a little bit of the dynamics when it comes to Rocket League, but I mean, when you have a player like Bala that is the one getting inserted into that 3v3 scenario, I mean, you can't complain, right? Bala is a very, very strong player, but speaking of strong players, look at Davenport, a very, very strong team coming in for this tournament. Assured top 2 is what a lot of teams and what we are expecting into this weekend.
Definitely. They are one of the favorites. I think have the best odds to take it down Concord, who are favorites to win this whole thing. But this team came together this season of CRL, this year, the scholastic year of CRL, and they have not looked back. Davenport as a program is so deep, and these guys at the top, led by Coach Shane, of course, have such a deep background in competitive Rocket League. Cam, Bolte, and Brock have been around the competitive landscape for so long. Cam's reached some highs. Brock's also made RLCS events. I believe those two have both made RLCS main events. And then Bolte, within CRL, has been a homegrown product of the collegiate scene, rising up through the grind of playing in collegiate. And obviously, he's not too shabby at the top of competitive Rocket League as well.
Yeah, Davenport, a top 8 CRL team. Cam as well, making their way over to CRL Worlds. One of the only, I think the only player here at the event that has accomplished that. A very, very strong player. And another thing about this Davenport roster is that, hey, they're loud. They like to get rowdy, like to get active. You know, they like to make sure that the other team knows that they are in the building with them. So I'm expecting some loudness to our right side of the stage here.
It'll probably be loud on both sides, depending on how close this series is. So I'm glad to hear that about Davenport, because I believe I heard rumblings, this being one of the first times they've met each other in person as a team, as they are an online program, and these guys are coming together for a LAN.
Yeah, it's cool to have that kind of new kind of aspect tossed into this. LAN environment is definitely different than any other environment that you will play on in any esports title, right? Specifically, Rocket League, being the game that it is just a thrill through and through. Very fast-paced, very high tempo, and the outplay potential with just mechanics alone is very, very real. And with these two rosters, knowing how good all 6 of these players are, I'd expect to see some high-level gameplay.
And that is the draw of Davenport, is the individual prowess of all 3 of their members. And obviously they slot in together well, but any one of these players can pop off, can 1v3 a team even as good as Charlotte. So make sure you keep an eye on Davenport players at all time. I'm curious to see how Charlotte does combat that, because I know they're no strangers to team plays, outplays on a solo basis as well. Bala especially is the guy to look out for the Niners, but I mean Davenport is a whole other beast.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We know Knight and Lazy have been playing together for quite a while, right? They are very comfortable with each other's play styles. The insertion of Bala as well has only elevated this team to new heights as we fly into our beautiful fly through from our production here. But on the side of Davenport, I think Cam is the one that I'm looking at the most, right? Has a lot of experience, very, very individually talented, and has really the capabilities to run away with a Rocket League match. So if they can control that player on the side of Charlotte, you might be looking for some very, very close games here and a potential upset.
All right, well, let's get into game 1 of Charlotte versus Davenport, one of the biggest matches of Group B, kicking us off in our afternoon segment. So hopefully you're not feeling the sluggishness of a post-lunch sit-down just yet, because this series should have you off your feet. On your feet, out of your seat. So close.
Bala trying to get connection with that ball, won't be able to do so. Davenport in strong control thus far in Charlotte's half of the pitch. Brock taking it into the corner, trying to find a cross, set up, the follow-up coming through, but great defense coming through from Knight, able to keep that one out of the net.
Sketchy defense all around from Charlotte right now, but they get out, get themselves a chance, though Cam is on the right side of a save there, and Davenport will connect on a pass, but Bala intervenes, and already high-flying action, fast-paced around Manfield Knights, as Charlotte and Davenport command a lot of respect, I think, as teams on the field, and this series is showing exactly why so far.
Yeah, Lazy tossing it up there into the corner. No one on Charlotte able to follow up on that one. Davenport already all over that one. The ball dancing around Charlotte's goal there, but they are able to find that clear. Knight able to push that one over to Bala. The cross coming through, but no one following up just yet from UNCC. Let's see if their defense can continue to hold strong. Scoreless here in game number 1.
Davenport have controlled possession so far, and finally they are rewarded for their efforts. What a demo there at the end of the play. You saw the little ghost touch, as that's just how close Bala was to getting contact on that ball, but that is a perfectly executed play between Bolte and Cam.
Yeah, Cam coming in huge, able to find that demo Bala. He was there and then disappeared quite quickly. Davenport first on the board here, 1-zip. Cam now trying to make it happen again off the wall. The cross coming through, but the clear instead in favor of Charlotte. Brock sending that one back down to Charlotte's half of the pitch. Let's see if they can get some more offense going. Across coming through from the corner, but Lazy in position to push that one back out into the corner. Now Bolte in the air taking a shot. Charlotte again, the defense holding strong, keeping it within one.
These are good stops for Charlotte, but they're going to have to do a better job of building off of their saves. And this is how you do it. Good reads at the midfield line, passes to spread Davenport apart. Although Davenport seems content to just sit back with plenty of boost and try and escape using a similar strategy. Bolte will get the ball to the midfield line and is stopped by Charlotte as they look for a secondary opportunity to level this game. Pass down, gives Bala a chance to shoot, but he couldn't get around on it.
Yeah, unable to get to that pass in time is Bala. I like what they are starting to construct, though. A lot of ball movement when it comes to their offensive attack here from Charlotte, making sure Davenport cannot just huddle up in these corners. They can find some passing avenues and try to strike, but Davenport's defense holding strong thus far as we crest the halfway mark of game number 1. Cam now in the air, going to challenge Lazy. Lazy, however, winning out on that 50-50.
It's a soft clear for Bala. Testing Bolte and Davenport again, showing that they're looking for each other in defense. Brock was waiting for a pass there from Bala, and Bala kind of gave it to him, but didn't recover. And Charlotte get a chance to shoot and score. 1-1. Charlotte come back.
Yeah, that just became a car wreck there halfway through that play. Many demos coming through. Bala able to capitalize on that one as well, tying us up 1 apiece. I think only one defender was left on the side of Davenport after all the demos concluded in that play. Bala finding yet another one onto Brock, but that won't amount to much as that was just right off of that kickoff. But Charlotte tying it up at 1 apiece. Davenport now trying to get back into the swing of things on offense. Cam beating out 2 members. No one back on defense. No Bala able to get back in time and push that one to the corner.
If Cam had maybe 3 more units of boost right there, it's a second goal for Davenport. They out 50 the Charlotte defense well enough to give themselves a good shot at scoring, but Charlotte dodged a bullet. And Davenport back to playing off their back foot, that they break right back out of their defensive end, force a miss, but Bolte can't put that on target. Another missed chance for Davenport.
Yeah, Davenport starting to fire right now on the offensive side. Off of the crossbar goes that shot. Knight now trying to find a clear, trying to find a touch of their own on a potential double tap, but unable to do so. The cross is coming through from Bala as well, but no one from Charlotte able to find a touch as a result. Now finding themselves back on the defensive side. Davenport now within 45 seconds of game number 1, trying to seal the deal.
And they have, I think, been the better team throughout game 1. Charlotte looks uncomposed at times on their goal line. Davenport is causing panic, causing misses, but they can't get that last touch on a couple of crucial plays. And now we find ourselves in the final 30 seconds, tied up 1 apiece still, and it really is anybody's game. But Brock has an opening now. Solo play scores. Far side for Brock, and Davenport do get that go-ahead.
I mean, that is just beautiful aerial mechanics coming through from Brock. Has the flip ready to go, carries it all the way to that far upper corner now with 22 seconds left, finding themselves with a 2-1 lead here in game number 1. Charlotte, they have to find something, and they have to find something fast. But Cam says, no way. I'm going to take this back into our corner. The cross is still coming through. Charlotte trying to find an opening, but struggling to do so. Davenport's defense holding strong.
He doesn't have a ton of boost, so all he can do is pop that ball up, but same for Knight. Tries to get it over to Lazy and does succeed, but this is difficult for Charlotte here. Bala, a pass to himself, actually pans out. He gets through the corner, but stops at Cam, and Davenport take a very much contested game 1.
Yeah, very, very close game 1. Was tied up for a majority of that match. Both teams coming up Waking off a little bit of rust, right? We're midday. It's 3 p.m. here at Myrtle Beach, trying to get their brains awake and ready to play some Rocket League. But Davenport, a very, very close game one, right? We saw goals from Bolte and Brock, shots as well coming through from Cam, or excuse me, saves coming through from Cam there. So a good showing from both of these squads. And game two, I mean, I'd expect nothing less, right? Same kind of game plan, same calm, cool, collected approaches on this attack, and very solid defense.
And on the flip side for Charlotte, they need to elevate themselves just a little bit more, especially in defense. I mentioned the skittish rotations at times, which makes sense. Davenport is throwing a lot at you, but especially in offense, 4 shots that game, and they had good ideas, but Davenport a lot of the times were cutting down those ideas very quickly. So Charlotte, I think, with a little bit more possession, can find a way back in game 2, but they have to make sure they are locking down their defense, because Davenport showed them what they're about in game 1, and like you said, you're shaking off rust, you're getting into the swing of this environment.
Yeah.
And Davenport's only going to improve from here.
Yeah, we'll see if Charlotte can get off of their defensive side here and start to put together some more offensive looks, right? Lazy trying to take that one, dumping it down to Knight, who's trying to find a crossover, has a shot on goal instead, but the save coming through. Brock able to get back in time. Charlotte almost with an open goal.
Nice read, a little combo defense there at the midfield line out of Charlotte. Now they'll get a shot on target. Kim is there for another stop. He's going to have a go at everybody at the top of the total saves leaderboard that we showed at the beginning of this series, as he is racking it up on the goal line.
Yeah, now we see Davenport on the offensive side. Cam trying to take it up. Bala will send that one towards the midfield area. Brock now trying to find some sort of connection as well off of that wall. Ball now dancing around in the corner. Now we can see Davenport starting to try to open up these passing lanes. A good save coming through there from Lazy. Bolte, the one taking that one. A double tap approach. Cam able to bury that one. First on the board, Davenport.
That's a pair of good looks from Davenport. That initial shot got Charlotte jumping, and after that, Bala and Lazy just had to wait for each subsequent rebound. And that shot from Cam is placed to perfection. And that's what Davenport commands out of you. Right there, Charlotte, we're not perfect.
Yeah, now Knight trying to do it themselves. Oh, will be able to do so.
Hey.
Double tap for double tap. Charlotte tie it up one apiece.
That is clean from Knight. And yeah, we're trading brilliant plays at the moment. Davenport almost got back to it. They had a stacked net, but no one was on their backboard. The guy rotating back was just a little bit late, and the Knight fans in the restaurant right now, Disneyland after all, just got hyped about that goal.
Yeah, now Davenport trying to answer back here. Cam trying to send that one off of that post, a potential pass avenue, but unable to connect with that one. The cross coming through. Bala with connection will win out on that slight 50-50 there, but Davenport unable to get it out of the corner. And as I say that now, Cam will be taking a pass down the line to Bolte, but unable to find the angle they were looking for.
Davenport love these passing plays, love setting each other up with space in the air, and why not? When you can shoot like that from the skies, that's perfect. Again, undefended backboard, and against these two teams, that's usually a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and that's Cam's second here in this game. Going for a hat trick now in game number 2. The kickoff now heavily in favor of Charlotte here, as Lazy's able to find that clear on target, but instead Cam's going to take it in the air yet again. The demo coming through on tonight, but not before they are able to get that touch and get that ball out of harm's way.
Another good 50 out of Davenport. They do the little things so well, and that's what you have to do to get to the next echelon of play in Collegiate Rocket League. The 50-50 game, the boring stuff, boost management, knowing your opponent's position, knowing what they have to do, what they can and can't do. And right there for Charlotte, Davenport knew that they could not get to a perfectly placed shot like that.
Yeah, and I love the ball movement that we're seeing, right? We see a backboard toss up high. They go down low into some of their players on the ground, and they're able to find that goal. Charlotte confused, bamboozled by the movement. Bolte there going for a double tap of their own off of that kickoff, unable to find it, but still plenty of time here in game number 2, only halfway through this match. But I mean, Davenport right now relentless on the offense.
Oh, Lazy's found one demo. Knight's beaten another player. Lazy will catch, shoot, and be stopped by Bolte. What a read. Didn't have a whole lot of boost to make that stop, but Bolte was on top of things, even with all the chaos caused by Charlotte and their plans in transition. But Davenport prevent that second goal from going in and have their insurance policy still intact here with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, they have that cushion. They have about a 2-goal lead here. They have a 2-goal lead here with 2 minutes to go in game number 2. Still being aggressive on this offensive side. Ball now in the air, has some boost, flip reset, up in the air. The double tap is absolutely gorgeous. This is the difference maker from Charlotte last year to Charlotte this year. This freshman is unbelievable.
That's a Balla goal right there. It's kind of a freebie that Charlotte gets. If Ball is given a little bit of space like that, he's usually good for 1 or 2 like that in a best of whatever you're playing. And that is so important, and it's now negated by Cam getting his hat trick as Davenport score a kickoff goal.
Yeah, Cam now with his third. Just an unfortunate kickoff. The hit perfectly on target into that corner. Charlotte unable to get back in time from that corner boost to find that save, and now the cushion is back. We have a 2-goal lead here for Davenport with 1:45 to go. Brock trying to make it 3, might be able to do so. It's Cam, with the approach as well, but unable to find the goal. The defense coming up huge from Charlotte.
And that shot just going to give Davenport some agency and offense. Great interception by Balla. Davenport again are looking for a passing play. And that's what's kept Charlotte in this series. But Davenport have been so clinical when just a little bit of space is given their way in the air. You don't always have boost to keep up with them. But hey, Charlotte managing to keep up at the very least on the scoreboard. It's 4-3, and Charlotte isn't done just yet.
Yeah, it's Lazy taking that one off of that corner, and Knight with the follow-up. Just a dagger into the back of that net. Charlotte now bringing themselves back within 3 here with 1:15 to go. I mean, the scoring has ramped up here in game number 2. Goals back-to-back. The double tap again. Cam with 4 in game number 2.
I was watching that play. As soon as Lazy and Knight committed to the sideline and couldn't corral that ball at the midfield line off kickoff, Balla had to make that read. If he misses, Cam's automatic with that shot. You cannot allow him a chance to even put that on target. And Cam has shown us the force to be reckoned with that he's going to be throughout this event. And it's still seemingly not enough as Charlotte still fight, but Davenport find another big stop.
Yeah, Knight trying to take it slow into that corner, but the defensive patience from Davenport showing up there. Not jumping, waiting for the ball to roll all the way to that post to find that save, and now a clear on target. Brock trying to catch that one in the corner, unable to do so. It's instead going to go to Bolte, but now, frankly, you can play a game of keep away here, right? You have about 30 seconds left here in game 2. You have a 2-score lead, but if Knight finds an angle that they were going for up for that waterfall shot, unable to do so. Davenport, the defense, standing strong.
A little awkward now, though, but Bolte off the backboard had nothing to find that save with except for momentum and gravity. And Brock as well on the goal line. It's a great combo stop by Davenport. And Knight on the other end of the pitch had to make a big save to keep Charlotte in this thing. But if they don't have control of this ball, this series is over. Close, but no cigar for Charlotte as they drop the Davenport 2-0. It's a great win to begin Davenport's campaign to a grand finals that they, I'm sure, are expecting to be in.
Yeah, ball hits the ground. Davenport with a 5-3 victory here in game number 2. A clean 2-0 to start off Group B here for Davenport. But it was a close 2-0, right? A lot of scoring. A 2-1 victory for Davenport in game 1. 5-3 here in game number 2. But we can see what Charlotte kind of has to offer here. Balla, Knight, Lazy, They are clicking. They have the potential to really come up big here at Boost on the Beach.
Comparing Charlotte's series against Davenport to what they can be against your UCDs, South Carolina, Wichita States, it's apples and oranges. Because you're talking about one of the tournament favorites. And to start off your run with them is really rough. That's not the last we've seen of Charlotte for sure, but let's talk about Davenport and how commanding they were in that series. So clinical in offense. The shooting was near flawless. Charlotte was making great saves to keep that close, but Davenport clean from the get-go.
Yeah, and Cam in game number 2, 4 goals, just piling it on, relentless on that offensive side, and that just comes from good defense as well, right? They're able to find these clears into these far corners and rotate on top of it immediately, not giving Charlotte enough chance, or an opportunity rather, to get back on that defensive side, really solidify where they want to be, and just keep on pounding away at the net until that ball goes in.
And then Brock and Bolte as well on that goal line. So big for the Davenport defense. As we were talking a lot about Cam, he definitely was, I think, the biggest difference maker for Davenport, but it's a triple-pronged threat for Davenport. And they do start their campaign off on the right foot, but still a lot of Group B left to go. We got a lot of good teams vying for that grand finals spots that we'll be watching play out tomorrow, but we don't quite know who's going to be coming out of groups on top just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Davenport, this is the way you want to start it, right? You want to start with a clean 2-0. You don't want to be dropping games here at all. We did just get word from our producer, UTD just beat Syracuse in a clean 2-0 as well up there on the side stage. So UTD starting with that 1-0 start here in Group B as well. Kind of what we expected from that team to start off with Group B.
That's good. We're seeing them on stream next as well. I believe UTD in South Carolina is our next main stage matchup, which is seriously hyped. That is going to be a really good matchup to really show us what the middle part of Group B is going to be like. That's one of the many battles we'll see in that portion of the group. As it's important to nab a top 2 spot here. I think the top 5 teams get that bye in the playoff bracket tomorrow.
So
we did have Missouri drop out, and so give you even third, you give yourself a chance. Maybe get some tiebreaker luck to get you into that bye position. But top 2 in your group is what you want.
Yeah, if you can lock in that top 2, you're set, right? You have a great bracket stage opportunity going into Championship Sunday here tomorrow. And when you look at Group A and Group B, Concord is looking super, super strong. And this Davenport team, it's what we expected, but man, they look dangerous, right? All 3 members of this roster can really take a game over. And that's kind of what we saw here with Cam in game 2.
Definitely. He looks effective early on, which is even more impressive because there isn't a ton of time to warm up for any of the 6 players that were on the main stage first. So I'm glad to see everyone looking pretty solid. There weren't any real bad moments in that series. Both teams look like they're ready for a long run this afternoon here at the Hangout.
Yeah, and I want to touch on Charlotte one more time, right? Because this team, we know Knight and Lazy have been together, but Bala, we saw the potential that this player has, right? They had boost, they had some space, and they capitalized immediated, right? Finding that double tap, finding that goal there in game number 2 to bring it back within 1. Sure, Cam striked back immediately, but that is what we know that this player can do and that this team can perform at this high level.
Well, we got some stats to show you here. As in Davenport's 2-0, it was close, and I think that is still reflected on the stat board. As Cam with those 4 goals was massive for Davenport, and Bala with his pair as well, joined by Knight up there for Charlotte, 2 apiece. Making 6 saves overall feels like a lot less than I thought Charlotte had, considering the amount of work they had to put in on their goal line to stay afloat in that series, but the numbers don't lie.
And you can see it's 20 shots to 12 on the side of Charlotte, right? Davenport relentless on that goal line, just pounding away shot after shot, keeping Charlotte on that defensive side. And I do believe, don't hear it from us, right? Hear it from the players themselves. We're going to toss it to a quick interview with Daniel. Guys, take it away. And I am here joined by Brock. Brock, a nice 2-0 for your first match. How do you think you guys played?
I think we played pretty good. It's my first LAN, and it's our first LAN of the season, so we got a couple things that work out. But overall, yeah, I think we did pretty good.
So you were telling me it's your first LAN in a venue like this. That's got to be crazy.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot going on. Feels a little bit like I'm at a concert. Whenever we were warming up, I told him there was like the strobing lights and stuff. There was a lot going on, but we just took care of business, did what we do.
And what is it that you do?
We win.
You win. Okay, that's good. So you win. I remember in an interview you saying you guys like to play your game. You like to have fun. Do you think that helps in a place like this? Fun's in the air. You think that helps or hurts you guys?
No, it helps. You know, it influences it.
Yeah.
That's what we're about.
And so, okay, so it's no secret that you ask any team here, the two names they say are Concord and they say Davenport. Obviously, Concord played today. Assuming everything goes well for you guys, you'll face them tomorrow. How do you think about the other teams in the tournament, and then what do you think about Concord?
I think moving forward, it's all sort of developing to get to playing Concord. Got to figure out things like I said earlier, but we keep moving the ball, we keep pre-jumping, we'll figure it out and bring a good fight to Concord.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Brock from Davenport. That is wonderful. We will go to a quick break, and we will be back with some more Rocket League on Boost on the Beach. 2025. I'm back here out in the crowd, joined by
Jeff.
Courtney.
So, Jeff and Courtney, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me right now. Do either of you know what this is? Do you know what Rocket League is?
I have no clue, but I was curious when I first came in.
I have absolutely no idea. I'm here for the boost.
You're here for the booze? I think we're here for the boost on the beach. It's the name of the tournament. So Rocket League, it's a video game, right? Think soccer, and then think cars, and then make it online. Have you guys played any video games?
It's been about 15 to 20 years.
Same.
What were the games you played back in your day?
The last video console I probably played was like PS3, but only, maybe the first year it came out. I was big into, MLB, NHL.
It's the classics. Yeah. And you, what were you into?
Getting drunk and playing Mario Party.
And all of these are valid and equally fun. So for our next match, we have UTD, University Texas Dallas, versus the hometown favorite, University of South Carolina. Without any knowledge of either of these teams, who do you guys predict is going to win?
Texas.
South Carolina.
We got one for each. Let's see how it turns out. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dan. What a great job he's done this entire weekend so far. Just talking to anybody and everybody who wants to get involved here. Welcome back to Boost on the Beach, and we've got a thriller coming up for you. My name is DJ TJ, and with me is the wonderful Mr. Bepic. Bepic, you just got done on main stage. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Happy to have another fantastic Group B matchup. I mean, Charlotte and Davenport did not disappoint. It was as close as I thought it should be. Game 3 could have been in the cards right there, but Davenport was too consistent throughout that set. So they got their win there, but elsewhere, South Carolina and UTD are both coming into this series with W's.
I mean, we get our first full group of 6. Obviously, Missouri dropped out of Group A, so now we get the full Boost on the Beach action. And like you mentioned, Group Stage is not disappointed. There's been a lot of early storylines that we're seeing. Charlotte obviously sitting towards the bottom, but that'll probably change pretty quickly here. But South Carolina barely survived a close one against Wichita State towards the end there. 2 games. It was a sweep, but both games were 1-goal affairs. I think Game 1 had a lengthy overtime as well. Wichita State showed some clutch in that series, but South Carolina won it while all of the get up on that table stuff was going on, and so I can't imagine the stops they had to make, the ice they had to show, with all of that in their ears. Which that's the glory of the full 6-team group, is that second side stage match. You get the sirens, you get the dancing, you get the entire 9 yards. So for South Carolina, that's probably what helped them win. They've been to this land multiple times, and they survived, and now we get a Southeastern Classic, especially for us too. Oh yeah, I mean, these are 2 Southeastern Esports League Tier 1 rosters. UTD plays top 4. South Carolina just missed out on top 4 going into our playoffs, so both at the top of their respective regions and vying for a top spot in this group. Yeah, well, without further ado, let's take a look at the teams. The returning University of South Carolina, your hometown Gamecocks. All right, these boys are as confident as they come, especially him right there. Og is the superstar of this roster, and they play around that fact. But Kat is one of the best minds in the collegiate scene. He coaches as well as plays. It's his senior season. I know he wants to show out. And SJT, dude went through the grind of the South Carolina B team to get to this point. So he knows what it takes to get scrappy, to win series, and he's playing some of the best Rocket League of his I've ever seen. Also, this team has fun. South Carolina in previous LAN iterations, they've been a very serious team, and it's countered them a little bit. But now with Katz being in his senior year, SJT comes in. This is a new South Carolina roster. I've never seen them look this comfortable both on and offline. I'm so excited to see how they do today. Well, Katz even told me this is about a year and a half ago now, but he told me straight up after a couple of bad LAN performances I was talking to him about, and he was like, we are not a LAN team. And that was with Solar, replaced now by SJT, and that was a while back. And I think they are a LAN team now after their recent Queen City Clash performance, top 3 there. That was a stacked LAN, and coming into today, they've already got a W. They have some high expectations on their shoulders. Yeah, especially against a wild card Wichita State team, and this Texas Dallas roster is going to be absolutely no different. I mean, they are extremely talented. talented. And look at how beautiful the segues are moving so far. Thank you to production. Here is Texas Dallas.
And these guys have a good bit of experience on them as well. Zora, one of their sharp shooters. I've gotten to get very familiar with this team this spring. They had a rough start, but they've got some veteran leadership. Dalton has been around the block. He's been at the top of CRL. He knows how to win. And he's taken Zora and Blippi along for the ride. Of course, they've also got Coach Oasical. I don't know if I'd call him a coach. He's more like their #1 fan and hater.
I mean, he's a great manager. You can throw all of that under one title, and he's definitely a manager. He's a very talented mind in collegiate esports as well, and we're glad that he was able to make the trip out. But this Texas Dallas roster, we talked a lot in Group A about expectations, but this is the group of death. There's so many teams who have so much to prove here. Texas Dallas, I mean, I feel like it's either make or break for them. I feel like they could be top 2, or I feel like they could be bottom 2. I'm not sure how they're going to end up.
Recently, though, they've looked like a team that could be top 2. They have posted some very good results, beating good teams in the Southeastern Esports League. Started out 0-2 in group play. And, you know, you go 0-2, it's probably a death sentence. You're probably finishing bottom half of your group. But they rattled off 5 straight wins there, beating very good Southeastern schools as well. And they beat UNCC. They beat Charlotte on my stream this past week. It was a 4-1, a best of 7 for UTD. They've been on the up and up, and their results are starting to show it.
I mean, I'm glad you brought up Charlotte, too, because we're going to talk about that team later in the day, as there's so much more they have to prove after that Davenport series as well. And we'll probably have some score updates for you as Side Stage gets going as well. But now, the tail of the tape, South Carolina, Texas, Dallas. I'm not sure which way I want to lean, because I feel like South Carolina is a momentum team who tends to overcome the deficits mechanically, but can they do it against a reformed Texas Dallas roster that mentally seems to be in their best place of the year?
Genuinely, I don't have a confident prediction for this series, and I think that sets the best stage for what this best of 3 is, because these are 2 teams that have looked really good lately. They have veteran leadership, they have mechanical prowess, they know how to play around each other. They've got a lot going for them and a resume to back that up. And in a best of 3, anything is really possible. All I know is we're getting close games.
I would hope that we go down to the wire. I've got Texas Dallas in 3. I think that this is their moment. South Carolina had their moment in Cincinnati, but now they're in their hometown. They're too relaxed. Who knows what the factors are? I think Texas Dallas will come out swinging here, but I do think South Carolina will probably take game 2 and make it a little scary towards the end.
I don't know. South Carolina had a more effective warm-up, I think, than UTD did. A win over Syracuse doesn't quite have the same kind of feel to it as a win over Wichita State. So I'm going South Carolina on 3. Why not? Let's just hope it goes the distance as UT Dallas and South Carolina set to do battle in the middle of a heated Group B. A win here goes a long, long way.
Hype Chamber will throw us directly onto the pitch here as players are about to join the lobby on what has been a beautiful Myrtle Beach weekend. I mean, this is your first, Bepic. I mean, and we wanted you last year. Unfortunately, some other appearances you guys talked about in Group A streams happened, but you're here now. It's beautiful weather. It's sunny. The water's rushing, and the gameplay, I think we're about to rush into as well.
This is probably the only land where I've been able to cast and look at the waterfront at the same time. So, venue's already wonderful. The Rocket League has been the same today, and we finally got some more of it on your screens here on the Boost on the Beach main stage. And UTD is already trying to be a nuisance as they steal South Carolina's boost and already setting a bit of a precedent of annoying play in that South Carolina end.
We talked so much about the teams here in this matchup, but some of the players have some great stories as well. Both Blippi and SJT are new members to their respective teams' rosters in the last semester, and this one as well. And they both excelled in their roles. They are mechanical masterminds, and you see SJT doing it there.
And we got 3 keyboard and mouse players in this lobby as well, as Blippi and Zora both on KBM, and Katz on the other side of the field is playing keyboard and mouse, which I love, considering that's how I play Rocket League. And I love that we have that representation here at the top of Collegiate.
It's the wrong way to play Rocket League. Let's get that set first. If you're not a controller player,
they're here, you're not.
Hey, you're the pro. Hey, all right. Let's not get personal now. But a minute in so far, we're tied at 0 apiece, but both teams exchanging blows so far. A lot of midfield antics this far.
Oh, and more boost grabbing from UTD. Right there, all got a chance at that midfield 100, but UTD came swooping in to steal it, and that should stunt South Carolina for a little while, as Og is the only defender back now. He did get some boost, but again, is low in the tank, but has a somewhat open net. Dalton will get back, but is out 50'd by Og, and SJT's there to polish off the play.
Who else would you want leading the charge than Og? He's way too experienced to not take that 50 beautifully, and that's exactly what he does. And it's SJT opening up the scoring.
And that's going to be the difference in this series, is the little things like that. UTD's already showing their hand with all the boost grabs they're going for, the chippy plays they're trying to use to get South Carolina off the ball. And right there, South Carolina, it's not exactly a trick up their sleeve. Everyone knows Og is their best player. They'll tell you straight up. But right there, Og did the little things right with the 50-50 he found with a little bit of space, and SJT trusted his teammate.
This one's pinched over to a wide open net, and like you mentioned, it's just in, so Zora will tie it up for UTD.
All right, what happened here? Cats gets out challenged.
That's third man right there.
SJT cuts as third man, doesn't play it patient, and I'm wondering if that's the LAN aura kind of getting to him right there, trying to make a play that wasn't there.
The LAN aura. We've seen a lot of jokes about players showing up today. A lot of new teams, a lot of old teams as well, and now that they're all interacting together, it's going to be interesting to see how the group actually shakes out. As this matchup, I mean, we didn't talk about it exactly in the pre-show, but this could easily be for that third seed and potentially higher than that, depending on how Charlotte does, and Texas Dallas wants it bad. That's 2 in a row.
And UTD's getting hyped off the back of that one. It's Blippi making a massive play. The ball's centered for him, and he outdoes Og. A little bit of revenge right there for UT Dallas.
2 minutes in, about as scrappy as we would expect it to be, as both of these teams have had their inconsistencies in the past, but the mechanics have never changed. You can always rely on a highlight play or two and a redirect as well coming down the field from UTD. As now Dalton will try to take any sort of possession that he can. It looks like it'll be tapped down as well by Zora, as he's going to try to play off the Dalton shot. Now it's an open net. If someone get it middle, Blippi can't find the touch, and now you've got UTD on their back foot, moving backwards, no pun intended, and now South Carolina has to try and get some attack moving.
Oh, we knew there would be some awkward moments here. That was close for UTD, and SJT's just completely whiffed now in offense for South Carolina. And there's a lot going on in this venue. The speakers are loud, the tables are crowded. There's a lot to distract you, and UTD seem a bit off at the moment, as they've had chances to maybe grab a third, but they can't convert.
South Carolina had another open net there as well. So yes, UTD should have scored, and maybe they should be scoring here as well with the passing play, but it's saved away by South Carolina. So this chippy gameplay, I think both teams expected, and so far nobody's been insanely punished by it.
Still, close game. That's what we asked for here, whether it's chaotic or composed. It is still close. 2 minutes left here, and UTD have themselves that important 1-goal lead, but South Carolina have centered for SJT. He'll fire on an undefended net as Og took out Blippi. There's still no one back, and SJT finishes what South Carolina started.
So how about the rookie showing up? Almost finds the original slot, but he will not be denied after Og completely opens up that side, and SJT able to slot that one in. We got a tie ball game here.
I'm glad to see SJT, even though he's made a couple mistakes in the last couple of minutes, still get right back up on the horse and make a play happen. 2 big shots, one goes in and the other one set up the rebound. So South Carolina crashed the net nicely right there, but they exposed that gap themselves in the UT Dallas backline with a great demo play.
Just about 90 seconds to go here, and now comes the first major turning point of this series. It's only a best of 3. There's only so much room for turning points, but there's a lot of room for passing plays, as that one is denied by the air, as there's no pass that's going to be found for UTD, but they are still on the offensive. Zora will try to go off the corner to a teammate, but he can't find anything. So now Og will try to flip it over to Katz, but no touch there, as he will try and go again, but now it's another rip downfield. SJT's there to receive. 60 seconds left. UTD now gets a counterattack. There's really a whole bunch of first touches, but no second or third just yet. Both teams nervous to push.
We are just off right now, but we are tied, so that won't come back to bite either team as we do approach potential overtime. Og's up with this ball. We'll see what he does with it. Just a light tap there instead of SJT, and then Og has to get back involved to make sure UTD don't have themselves an easy third goal now. SJT's there for a stop as Dalton found a shot on target, but we are going back and forth as we enter the final 30 seconds of game 1.
Og will take a 50 over to Caps with about 20 seconds to go, but again, UTD tries to start their own counter, and this ball will find finds Zora and the boost beautifully, but he can't stay on. So now Og has to be careful. Will opt for the 50. Will beat one, but can somebody come in to beat another? A weak touch from Texas Dallas. SJT is beat. Katz, the veteran, by himself, trying to stay alive.
Oh, no.
Doesn't get the wave dash. Two players from UTD will crash in. A flick, and it'll actually be another read from USC, but can they get out? Here comes a chance off the ceiling from Dalton. Dalton on the net. 0-second goal won't happen just yet, as now the wall will be in usage. Off the side again, going middle, but SJT's there to deny. Can he find one more? No, this ball goes middle once again, but finally it hits the ground. So Texas Dallas, a nail biter to kick it off.
South Carolina's not interested in any more UTD scares like we saw right there at the end of regulation. And now in overtime, it's open. SJT scores, and South Carolina steal game one.
7 seconds in, and all that had to happen was Zora missed the 50. Katz played it beautifully. That's the veteran leadership you expect out of him. And SJT, Bepic, 3 goals that game.
That is not who won. South Carolina came out on top right there, and you're right. SJT was massive for the Gamecocks. A big hat trick there, and set up by his teammates as well all throughout that game. And I'm glad to see the A-team rookie-ish have his shooting boots on here on the main stage.
I mean, well, Lee's production did fix it on the scoreboard, so Texas Dallas flashed for a minute, but it's USC, to remind everybody who's unfamiliar, who did grab game one, and SJT. I talk about him all the time. Like, I feel like I'm almost an extension of South Carolina with how much I talk about his upbringing through the program, and to see it transfer on land again, this is rare.
He played on a South Carolina B team the past couple of seasons that teams never wanted to play against. He knows how to get scrappy and find ways to win close games, and obviously having Katz and Og alongside him helps. But South Carolina got that win shooting the ball 4 times to UTD's 10. SJT shot 3 for 3, and South Carolina, it was a close game 1 win, but it is a game 1 win.
You take what you can get for sure, and so now for Texas Dallas, a lot of their old woes, I feel like, are starting to creep up here on land, where we can't figure out who is the leading man, who's going to be the main shot taker, who is going to bring the action back to Texas with them. Let's see what happens in game 2.
Let's see how UTD does respond. Like we said, Dalton is a long-time veteran, has played against some CRL, or played with and against some CRL greats in his time. And with Blippi and Zora alongside him, this UTD project has had its ups and downs this spring, but they know how to come back from a deficit. Like we talked about, they've been looking good recently. We're very close to winning that game 1 themselves, but now to move in here, trying to reverse sweep in this best of 3.
We're already scrappy once again. All 6 members of the lobby were jumped in for that first ball just 10 seconds in, and now UTD will find some crazy cuts on the ball, but the dribbling play won't be much more than just 2 touches, and as I say that, it'll bounce back middle for a shot. A bouncer goes too high, and now South Carolina gets to delay the, maybe not inevitable, but it felt like that in how we started this game.
UTD at times doesn't feel like they have kind of an offensive identity other than just wear their opponent down. And right there, they did what they could not do at the end of regulation in game 1 and just straight up outpossess South Carolina minute 1.
You score at whatever cost. You already mentioned that if the series is messy, you still got to find a way to thrive through. And UT Dallas slowly finding their rhythm here to kick off this first minute.
The kickoff will go South Carolina's way. SJT, though, was challenged immediately there. Still, South Carolina scrapping for possession. Comets aren't giving it up easy, but deeper and deeper we go into that orange half. Though UTD seem to have found themselves a clear. It's up to Zora to extend it, and he does. Low on boost, he made the read.
This one is another 50 from SJT, so it's going to open up the door for, I believe that was Katz who sent that one flying away, as Dalton has to let his teammate go. This one's still middle, and just barely Texas Dallas gets away with, denying a shot that really shouldn't have even been a shot there in the first place. And now SJT has room, has boost to work, and he's soloing 2 players. Those are 2 2K MMR players. Look at SJT go.
He looks so composed on land. It really is refreshing to see. And it makes sense, talking about that Queen City Clash performance out of South Carolina. Top 3 is nothing to scoff at. I'm sure looking for something similar here at Boost on the Beach, but they'll have to come back from this UTD early advantage. And the Comets want more, though. That is a clearance of a UTD player, so they're going to be short-staffed now in transition defense, but last man does well. Zora on the backboard gets several important touches as he had to buy time for his teammates to get back.
The 50-50 game from South Carolina has been impeccable this game. They started on their back foot, but since then they've had a really decent amount of control, especially in the orange half, but that one was super close. It looks like it was Blippi who was able to push that one away. As now we'll see another UTD counter. Can Cats find anything? Has to give it away just to give his team some time. Won't find the bump either, and SJT was pre-jumped up for that one. As now he'll go right back up over to Cats, who does find the redirect, but Og can't go just yet. He'll kind of give it a fake jump, and so now it opens the door for Dalton to go down to a teammate who will try to go off the backboard. It's off the top bar, and I believe it was an own goal.
Okay, let's see that one again. UTD put a great shot in the general direction of the South Carolina net, but that ball was high. SJT doubled it for UTD, and that shot goes bar down and in. I'd like to see in the player cam, SJT still got a smile, but UTD, I think, have a more important 2-goal lead.
And Cats will find the 1v1 off the kickoff. So just like that, South Carolina's right back in it, and this series is nowhere close to being over.
Dalton tried to get that ball to Zora there with 100 boos, but South Carolina outdo the UT Dallas kickoff shot they were trying to use to outdo the Gamecocks again. So still a 1-goal affair here in game 2, and we told you it was going to be close.
2 minutes and a little bit of change left to go, and USC once again trying to thrive through the chaos that they seem to really love being in the middle of. And UTD, a team that has come a long way from how they started this semester, and now with one of their biggest proving ground matches, can they finally get back into the series and push us to Champions Field?
Well, that's a bit of a miss. Blippi has a free shot on target, but that's all he'll get. SJT finds a save, though UTD claim possession. Another center ball. Zoro will go backboard with this, and they clear out a South Carolina defender as well. I like what UTD's doing. They're throwing a lot of different offensive looks at South Carolina at the moment, and it's only netted them really 1 goal in this one. I don't know if I count the SJT own goal, but it has given them a ton of possession to milk this clock with.
Some slight double clears for South Carolina, but it's SJT who's got a reset and has room to work. He'll fake it and try and go through one, but I don't believe he actually did get the reset, so now Cats will try to find something middle. It's going to be right back to SJT, who has a shot, but is blocked for the time being, as Texas Dallas now showing a few cracks in their armor, and now Og's off the ceiling, going middle. Cats can go back to a teammate, or he's actually going to go top right corner, but he cannot find an angle there, so UTD once again gets the reset. Here comes the flick. He's over one. Is there more in the tank? No, Blippi will be taken off, and now Dalton gets his fair stab at it. 50 seconds to go. UTD holding on by a thread.
And now South Carolina's turn to have a go at a late clutch moment, as UTD was trying to score on 0 seconds last game, and if this holds up, South Carolina trying to do the same, but Og has a chance with an open net. I think it was SJT running interference for him.
So here we go again. A beautiful catch and jump from Og off the sidewall, and yes, you called it. SJT bumps the third man, and there's nothing Dalton can do. So here we go again. We're tied it to a piece. Late game scenario. So far, the cards are over in the Carolinas.
Let's see what the main stage has in store for us here. What late game antics are the Comets and the Gamecocks going to get up to? Blippi's got a double flip reset plus a clear. The ball is stopped to the midfield line. Dalton is taken out by Og, but Cats is being interfered with by Blippi. No one's where they should be. We got players behind enemy lines causing whatever havoc they can, but South Carolina come away with a chance. It's an open shooting opportunity for Cats, but Blippi finds an all-important save, and UTD posture themselves for a 0-second opportunity. Blippi will try to strip the ball from SJT, but it's a good neutral 54 South Carolina. They've got possession now. Cats will center this, and the crossbar denies what would have been a worldie of a game winner. Are getting into the swing of things, but South Carolina, I think more so when it comes to the opportunities in overtime. All the way off the ceiling to SJT, looking for the win. It's an initial stop, but Blippi. All the way off the ceiling to SJT, looking for the win. It's an initial stop, but Blippi needs more help, and actually he had time to get back to that himself, so he is his own help, and UTD have a
his own backboard through the lag, is able to find a touch. Can he find the read as well? No. So Texas Dallas has a little bit of room. SJT's there to counter, but Blippi's there to read it as well, and so once again, we're back and forth in the midfield. Texas Dallas's awkward net might open up just a sliver, but no, the defense prevails.
We're just going to keep playing game 2 until the stream comes back, and I think we have returned 2.5 minutes in, and Dalton again has to make a diving save to keep UTD fighting. They need this next goal. A concession is a series loss in a pivotal early day match, but South Carolina keep going. They keep pressuring UTD, forcing any kind of cracks to get bigger. But Zora now gets a chance to solo an offense, sets up Blippy on target, but Og gets a big block for SC.
Og now off the side. Can he find anything? It looks like no, and SJT has a dribble. He's got room. The rookie, the MVP so far from game 1 is there, but he's not able to find more than a pinch. So now Cats and Og double committing. It's going to open up the door for Blippy to make something happen as UTD has completely shifted the pace of this overtime into their favor. As now this one, once again, we are stuck in the South Carolina half. Off the corner, he's got SJT side flipping, but nobody's there for Texas Dallas. As now Blippy will try to make a touch happen, but now it's going to be an opposite play. Net could open up, but nobody's there for the demo. Blippy has an open net. Here comes the play. SJT doesn't get it, and Texas Dallas sends us to game 3.
We knew we were going the distance with this one, just didn't know how much of games 1 and 2 we would see. A 3.5-minute overtime before UTD find a way to extend this set, and this time, yes, they are the winners.
Wow, so through a 8-minute game almost with a lag in overtime, both teams play through it, and we still have more Rocket League left to be played. I'm not sure if we're going to have a tech pause or not, but now the audio is starting to come back in the venue, so it seems like things are coming together. I know we had some slight setup issues yesterday, but so far the action's there at least.
Well, that's all we can ask for. I mean, this is one of the most tense series we might see all day. 2 3-2 scores, plenty of offense to go around, but talk about the UT Dallas save counts. 12 saves made on 17 USC shots. That is unbelievable.
17 South Carolina shots. That is absurd. As for them showing this much confidence and poise on land, that's not something that we're used to seeing, especially here in Myrtle Beach on their home turf. But they're here to defend it against the Invaders, and Texas Dallas trying to put the final flag down.
Especially with the lag that we had going on through that overtime. I know it's affecting everybody, but that makes it harder to make saves, because just hitting the ball hard and on target is easy enough when you're lagging. Maybe not too easy, but still, it's easier than making saves, trying to predict where the ball is going to go. So I don't know what the plan is for game 3 here, but I would love for us to get into this one on even standing. And
well, there we go.
Looks like we're playing on.
All right, so we enter Champions Field for a massive deciding matchup between the hometown South Carolina Gamecocks and Texas Dallas. And right now, the momentum feels like it could shift at any given moment.
SJT is from around the area, so he's the real hometown guy, even more so than the Gamecocks themselves. But into game 3, and it is UT Dallas again out-possessing South Carolina, and they'll reset with Dalton in the corner. He's interfered with, though, has the ball pickpocketed from him, and South Carolina begin their attempt at an offensive.
I mean, UTD now has a flip reset. What a play that was from Blippy, but the mechanical mastermind for Texas Dallas only able to find so much against a very stout South Carolina defense. As now Zora tries to pinch one out. Not much that he can do, and he's met by Blippy, who so far has been a crutch for the UT Dallas defense, but they've got to be careful because SJT was very narrowly about to shoot that one.
No goals in the first minute, but not for lack of trying. Plenty of opportunities on both sides, but now I think both these teams have a read on what the other is trying to do. Both love their passing plays, both love their demo plays. We have such an even matchup between UT Dallas and South Carolina, and Og is jumping at ghosts right there, but UTD don't find anything as a result of it. In fact, it's Cats clearing, shooting, and scoring! The senior comes up big for his Gamecocks.
The demos come through. I believe it was it Og or SJT there who got the third man? I couldn't tell, but either way, there's nothing that Dalton could do. Once again, bumped on the back line, and Texas Dallas are now down to kick off the game once again.
It looked like Dalton went up for that ball, trying to undercut it from underneath, and I'm not sure if that was an interference play from South Carolina or UTD breaking down a bit defensively, but now is not the time for that. This is a critical game right now, and South Carolina start us off on the right foot, but as we've seen the last couple of games, we know how long we could be going here.
Og has a flip reset, has room, does get a solid 50, but will lose it for the time being. SJT very quickly onto the next ball, and now there's a pass middle, another shot opportunity, and now a counterattack, a huge bump. The net's going to open up, and Texas Dallas ties it up.
What a snipe in the midfield. Who was that took out Cats here? Sorry, not Cats. Okay, it was Og that was taken. I had to rewatch it. A lot going on in that play, but Dalton was able to walk that ball right down Main Street here as he had no contest getting that shot in.
3 minutes to go, and every game keeps on following the script where we have a scrappy first 2 minutes, but we always end up tied whenever the lights are the brightest. And we're only in group stage, so there's still a lot left to be answered here in the next 3 minutes. But once again, the momentum can shift whenever these teams feel like it, and Blippi will try to do that right now.
Dalton's going to rotate back fast, thanks to the help of a South Carolina demo. Be back to defend this, although his car is facing the net while the ball's coming at him, and still he forces a good 50-50 to put the ball away and prevent South Carolina from really putting together a counterattack opportunity immediately, though they still get one. Og has that shot go off the crossbar. So close for South Carolina, but UTD continue to keep them out.
Og not able to stay on, but he gave Cats a little bit of time to maybe grab some boost, but nothing spawned on him. So now Blippi has the corner, has the wall, but not able to find the read on SJT. Now off the ceiling, he's got a full dribble. He might even have a reset. That he does. He finds a touch over Dalton as well, but Dalton able to completely leave the play. Now he's going to be on the offensive. Finds the read. Net could open up here, but Cats is on the back line once again. 2 minutes to go.
Og down the sideline is a threatening prospect for UTD. Doesn't get a shot on target, but still kind of got everyone jumping, though the Comets find themselves an out and a big pressure release valve. I'm sure South Carolina want to spend a lot of time in that orange end unless they come up with a quick goal, as UTD have shown how good their defense can be in this series. But when you're playing the entire game from your back line, it's tough to do anything else. And SJT's feeling the wrath of that right now. He's got no boost, has to watch his Cats, tries to stop UT Dallas on the near side, and the captain does nicely.
He has room, but now will fall into the possession of UTD, and now it's going to be an awkward 50 for Dalton, but Og's able to beat 2, but nobody's there just yet. Cats finally has room. He's not demoed either. He'll try to use the backboard. Net's going to open up, but Blippi's there to survive for now. He'll try and find more. Will actually win the 50, and now Texas Dallas has turned a very scary moment into a great counter. Dalton finds a demo. There is a player there, but I believe it was Blippi who couldn't find the next touch, as now ball will still sit middle, but South Carolina looking for each other down the field. Blippi will look for a Texas Dallas player. Another 150 for Texas Dallas. We are now under a minute to go, tied again.
60 seconds, and these two teams just cannot separate from each other. But eventually, all the prying will have to be successful, as more than likely whoever gets the next goal is going to find themselves a big win. And it's South Carolina on the board next. Og scores with 40 to play.
Og does not have to be the main offender, but when he can be, it is always when you need it the most. 2-1 for South Carolina.
Now UT Dallas need another one late. We saw what they put together in game 1 on 0 seconds and could use something of the sort here, but it's Og with more space, an open backboard, and no third goal for South Carolina. What a stop by Dalton.
I cannot believe that, but Texas Dallas are giving themselves every living chance that they can, as now there's plenty of room for Zora. Not contested at all, as now has a reset. Is read by Og, who'll be able to turn right back on it, but is beat now off the backboard. There's a huge clear from the veteran Cats himself. 15 seconds left. Can they find anything here? We'll see another play off the backboard that Cats leads, but now Texas Dallas has a 3v1. Og is beat. Net's going to stay open. Here comes the chance, but Cats bumps one. A huge play on the goal line. 2 seconds left. Og will try to do something here. The ball will hit the ground. What a play in the dying moments of game 3 from Cats.
South Carolina survive UT Dallas. That's as scrappy as it gets, as neither side could really find a way to pull apart from their opponent, but South Carolina scored last, and I think at the end of the day, that's the only difference between these two.
I believe that is our first, at least on paper, upset of the event. So big shout out to South Carolina, because now with the wins that they've achieved so far, they're now, I think, on the easier half of trying to make it into that top 3.
They're a land team now, that's for sure. Better late than never for the South Carolina Gamecocks. And I know Cats wants this final semester of his illustrious career to go nicely. And we talked about QCC. Boost on the Beach might be that next accolade for him and his South Carolina Gamecocks, but what a series from SJT especially.
I mean, again, I talk about him in every series that we've ever casted. He has become this almost enigma for USC, to where they've completely changed their style, they've changed their vibe. I see way more smiles and screaming. This has just simply never been what USC's been known for. They've been a more slow, methodical team, but now with SJT, they can be annoying, they can be as talented as they want to be, mechanical as they want to be, and they clear up room against teams that on paper have them outmatched, but that's just USC now.
And I love that Aug has his secondary mechanical threat, because Cats has some mechs, but SJT on the ball is as scary a threat as Aug is, and it's fun to see that growth. And for UTD, they were so close. They were playmaking that entire best of 3, just came up ever so short there in game 3.
And they still do have the power to write their narrative.
Yes.
I mean, you look at teams like George Mason, you look at teams like UTD, who are expected to do well when they show up, but now is UTD going to follow that same pipeline that George Mason followed earlier this morning? I'm not sure.
Well, George Mason's 1-3 right now, so hopefully UTD doesn't follow that
exactly
pipeline. Go in the opposite direction of George Mason right now, and hope that you have a good seed going into tomorrow. But every team does make it to the playoff bracket tomorrow, so as long as you're hot on Sunday, that's what matters.
I mean, but that seeding, though, you don't want to get Davenport. You don't probably want to get Charlotte the way they've been playing.
True.
And then you don't want to get Concord especially. So there is a lot to fight for. The way that tiebreakers will shake out either in this group or across groups is going to be very chaotic tomorrow.
Still, fantastic showing on the main stage for both these two teams. And this is where you need to be bringing your A game. Make sure your playbook is deep as it was for South Carolina and UTD there. Not sure what the result was off on the side stream. Let's see, Wichita State and Charlotte are playing up there right now. That should be another banger.
I would hope that Charlotte shows out in 2-0s, but it probably has a very close match. As we are going to have an interview coming to you very soon. We're waiting on our lovely host, Dan, to get that whole thing set up. But production has informed us of a few results. I didn't actually hear them through my headset, so maybe you got them there.
I think he said that there was a win over Syracuse. Davenport 2-0'd Syracuse, which I think was to be expected a little bit right there. But Charlotte versus Wichita State, that's an in-conference matchup as well. I believe the last time they matched up, it was a 3-0 for Charlotte, and now that I'm saying that, my confidence level has dropped, so I'll double check in the break.
Well, we will be throwing to that break because our lovely host Dan is ready to go with the interview. So Dan, take it away. Oh, is he not ready?
He's not ready.
Okay, well, never mind. I guess we're not ready.
We were testing Dan. We want to make sure his heart health is strong and that he can withstand many heart attacks here. I mean, you kind of have to have a strong heart. Playing in this venue, as loud as it is, this is not for the faint of heart, the easily influenced by noise.
All right, well, I saw him looking down here, so I thought he was ready, but I guess he's not. Okay, so let's just take a look at the series stats, and then we'll eventually get to that said interview. So we'll go ahead and throw that up there. Our lovely production team has been killing it all weekend this far, and when those stats do go up, look at SJT. I think he's got to be your MVP for South Carolina for now.
3 massive goals in that. Was it game 1 that he had that hat trick for South Carolina? And then outside of that, it was Aug and Cats doing the scoring. But SJT did come up huge for his team. And then on the back line, racking up saves left and right, both teams, honestly, which considering the total amount of shots there, Blippi had 12 overall. Both sides were extremely active on their own goal lines.
Yeah, in terms of big shockers, I think both Dalton and Zora struggling to find the back of the net. That's a new one. And also, Dalton had to play on the back line of UTD for almost that entire series. So I wonder if they're going to try and maybe find some rotational or systematic changes moving forward, because you need somebody like that on your front line.
We'll see what Coach Owasical decides to tell him in the break, if he's just the hype man or if they are going to have a conversation potentially looking different going forward. But that was still a good series for them. I mean, one more bounce goes their way, and I think they're the ones taking that set.
Well, we still have a long day of group stage, but now we actually do have the interview. So without further ado, it's Dan with the interview. Take it away.
We are here. I'm here joined by Cats and Cats' entire family. First off, though, Cats, close game against UTD.
Yeah, it was a really close game. You know, we knew going into it that they were going to play us close, but we came in prepared. We came in solid. We did exactly what we wanted to do. Game 1, Game 2, there was a little bit of server problems. I'm not going to say that's why we lost, but it was definitely difficult for both teams in that overtime. Came in Game 3, did what we needed to do, and took care of business, and we're on to the next one against Syracuse.
So UTD did, in their interview before the tournament, they did single you out specifically. They said, we are excited to play USC. Do you feel like, was that reciprocal? How do you feel now that you won?
Yeah, we haven't played UTD too much. We played against their JV team and their C team, and all 3 of their rosters are incredibly good and incredibly talented. So it's definitely exciting to play against their varsity roster. Definitely a team that we don't normally get to play much, so we were very excited to see what that was going to look like, see how they played against us, and we were happy with the way we executed.
Heard it from the man himself. Now moving on to the parents. Mr. and Mrs. Katz, what is it like to come out here, drive all the way to, I mean, not all the way, I guess you guys are from the state, but what's it like watching your kid play esports?
No, it's a lot of fun. You know, normally we're watching this streaming at home on the couch, but to have the real full live environment is a lot of fun. We don't like the lag a lot between what they're playing down there and what we're watching, but
Players need to be quiet when they score, so they don't ruin it for the rest of us while we're watching.
It's a spoiler.
It is a spoiler, so they need to chill. No more celebrating, so we can see what happens.
So did you guys always know that your son was into esports? What was it? Did it take you a little bit to kind of get on board, or were you in from the start?
To be honest, we always fought about him spending too much time on the computer, and then he started coaching. And he was like, Mom, I'm getting money.
And that changes the game. Green Talks. Now going over here, we have the brother of Katz. Is that right? What's it like watching your bro down there game on sticks?
Oh, well, you know, he's pretty crazy. I mean, I grew up playing with him, you know, just a little bit of Rocket League, and then I turn around and then he's an esports pro, but you know.
So I guess was Rocket, what other games did you play?
Oh, well, Carl was really, Katz was really big into the Destiny 1 and the Roblox, you know.
Who's the better gamer?
Oh, I mean, he is. That's not a competition.
Okay. And now going over here to the other side of the table, we have the sister and the boyfriend, shouts out. But the sister, I guess I'll ask you the same question. When did you know that he was the real deal?
Real deal? Well, I mean, he's always been way more computer savvy than the rest of us, for sure. But I know he was really getting into it on Twitch for a while, and that was when he started getting a lot of attention for his coaching and his general know-how in the games. And then so when he started building just his game knowledge and started turning it into this, I don't want to say full enterprise, but he's doing a great job. He's got a lot of recognition in the space for his work as both a coach and a player. And I mean, the USC program wouldn't be where it is today without him and his influence. So I'm proud of all the boys, but I get to brag about him. So.
We get to brag about him, and he gets to brag about his win. Thank you all for the interview. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but don't worry, we have so much more Rocket League to get to. Live from Boost on the Beach 2025, I am here joined by some wonderful members of the Hangout crew. Do you guys know what's going on?
No.
No.
I don't.
So, in your name, I see on the tag, it's Steven. Steven, if I may, you said right off the bat that you did not want to do the talking. So, you don't know what Rocket League is. Do you play video games?
I actually do know Rocket League. I don't play it.
So, what do you know about it?
That my roommates play it.
Okay. What, do you play video games?
Not really, no.
Do you play video games?
I love Fortnite.
Could you? Fortnite. Okay, all right. Moving on.
I also play Fortnite. She's my friend. We play Fortnite together.
Oh, this is your duo?
Yes.
Okay, so could I ask you guys to do something a little strange?
Sure.
You've done. What's your favorite Fortnite dance? Come on, no, you're the dude. Come on. Both of you, Fortnite dance. Let's go. Casters, over to you.
Sorry, Parker.
Oh, wait.
Well, thank you very much for that beautiful display of Fortnite dances. I believe it was 2 griddies back to back and then a griddy around another griddy.
A lot of griddies going on in one location.
A lot of griddies indeed in one location. I am Exil, joined by Griffin. Griffin, Audible, you're up on main stage here. How are you feeling jumping into this pretty tough matchup that we have coming up?
You know, I got the call up. I said, you know what? I'll put my hand up. I got the team. I'm gonna take care of this one, right? I filled out the talent form just in case. I kind of had a feeling it was gonna happen.
Of course.
But yeah, I was head ref TOing upstairs, making lobbies, making sure everyone had good games up there. Got the call up. Now I'm down here casting with you. I mean, nice. I'm down to have a great time. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, this is gonna be some top-notch entertainment, right? We have Syracuse versus University of South Carolina. Syracuse hunting, I believe, their first win here today. USC, however, looking very, very good on their end. 2-0 on the day, taking up wins against Wichita and UTD most recently on the main stage. But let's take a more in-depth look at what some of these teams have to offer, starting with Syracuse.
Right, absolutely. I was upstairs with Syracuse in the background, right? We saw some absolute great gameplay. We actually just saw them play Davenport University, and they held them to a 2-1 game. Very close, had some great defensive standings, some great offensive opportunities. I think this team has the absolute chance and possibility to make a run here. I think they can get a few wins here and there and put themselves in a decent spot for tomorrow's bracket. University of South Carolina, right? They saw that upset win against, who'd they just play?
UTD.
They played UTD, saw that upset win, right? I mean, that's got to feel good for them, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure these two teams, you have a team that's high off of a great win and a team that's chasing their first victory. I think that this game is going to be electric.
Yeah, so Syracuse was here last year, right? A pretty new up-and-coming roster, still getting developed. We have Gababy, their star player here on this Syracuse squad, looking super, super strong thus far. From last year, they went 3-2 in groups and were knocked out in the quarter round in bracket against Maryville. Maryville not here this year, of course, so Syracuse might be able to weave their way through some bracket potential here, but they have been improving fairly steadily thus far with this new roster that they have, which, by the way, is brand spanking new. This is the first year that this roster has been together, but not really likewise on the side of USC. Let's take a quick in-depth look at these guys, right? They have, who do they got? They've got Cats. They've got SJT, and they have AUG. Cats and AUG have been together for quite a while, but the up-and-comer, the new face on this team is SJT, who has been looking very, very good.
Right, absolutely solid. I mean, we saw time and time again these players, like, even though these are relatively new rosters, they are not scared to make these combinations. They are not scared to get in their opponent's face, right? We have some old combinations filtering with a new little sprinkle of talent, right? You got a brand new team. I think no matter what, this game is going to be outstanding to watch. We're going to have a great time viewing from up here, right? Sharing the talent with the fans. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes, right? Because we know Cats and AUG from last year. They looked very, very good going up against the very high-level teams that we had here last year with West Virginia and Maryville, though Harrisburg as well was here last year. So they had some tough competition last year, but are looking very, very good this year, like I said earlier, and most recently for this USC squad, that 3-game victory over UTD. The first 2 games going to very close overtimes, and then in that game 3, it was a 2-1 nail-biter. I mean, UTD almost had the tying goal towards the end there, but they were just able to squeak by, get the defense going, and squeak out with a 2-1 victory. So very excited to jump into this matchup once the teams are ready to go. But let's get into some predictions here, right? Griff, who do you think is going to come out on top in this matchup?
Personally, if it was my opinion, right, I've played with some players here before. Gababy, I've played with him or against him in like Stay Plugged In spin tournaments, right? Played a couple of these guys in ranked. They're high MMR players, very talented players. With this one, I'm going to have to go with University of South Carolina, but although I really do think these games are going to be close. I think that no matter what, we're going to have an absolute bloodbath on our hands. I think it's going to be, they're going to have to grip and grab for every single goal in this game.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a close one, right? Specifically if Gababy gets activated on the side of Syracuse, right? The leading scorer for this team. And it's been, who has it been? It's been Mr. Lindell and Casey Taus, looking very good on the Syracuse side of things as well, being able to feed the ball to Gababy, find those avenues, those passing lanes opening up. So when Gababy gets space, they are very, very dangerous. So it's going to be up to USC to try to lock down on that defensive side, not let Gababy get a lot of these close, clean looks as we hop into the hype chamber, into the fly-through. That's a good sign. That means we might get started here very, very shortly.
I mean, I'm excited. I think that Syracuse definitely has the opportunity, especially with like the two supporting casts, right? Making sure Gababy is always in the right spot. But I think this game is really going to come down to whether Gababy can maintain his positioning and awareness on the field, right? If he gets too eager on offense and leaves his two kind of teammates that don't have as much experience on defense against three talented players, I think that it might go bad for Syracuse here. So I think that no matter what, they're going to have to play smart. I think playing the smarter team is going to win this game.
Yeah, South Carolina already off and swinging. A shot on goal coming through from Og Lindell there on the defensive side for Syracuse. So we will have to see what happens here. SJT up in the air again, going for that double tap. Won't be able to connect with a follow-up from Og. Strikes true. USC first on the board.
I mean, that's absolutely what you want to see. You want to see SJT getting active early, right? This rookie player that you mentioned connecting well with his senior teammates. I mean, fantastic start for South Carolina, right? They're going to get active early and put some pressure on Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse has to get back into the swing of things. Found themselves early on that defensive side within the first 20 seconds of that one. Let's see if they can get any offense going here. But Cats, another shot on goal. Lindell back on that defensive side, able to find that save, keeping it within one here. But USC already pushing the advantage, looking very, very powerful on this offensive side, able to transition these clears. Beautiful.
Absolutely. One thing I do really like about South Carolina's positioning is that they are really far spread out, as SJT is going to put his stamp on this first game, extending the lead to 2 for South Carolina. Like I said, I think I like their positioning. I like how active they're getting on offense. We saw all 3 members of South Carolina getting ready to collapse on the goal, making sure that this offensive attempt was tried and true.
Yeah, I mean, Syracuse back on that defensive side. They thought they found that clear, but instead it was a follow-up from the newcomer, SJT, able to find that angle. Cats as well, tossing it back up to SJT, who had a shot on goal there, but good defense coming through from Syracuse Orange. Now a little bit of a pass play back and forth. Now SJT flip reset in the back pocket, will be able to navigate the traffic. 3-0 for the Gamecocks.
Right, an unfortunate pass and kind of a missed touch coming out from Syracuse, leaving one member back for them, and it's just gonna roll in the back of the net. An unfortunate series of events, but I mean, extended the lead to 3-0 for South Carolina, right? They're in a comfortable position. Now, do you think they're gonna get more aggressive and try to build up their goal differential, or do you think that they're gonna play safe and kind of calm around the pitch?
I mean, based off of what Cass was just trying to do there, it looks like they're going for it all, right? They want to separate themselves from the lower, weaker teams here in this group. Syracuse has to fight back from a 3-0 deficit here in game number 1, trying to navigate that defense, but SJT able to find that touch, pushing it back over into that corner. Cast now in the air, the pass down to Og, shot on goal, blocked by Gababy. Good defense coming through from the orange.
Yeah, one thing I want to pass out. Oh, almost a near another goal for South Carolina. One thing I want to point out, like Syracuse, like Gababy has 9 goals in the first 2 series, right? If you're averaging 4 games total, 9 goals, that's over 2 goals a game, right?
Yeah.
He is obviously putting in work for his team as it's going to be a race back. What a save by Gababy. Once again, keeping his team alive in this game. He does not want to go out like this.
Yeah, that shot just barely going wide as well. Gababy with a shot on goal. SJT able to pick that one up and carry that one off to the corner. But now Lindell can't get back in time. Cats on the transition. Too fast for Syracuse to catch up.
That's fantastic awareness from Og to know that his teammate Cats is sitting in the middle of the field, no one back, right? A simple little mid pass. Here you go.
Yeah.
Toss of the rugby ball, and we're moving towards the goal already.
And we'll have to see what happens here as we approach the halfway mark of game number 1. South Carolina up 4-0 over Syracuse. Lindell trying to find a clear. Og will catch that one, toss it back over to SJT. Cats now in the air, some boost to work with. Will just take it all the way himself, but back on defense is Tasty Towels. Great stuff coming through from the defenseman of Syracuse, keeping this just a 4-score game.
I mean, Syracuse is doing a fantastic job on defense, given the fact that they have let up 4 goals. They are doing really well at not doubling up on balls and kind of knowing, like, okay, you go, now I go, now you go, now I go, I get boost, you get boost, right? They're doing a really good job of realizing that if they let their opponent overextend like this, Gababy's going to look to find the back of the net, not quite able to get it. If they're able to get their teammates to, or their opponents, sorry, to overextend, they might be able to bite back a little bit, get one here, one there, and those add up over time, Ben. I think that this game might be out of the reaches. Og is going to extend that to 5 with a near post shot that falls in the back of the net. I think that Syracuse definitely can grab a win here, right? I think they can definitely find one that they were looking for all day.
Yeah, I mean, Og, that was just great maneuvering through the traffic of the Syracuse defense. That flip into that near post, like you said, advancing this lead 5-0. There's still 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes to go here in game number 1. But with this 5-goal deficit in the way, the trend of this game thus far, I mean, the follow-ups coming through as well. SJT trying to find yet another cross with the backflip, but unable to do so. I mean, Syracuse has been struggling to find any sort of offensive power, right? Gababy has been locked down in pool. There's been a few looks here and there, but they haven't been able to capitalize on anything just yet, as SJT is now in the air, tossing it back down to Cats, who will not fully commit yet. Instead, will toss it over to the corner for Og. Now the cross coming through. Cats probably just going to let that one fall down towards the bottom, but Og getting demoed means that Gababy might have an angle, but no, back on defense is Cats, just in time to find a beautiful save, and with that, that means it's a brand spanking open goal for Syracuse, South Carolina.
Syracuse kind of put all their eggs in one basket, right? Trying to find that counterattack. Just not enough pace on the ball. A great save coming out from South Carolina. Easy counterattack, able to extend the lead to 6. One thing that I love about South Carolina's offense is that their first man, when he is rotating out, is really, really aware of, like, oh, wait, I can turn back in. Gababy going to drop this one down. Saved by Cats, cleared by Og. Oh, sorry. Hold on, something happened. All right. But yeah, the first man is able to turn back into the play really fast, and I think that really allows. That's a great bump. Oh my goodness, that's awareness.
Yeah,
that was good.
That was a beautiful bump indeed coming through. I mean, I believe that's SJT with that one. Yeah, Gababy was in position to try to find that save, but SJT coming in clutch with that bump. 7-0 now with 33 seconds to go here for South Carolina. I mean, Syracuse, with 30 seconds to go, I'm not sure if you're going to come back from this one in game number 1. Set your sights on game number 2 instead, because right now the Gamecocks are running away with game number 1.
Right, absolutely. And like you said earlier, Gababy has really just been locked down on offense. He's kind of been forced to play this second to third man role as Gababy makes a hairline save, right? Keeping this one at 7, not letting it get to 8. Pat towards the goal. Mr. Lindell clears it off the line. 1 second. Keep the ball up if you can. Shot here by Gababy. Going to look to find the back of the net. They get one. Welcome to Brazil.
Welcome to Brazil. Yeah, Gababy finally finding an angle to find that goal. Good job to finish it off on a good note, right? I mean, that's what you want to see from Gababy, from this Syracuse roster, but they have to try to make that more consistent, right? They haven't been able to find that time and time again. I mean, at the end of that goal, we saw the Gamecocks laughing, right? They're like, oh, okay, that's fine, no big deal. You don't want them to be able to laugh in some of these games, right? They have to bounce back in game number 2 and see if they can activate their star player in Gababy.
I absolutely agree. I think Syracuse here needs to like take a breath and be like, okay, what really separated them from us? Like, what did they do so well to the point that we were unable to comprehend or adapt and overcome? Right. And I think really what did it was the fact that Syracuse, I noticed, gave the ball a lot away in the midfield, right? They were unable to find one another in the midfield, and the Gamecocks were able to just pick it off and kind of like pass play, air dribble bumps, find the demos, find the infield passing. The linking up was absolutely on point from the Gamecocks. If I'm Syracuse, I'm like, okay, how do we maintain the middle of the field better, right? How do we adapt and overcome from this situation? And I think it's got to be the fact that they can't rely on Gababy so much, right? Yeah. He does so much for them on offense and defense that it's going to come down to whether or not Mr. Lindell and Tasty can figure out how to maneuver in the middle of the field better to cut off some of these angles from the Gamecocks, right? And if you don't even have to hit the ball sometimes, right? You just got to apply that pressure, make them throw it away, and then if the Gababy ends up with the ball for free, then you can build out of the back and build from there. Look, we're in game 2.
Game 2 underway. SJT with 2 demos right out of the gate. Lindell and Tasty Towels going down immediately, but unable to capitalize on anything just yet, as the kickoff did go in favor of Syracuse. Let's see if they can lock down this defense and capitalize on these clears. It's Gababy now, no boost to their name. The cross coming through off the post. Og now with demos back to back. We'll have to see if Syracuse can get this ball out of their half of the pitch, but right now it seems to be a repeat of game number 1. The Gamecocks in full control of this ball.
Absolutely, and the Gamecocks, like I said, their offense, especially in the attacking third of the field around the 18-yard line, is so dominant, right? Cats peppering this net with shots, right? Now, Syracuse has some boost, has some space to work with, but then SJT is just going to shove it back down. They're going to be like, no, you can't get out of your half just yet, right? They want to build out the back, but South Carolina's doing a fantastic job of keeping them confined to their half.
Yeah, the rotations from USC as well have been clean, right? If there is any clear that's going in Syracuse's favor, we often see Augs, Cats, or SJT, any one of these Gamecocks back on that defensive rotation, able to transition, catch that clear, find a clear of their own, an aerial dribble, whatever it may be, to get back on that offensive side of things. But it's a slower game here in game number 2, right? We're tied up 0-0, a minute and a half into this game. But so Syracuse, definitely an improvement from game number 1. Let's see if they can keep it up. But right now, they need to get it out of their half.
Absolutely. And I think that over time, right, 9 times out of 10, when you see a game like this, the team that outshoots the other team is usually the team that wins, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that basically all day today. Very few games have found out that the winner is actually the team that shot less, right? 9 times out of 10, the team that is pampering the goal with more shots is usually the team that gets a ball to fall, right? They want to pamper these shots, get these opportunities on net, but I mean, South Carolina is just locking Syracuse down in their own half, right? I mean, we're finding, almost an insane redirect by Tasty, cleared off the line by Og, now kind of got a counterattack in the midfield. Awkward situation, Gababy going to cut across, pap it back up. Tasty going to jump for this one, get a little airborne on it.
Now we have hit halfway through game number 2 here, 2.5 to go. No score just yet. And just as I say that, it's a pass. Og able to capitalize from midfield, 1-0 Gamecocks.
That is absolutely fantastic awareness from Og. He realized that Tasty wanted to clear it to the other side of the field where Mr. Lindell was, right? He was looking for his teammate to build out of the back and just like kind of protect the goal a little bit, but just he recognized that the pass was going to come through. Wasn't enough oomph on it, and Og read it perfectly. I mean, that was basically a wide open net for him.
Yeah, a beautiful shot indeed. Now it's SJT's turn. Some boost to the name, goes low, and will be able to take it all the way in. You saw the read coming through from the Q's player. I believe it was Lindell. They think SJT is going to take that high, go for that flip. Instead, it's the fake out. They stay low, dribble that one into the net. 2-0 now, South Carolina.
Yes, the classic up and down fake. I've seen it far too many times.
Now we see Mr. Lindell trying to secure some space here for Syracuse with that demo, but again, the Gamecocks back on this offensive side. They don't need all three members to do this. Oftentimes, you only need the two. Sometimes it's just the one with SJT. Gababy now trying to find a clear, pushing that one back over to the other half of the field. Tasty Taos now trying to get aggressive, get active. Lindell up in the air, but the defense holding strong for South Carolina.
Right. I mean, they're at the point where they have a 2-goal lead. They don't need to play extra. Gababy going to pat this one over the top of the net. Back down, Cat's going to look to follow up. Gababy once again clearing it off the line. We're going to look to get to it quick. Wants to release some pressure. Like you said, though, South Carolina, they're dominant on offense. They're prominent on defense, right? They are basically doing everything right in this game, right? They're almost playing perfect Rocket League. They're playing the perfect balance of offense and defense. They're giving, they're taking. It's right now. It looks like a well-orchestrated orchestra.
Machine.
Well-oiled machine. We'll go with well-oiled machine.
Syracuse now, a minute to go here, down 2. Have to get something going if they're looking to tie this one up. FJT there in the air, shot on goal, but Gababy there to get that save. Cows and everyone getting demo. This is an open goal almost, but of course the respawn's coming in time to find the saves that were needed, but that just stunts any kind of momentum that Syracuse was going for. SJT going head hunting right now against Syracuse. Og shot on goal. Gababy back in time to find that save, sitting at that goal line as we approach 30 seconds left in game number 2. It's going to be SJT able to find the angle. Og burying that one into the back.
I mean, that's got to be so annoying for the Syracuse, right? You have to realize, like, you're going to have this player passing the ball, one ready to shoot, and then Cat's just absolutely annoying everybody in the goal, getting bumps, bumping people out where they want to be. I mean, what's the word I'm looking for? Well-orchestrated attack from South Carolina, right? I mean, basically all three of the team got active as Gababy going to look to sneak this one by, able to get a goal on the board. Hey, you got to take one where you can get one.
Yeah, 16 seconds left now here in game number 2. Syracuse still down 2 after that midfield shot going in from Gababy. They're going to have to need some pretty quick goals here. We've seen a 1-second goal already today. The clear here off of kickoff going in favor of Syracuse, but Og pushing that one off into the corner. Tasty Taos as well, trying to find the angle, but no, the clears coming through from South Carolina. 1 second on the clock. It will hit the ground. A clean 2-0 for the Gamecocks as now they advance to 3-0 here in Group B.
Right. I mean, they are definitely making a name for themselves out here in Group B, right? But we have to remember, you have some other really dominant teams. UTD, who they were able to defeat. You have Davenport. You have Charlotte. I wonder how University of South Carolina is really going to stack up against those teams, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Syracuse is unable to find their first win of the day. However, I mean, I'm excited for what is to come from both of these teams. I mean, we saw a lot of great plays from both sides of the field.
Yeah, and props to Syracuse as well, staying in it, able to find 1 goal in game number 1. Mind you, that was very one-sided, a 7-1 victory there for the Gamecocks. And then game 2, keeping it closer, but the defense in that later half, that second half of game number 2, just letting up a few goals, and then that snowball just began to start. It's a 3-1 victory here for the Gamecocks in game number 2, and the clean 2-0 in the series as well. So I like what I'm seeing from Syracuse, Gababy specifically, but I'm also loving what I'm seeing from these Gamecocks right now. They have shown up and are looking very, very good here for Group B.
Right, and we just got word that Davenport actually 2-0'd Wichita State, looking to make themselves even more dominant. I mean, they are the #1 seed overall for a reason, right? They're looking to take down just about anybody. I cannot wait for South Carolina to play Davenport. I think that is going to be an absolute howler of a game, right? I'm so excited to watch that one.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are clicking right now, specifically USC. Davenport advancing to that 3-0 line as well here in Group B. So we'll have to see if they keep that up. Definitely one of the favorites as well, alongside Concord over in Group A going into this weekend. We're like, all right, 1-2, Davenport, Concord kind of in that zone. But you never know who is going to show up, and right now USC is showing up big. So that 3-8, maybe that 2-8. Hey, why not toss in that 1-12 1 to 11 range right in this weekend and see what happens.
I 100% agree. I think when it comes down to Rocket League, anyone can beat anyone on any day, right?
Yeah.
Stuff can happen. Players can psych themselves out. Stuff could go wrong. And no matter what, any of these players, they can take a game off anyone here, right? They got to keep their heads high, man. Everything, I mean, like, dominant teams are going to be dominant teams, right? But you got to try to make a name for yourself while you're here, right? You can't just roll over and take it.
I mean, Syracuse last year, they came back and reverse swept GMU, right? They were down 2-0 in the first round of playoffs, found that reverse sweep, but then unfortunately had to meet a very good Maryville team in the quarters. So we know what's possible. We know the Syracuse roster can do wonderful things. It's just a matter of can they get there in time, right? And right now, Kababy is starting to come online, starting to get unlocked a little bit as well, alongside Lindell and Tacey Cows as well, have been looking very, very good as we take a quick look at these stats real quick.
Yeah, I mean, we see from South Carolina combined 38 shots in 2 games to Syracuse's 9. So 38-9. That's a huge differential. That's almost like a 4.2 differential off the top of my head. I don't know if that's right or not. But, I mean, the shot differential, like I said, the team that shoots more is naturally just going to have more opportunities on net. We see 11 saves from Gababy alone, 9 from Mr. Lindell. I mean, you can't say that they weren't putting in effort because they were on that goal line, holding it down for as long as they can.
Yeah, and like you said, the relentless pressure, the shots coming through from South Carolina, it's just a matter of time until one goes in, right? When you have that amount of pressure and can keep rolling with it, it's really hard to stay on top of things. But hey, don't hear it from us. We have an interview standing by. Dan, take it away.
Apologies, we're back. Okay, sorry. It was off. Apologize for the technical difficulty. That was definitely someone else's fault. It was my fault. I am joined by SJT. SJT, a pretty dominant showing there. How do you think you guys played?
I think we played really well. We decided to try some new things, went for a few kickoff strats, and it went really well for us.
Okay, so we'll do this again. Kickoff strats, right? The kickoff, obviously, when the ball is dropped in the center of the field after a goal or when the game starts or something like that. Can you explain for the layman, for someone who might not know Rocket League, what does a kickoff strat look like?
So a kickoff strat is when you have everybody do a set thing off the kickoff, whether it be faking the ball, going for the corner, stuff like that, you know?
And what are the advantages? Is it to try and score right off rip or to try and just put you guys in a perfect position?
It's more to put you in a perfect position. There's a few teams here that do it really well, some better than others, you know, but we're going to figure it out.
Going back to the teams here that do really well, you guys are undefeated in the group stage. You are a perfect 3-0, but as we were talking about before, you have yet to play Charlotte or Davenport. How do you think your chances are going against those teams maybe tomorrow?
You know, Davenport's a new opponent for us. We know the players. They're really good. We're going to try our best against them, but we'll see how that goes. And then with Charlotte's had our number the past few times we played them, but we always play them really close. It's anybody's game, really.
Boost on the Beach. I know you guys have come here a lot. What do you think about this event? Give me a few words.
Well, personally, this is my first time. It's my teammates. They've been here a few times, but I love it here, man. It's a great environment. The pictures I've seen haven't done it justice.
SJT, everybody. USC, congratulations to them, but we have one more match here on main stage. It will be Syracuse versus Wichita, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Boost on the Beach 2025, joined by a very special guest. Do you mind introducing yourself?
My name is Travis Yang. I'm the director of Esports competition up at Syracuse.
Up at Syracuse. But that's not why you're here. No, because where were you before Syracuse?
I was at a little school down in Kansas, Wichita State University.
And what match do we have coming up?
We got the Orange versus the Shockers.
The Orange versus the Shockers, and there's a lot of talk, Travis, coming from both sides. People are mad. People want to know where your real loyalties lie.
Well, I grew up in Wichita, and I'm a Kansas boy, so I got to say, go Orange!
Go Orange! That's right, you heard it here first. But no, we're not done. Because you're not getting away that easy. Co-workers, your co-workers, Travis. Wichita or Syracuse?
Syracuse for sure. Love you, Joe. Sorry.
The players, Wichita or Syracuse?
Syracuse all day.
The weather, Wichita or Syracuse?
Wichita all day.
Okay, that's still a 2-for-1 victory for Syracuse. Let's take it to the casters for the match.
Go, go, go.
Whoa! What? How'd I get up here?
I don't know, man.
I tripped. I tripped falling, and now I'm here. I was down there. Nikita Bear!
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm up on the stage. I haven't been on the stage yet today. This is a crazy, you're just above everybody.
Do you feel tall?
I feel massive. I feel like a giant. And you can look down at these players. You know, Nikita, I've been doing some fraternizing with the enemy, some might say. I've been talking with Wichita State. I've been making them think that we're friends when in reality it's just I've been sleeping with the enemy to gather info.
Okay. What intel have you acquired?
These guys, let me tell you, Mr. Pickles here sitting in front of us, he can pickle anything.
Okay.
He can pickle absolutely anything. Boone here sitting in the middle. You know, on the left here, we got Mass. He's a solid player. Someone to watch out for. But Nikita, I want you to tell me about these Syracuse boys.
I think we have a video that could help introduce as well. Yeah, I think the folks have seen this a couple times.
They look good, though.
We got some fellas. I mean, of course, it's going to start with Gababy.
Oh, look at that flex. I mean, those biceps can move mountains. Tasty Toes. Everybody knows him. Pointing to Otto. You know him. You love him.
Yeah, and of course, you have Mr. Lindell at the back. I like how they include the coach in every one of these. You're about to see Gav.
Yeah, Coach Gavilan. He's
drawing up a plan. He's drawing up
the plays.
Yeah, so what do we got? We'll go one by one. You got Tasty Tows. Homie loves the environment. Does not enjoy the fish offerings that this location has. Have you seen the catfish in the pond?
Oh, there's catfish in the pond. I will say
there's a lot of fish.
The water color outside is striking.
In a good way?
In a way that makes me wonder if that's what the water looks like. I will say this is a phenomenal venue. I love the lunch boxes. I don't know if you guys have seen on the Roman cam the lunch boxes up on the wall. Got a Cat in the Hat one, Alvin and the Chipmunks. What isn't there to love?
You have like candy up there. There's a lot of stuff up there.
Looking down here, I'm making eye contact with this guy because he thinks he's tough. Hey, he's trying to distract me. The competition, it goes both ways. People think it's just on the pitch. People think it's just Rocket League playing car soccer. No, this is an in-depth. This is a tournament. As we get a look here at the Wichita boys.
Okay, Boone has just been drippy the entire weekend. It's kind of annoying.
He's been drippy the entire weekend.
Yeah, he gave his jacket to the coach for the shot, but he looks so tough. Wait until it comes out.
There he is. He can pickle anything.
Is that a quote?
That is a direct quote. Okay.
Look at that. It's so tough.
I will say Coach Busey's has got that sauce on him.
Yeah. He really got that on right now.
I will say I do respect the whole wheat vibe that they've got going on down there.
Yeah, you have to shock the wheat.
Is that how what is shocking the wheat?
I don't know the process, but I know they do it. You gotta.
Well, they shock wheat. We here in Syracuse. By the way, this is not a biased broadcast in any sense.
Here in Syracuse, we eat orange.
We eat orange. We live orange. We breathe orange. People ask us. They say, "Hey, man, do you like other colors?" And what do we tell them?
No.
That's right. We tell them no.
All right. Let's
talk about the Rocket League.
Let's get into the meat and the potatoes here. Both of these teams have something in common. Do you know what it is?
Travis Yang.
Oh, wow. Okay, both of these teams have two things in common. Do you know what it is?
No.
They don't win.
Oh. Awkward.
Yeah, we have the what do they call like the Super Bowl for like the bad teams? Is like the trash bowl or whatever it is?
Yeah, the trash bowl.
This is going to determine who is going to be winless and not. Basically, like someone will walk out of here with a win, and it's kind of like a demoralizing game if you're at the losing end of this one. It really could set the tide for the rest of the tournament.
It's a fight to get to the top of the trash heap. But some would argue it's better to be on top of the trash heap than at the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, that's true. For Wichita, though, the paths have been, the outcome is the same for both.
Yes.
But the paths have been very different. I think Wichita has had at least one Game 3, if not 2. Syracuse, I don't think, has taken a game yet.
Syracuse, look, it's been rough for our boys in orange, but you can see in each of these games, Syracuse they come out with a slow game one, bad game one, but then when they start getting into their groove, they start figuring out their rotations, they start trusting each other, Gababy starts fragging out.
Yep.
They start doing better. I will say, though, I've been watching Wichita. They've been playing a lot of teams close. They played USC close.
They played UTD close.
UTD close. They've been looking good, but as we've said, it's a fight between David and Goliath, but they're both David. so there takes no miracle here.
I mean, I guess it could both be Goliath. I mean, we know who won in the end, so.
We do. Well, what if they tie? What if we're here for infinity?
Oh, that would be fantastic for the tournament organizers to get through with that. We're seeing the wonderful fly through here. We will be getting into game 1 very shortly. Everyone's dapping each other up right now, getting ready.
You can feel
Fist
the
bumps.
energy. It's palpable. Over here on this Wichita side, we've got the whole crowd really cheering. Over Syracuse side, look, we got people too. Game is starting. We are in the arena. And right off the bat.
Almost had a 5-second goal there from the side of Wichita State. But things are still trying to clear out, figure out who's going to be on the offense first, really. We just you have Moss just like camping on the corner there. Yeah. Tasty Tow's up top trying to get a bump on something.
I think if you're Syracuse, all you got to do for right now is hold. And I think we're starting to see that with Gababy just sitting in the net. You know, you're playing back. You got to play defense. You got to keep it close because when people start stressing, they start making mistakes. So when people start making mistakes, that's when Gababy can come alive for Syracuse off the top. The hit back up the top corner. Gababy there to hit it away.
Yeah, the name of the game for Syracuse is Gababy. We saw him get the deflection, protect Wichita State from scoring, and then you see him all on the other side right there taking the ball down. Yeah. He is the defense, he is the offense, and all Syracuse needs to do is unlock his potential here. Here we see get the block on goal, is shooting down there, isn't able to get the last touch, but the attack is not over for Syracuse yet.
You see the idea there, Gababy trying to get that second touch off of Boone to get the reward, but the open net, Boone putting it on target. Pretty easy finish for Wichita State, just able to take advantage of
we saw right there, Tasty Tow's had the opportunity to challenge and just whiffed. And if you're the last line of defense whiffing there, Boone is going to make that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Kickoffs have been an especially weak point for Syracuse so far today. There was a situation where they allowed a first goal.
Oh, no. I thought that was on. I was way off.
It was a little bit wide. Where I think they allowed like 3 straight goals after giving up their first goal. We do see the opportunity there. The net looked potentially empty.
Right off the side of the net. That was an opportunity there for Wichita, but their attack isn't over. Pickle now. Boone picks up the full boost.
Ooh, Tasty Tow's had the opportunity, but just no boost. The economy is really low, except for Gababy, who if someone is going to have boost, you want it to be him. Kind of gets stuck in the middle there.
The
Boone's
shot
able to
towards
put
the
a
net.
Goal.
Tasty Tow's just caught out again without boost. If Boone is able to put that shot in the air, and if you're standing there, and look, I mean, you can see the circle on the left. Tasty Tow's out of position with no boost. That's an easy put away.
Yeah, Boone's going to make easy shots every single time. You just can't give him up. But it's really interesting because it almost like Syracuse doesn't know who needs to be back or if they're staying back. Am I allowed to go out to challenge it or not? There's been 2 times they tried to challenge, whiffed, and then just didn't get a good angle on the second one and allowed goals both times.
Syracuse, though, trying to put in an offensive push. The demo comes out, slows it down by getting to Baby Lindell. Trying to play around the side. Tasty Towers, though, goes for the touch, flies right back towards Syracuse's goal. Pickle in the air, tries to get the rebound.
It was almost the exact same situation again where Tasty Towers challenged. They had a pinch, and it was almost up there for Pickle to score.
The
Baby on the attack.
Boone's there to stop it. And that's what it's kind of been watching these Syracuse games all day, and it feels like they just always need one more touch. They always need one more rotate. They need one more car to come in and finish it, and it seems like they can just never get it done.
Yeah, well, if you're constantly like getting beat on defensive maneuvers, you always have to like feel like you got to go back. Get, especially for Tasty Towers, right? There's been 2 situations where they've directly challenged or directly went for a 50-50 and missed, and because of that miss or that lost opportunity, resulted in a goal. So now Tasty's like never really going to want to go up there. There might be a little bit of not hostility, but
hesitation.
Yeah,
and especially in a game like this, especially with competitors like this. I know we've been talking about these teams coming in winless, but they're still fabulous players, and the margins for error are so small, and the margins for capitalization are equally small. Syracuse, though, looking to capitalize off the demo. Gababy coming in. Tasty Towels trying to get the tap. Booze there.
Yeah, Gababy was looking for the double right off the wall right there. Wasn't able to get the last touch to finish it out, and like you just said, he just needed one more.
Yep. The shot coming in off the side. Pickle looking for the rebound.
And the flow of the game is really unfortunate for Syracuse because it really does feel like they need to allow Wichita to then shoot on them, and then it's up to Gababy or like Mr. Lindell to pop something out and then have Gababy take it all the way down. They're not really truly setting up any like sort of an offensive threat where they're staying. There's multiple shots, there's multiple attempts, some rotations, and we do see Moss have the opportunity playing in the air, gets a shot on goal.
Wow.
And is able to get it past Syracuse's defense to make it a 3-goal lead with a minute left in game 1.
Let's watch this. This is just, got the flip reset. Yeah. Able to get the flip reset and put that in. Gababy, if you're sitting there trying to save that, because once he's able to, remember, a flip reset, you touch all 4 wheels to the ball, you get an extra jump. With that extra jump, you can put the ball in any direction. So Gababy essentially has to guess. Tasty Towels, though.
Yeah, a little kickoff shenanigans there. Let's see what happens there. Do we see the double commit and the ball just comes? Oh, that was just a really weird deflection. Unfortunate for the side of Wichita State, but really fortunate for the side of Syracuse. You're able to get that goal on the board.
In a minute and 11 seconds is enough time.
It's doable.
If you're Syracuse and you want to come back in, you just got to make sure you lock in. You got to get some good touches. You got to get the good rotates. You got to keep the ball out of your own defensive zone.
Yeah, I just worry with how slow Syracuse's offense is. Like you might need a minute a goal.
Yeah. We haven't been able to see like a sustained offensive effort from Syracuse. It's all playing in those counters, those kind of ripostes. There's no pressure.
No, it's really just like one string that has to hit, and if it doesn't, it's immediately back to defense. Everyone just rotates back. You might have 2 people committing on offense, but I don't know if we've ever seen a true triple commit on offense yet for Syracuse.
Maybe now is the time. 36 seconds left. Syracuse has to try and put something towards the net. Pickle, though, a shot in on target. Tasty Towels again sitting there with no boost.
Yeah, Gababy caught out of position there as well, because I think he did realize what you were saying, where the time kind of has to be now for us to commit to something on offense. Even had the boost, was waiting for it, but I think went out of the goal to try to get that ball, to try to force something here.
Yeah.
And we're probably looking at a Game 2 situation where Wichita State is up 1-0.
Yeah, and this is what we have seen from Syracuse throughout the first couple games. Game 1, it's always been slow. Gababy's able to stop the bleeding for now. But Game 1's been slow, and Game 2 is when Syracuse really starts to, I don't know if it's find their groove or maybe just play with a little bit more confidence, willingness to kind of go out there and play, as Mace makes it 5-1.
Yeah. I mean, all the goals matter for like how this tournament will determine seeding. So you look at game differential, you look at goal differential.
Yep.
So Wichita State, it might look like they're running up the score. It's actually not just to feel good about themselves. There actually is an advantage to it with where they play tomorrow, potentially, depending on the tiebreaker.
Sure, it makes you feel good about yourself.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah,
especially in this matchup.
Mr. Lindell gets the demo, trying to put the ball in the goal. Gababy gets one for the road. That's not. We don't hate that. We see an explosion of energy from Mr. Lindell. Love that goal.
1 second left here. We're going to be going into game 2.
Nikita, do you believe in miracles?
I suppose. Time to time.
3 goals.
This ain't one of the times. This
ain't that. Wichita State takes game 1 pretty commanding, but Syracuse,
every single time.
They
it's
didn't
game 2.
necessarily show life per se, but they showed that they have the ability to live.
Yeah, I suppose. They know how to control the controller to move the vehicle, to hit ball.
He put the shades on. Mr. Pickles put the shades on, and I'm feeling a little. That's a power move. That's a power move.
He's aura farming. Homie's opening up Pokemon cards.
He's opening. Oh, can we get the pan cam on this? Opening packs. He's opening packs on stage. Can we? Is this possible to get? Oh, he's got the face cam.
All right, what do we got?
What do we got? Nidoran, terrible.
Protective goggles, that's a great pull, I heard.
Arcanine.
Arcanine.
Nah, we got nothing.
We got nothing. We got nothing.
Oh!
Boo! You know, I heard that's a terrible omen, and Wichita State is going to lose the next 2 games terribly. We're getting mocked, Nikita.
This is crazy.
Because we talked a big game for Syracuse.
Okay, so yeah, kind of some of like the outside the game stuff. Boone said he'd literally retire from Rocket League if he lost this set yesterday.
Yeah. So for those of you who didn't see or if you did see the before interview, Travis Yang is a staff here at Syracuse Esports, the director of what is it?
Competition.
And there's a competition going on, a fierce one between these players. A demo comes out on Mr. Lindell to move to the game 2.
Yeah, trying to get a back wall double there. Is unable to get that second hit. And Mr. Lindell kind of just fades off. Baby called for the ball there and went over.
Oh, we need
and it
one
almost
more
paid
touch.
off. And there's just not a commit. There's not that third player there for the side of Syracuse.
Mr. Lindell, though, meets the ball in the air. Unfortunately, no boost to try and continue this offensive effort. Mace gets the demo on to Tasty Towels. Pickle taking it up for a little solo freestyle. Baby meets the ball in the air.
Yeah, is able to replenish his boost as well. Syracuse in a good position to fend off this offensive attack from Wichita State. And I think if you're comparing just like the first minute of this to what we just saw in the last game, this is infinitely better for the side of Syracuse.
Yeah.
We're actually seeing some form of an offensive threat.
We've been in the blue side zone for the first minute of the game here, and that's really what you need for your Syracuse. You need sustained offensive pressure because it is a numbers game. The more shots you have on goal, the more chances you have to put it in. Baby now playing on the side, 32 boost to his name. Going to be rejected by Boone.
Oh, no. Boone. Boone had the opportunity there. I think if it was a better touch or a better read on the ball, that could have just been a free goal right there. A little bit wide.
Gets the credit for the save now. Mace flies up, rejected by Tasty Towels.
Yeah, good challenge there. Able to
Pickle the flip
get
reset.
the ball off. And just wide once again. And those are the types of mistakes that Syracuse will take advantage of every single time. Gababy able to clear the ball here. Has a little bit in the tank. But Pickle's able to just send it right back.
Lindell, not much boost, but able to still hit that ball out. The hit back in from Mouse, sent to the middle of the field. Gababy now met it, throws a lazy shot attempt in, batted off by Pickle.
Tasty's not able to get it, but I think Gababy is behind, and Gababy just goes back to try to defend against this staunch Wichita State offense. Shot is wide again.
Good touch.
No touch from Lindell there.
Yeah, Boone now full boost, tries to go in. Tasty Towels, a great touch to kind of disrupt that process that Boone was trying to get going. Gababy tries to center, nice touch away. Tasty Towels now.
Oh, looking for the quarter double.
Gababy flying in, Superman. He's always there. The shot in on goal, Pickle.
Yeah, and we just see both of the Syracuse University members just back there at their own goal. They're like, okay, you get one shot, just go out there. We're going to be back here defending because we know it's going to miss and come right back.
Exactly. And they got a chance now in front of the net. Maybe the defensive play serves Syracuse in the sense that Wichita doesn't have all those players in the air.
Oh, no. Missed the ball there. Still able to clear it out, but we almost saw a triple commit.
Oh, Gababy able to find the spot. Boone backwards flipping. Like a dog who overran the Frisbee. Moss now in the air. Lindell trying to come up with miss. Tasty Towels, though, able to come in and save.
And again, we're seeing someone a double commit or triple commit from Syracuse. They don't know where everyone is on the team there.
Gababy able to get in and disrupt that pass meant for Pickle. Moss throws it in. Tasty Towels, though, with an excellent save. Syracuse got to find some way to relieve this pressure. Shot after shot has been coming in.
That was a great read there from Tasty Towels to read the pass play because that just would have been a shot on goal left that just would have gone in. It was a good 50-50, and it worked out in favor of Syracuse, but Boone is not stopping this pressure. I mean, we've just been looking at 2 straight minutes of offensive attack from Wichita State, and no goals for anything from it.
Yeah, Syracuse, though, doing a good job defending. Their rotations are on. Moss gets that demo on a Tasty Towels. Now might be the time to try and put an effort in. Pickle flying up in the air, met by Boone, smacked out by Gababy. Syracuse looking to counter.
Here's the opportunity. The pass over the middle, but it's deflected by Moss. Empty net right now.
Syracuse, the rotations come in. Gababy able to find that stop. 1 minute left in game 2, scoreless. Remember, the first game went to Wichita commanding. Syracuse already.
Where's Gababy? No one there.
Tasty Towels.
Tasty Towels.
Looking for the rebound. Bouncing off the top. Syracuse, do you have a body there? Pickle able to hit it out. Lindell, though, with the touch.
Tasty just should have committed there. If it would have got his own rebound, that could have been a goal.
Boone now trying to throw it in. A little off the top left. Good baby. Full tank of gas and a head of steam. Moss able to interrupt.
Lindell's there to get a touch on it.
Pickle now trying to take this one. Tasty Towels up off the ceiling.
Oh, but Wichita's in position here. Boone is there. Nas is behind.
20 seconds left. Game 2, best of 3 series. Pickle now flying in. Boone looking for the touch. Ball in Wichita's end. But Mace able to get it back out. Gababy with the touch, sends it back in. Off the corner, looking for the touch, looking for the tap.
Ooh, Moss kind of gets knocked out of position there. Tasty Towels going for the attack.
All the ball's got to do now is touch the ground, and we're headed to overtime.
Oh no, opportunity!
The shot coming in for Syracuse, Gababy. This is where someone like Gababy thrives.
Oh, the kickoff, you got to watch it here. Pickle very smartly did not try to attack there. Just waited to get boosted.
Off the side!
And that makes all the difference there, that extra boost right there.
Pickle able to close this one out. Wichita State take the series 2-0. Pickle just a little solo play. That angle is so tough for Gababy to try and get in there and stop it.
Yeah. And yeah, it really did just end up coming down to what happened on kickoff in overtime.
Yep.
Out of position, Pickle was just solo with ball right there and was able to finish it off. He has another pack.
He's got... Maybe the victory pack is going to do something different. That's a woman. That's not a Pokemon.
Is that a reverse? Oh.
I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh. Yeah. All right, he didn't get the pulls, but they did get the win.
Yeah. What's more important though? Pokemon cards are forever. Wins are temporary.
No, this is going down at Liquipedia, Rocket League.
Oh, you're right.
They're gonna have their names etched in history. There's another pack.
How many packs did this kid bring?
This could be just considered gambling.
This is gambling.
Nothing. What the?
Another Voltorb?
Oh.
He was awful pack luck. Get him off the camera.
Get him off the
stage.
What is this guy doing? He gets to usurp. He didn't even shake Syracuse's hands yet. Packs over sportsmanship apparently now. It's all fun and games.
Yeah, ever since Travis Yang left, the sportsmanship level at Wichita State's really gone downhill.
I heard that. I heard them talking about that. No, now we see the players go fist bump each other. We're all having fun here. As we can tell, it's a tournament for fun. I mean, to win, definitely. But we're opening. Where else can you open packs?
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming up. He's coming up.
Oh, God.
We got a visitor. Is that mic on?
I believe so. Yeah?
Yeah, that mic's on.
Yeah, mic's on.
How are we feeling?
Feeling good. It's a good way to end the day, especially after a rough start. So we take it.
Okay. How was your first Boost on the Beach? How's the venue?
Really fun.
Okay.
You know, I think it's one of the only places where you can have as rough of a day as we did and still have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So, you know, happy to be here. Yeah, great event.
Yeah, I know in the interviews that you had earlier, the one team that you really were targeting were the folks in orange right there. Does it feel good? Why were you targeting specifically?
I mean, first name Travis, last name Yang. You know, it's really him. Nothing personal with any of the players. Really just Travis Yang. But
is it personal with Travis Yang?
Oh, it's personal with Travis Yang. But yeah, that was really it. Glad to get work done, and you know, we'll come out tomorrow, hopefully with a better start than what we had today.
Yep.
And yeah.
What do you think was the difference between Game 1 and Game 2? Because obviously Game 1 pretty dominant for you guys. Game 2 a little different. Do you think that's just because you kind of sunk into it and you didn't get back in, or what?
You know, I think after a game like we had in Game 1, it's kind of easy to kind of let out the gas a little bit.
Yeah.
And Syracuse definitely took advantage of that, and that was definitely a nail-biter in the last game for us. So, you know, a little close for comfort, but yeah, Syracuse did a good job to bounce back after Game 1.
The packs.
Yeah, why the Pokemon cards? What's up with that?
Pokemon cards, man.
It's not an addiction. It's passion.
That's all
I've got to say.
That's all you've got to say.
Yeah. Any final words? Anything you're looking forward to for tomorrow? Any bracket demons you're looking at?
I mean, I think we're a sleeper at this point. We had a rough day. I still think we can beat just about anyone here. So, yeah, we're excited for tomorrow to come back stronger.
Great. Thank you.
Come back stronger, come back better.
Thank you both.
Good luck tomorrow.
Claps up to Boone. Nikita, that's going to do it for the Rocket League of today.
Yeah, that is the last match on mainstream. We will have some stats. I believe there will be, let me check the clock, I think one more side stage match in like 5 minutes, and that'll be it for today.
Yep.
Groups will not be fully determined because there are some morning matches tomorrow, but there is a general layout of where things are trending. I believe Wichita might have the opportunity to make it to like that highest third or fourth spot.
Yep.
Definitely sitting in that 5. Definitely above Syracuse regardless of what happens out because of that head-to-head. And we do have some of these stats.
Boone looks different here.
Yeah.
That is...
I think Boone moved to South Carolina for a little bit. But yeah, I think my favorite thing about looking at these stats is just looking at what Gababy has in comparison to every other player. You see the 12 saves and 6 shots. Most on defense, most on offense.
He has more saves than I think everybody else in the lobby combined. If my math serves me correctly.
That might be correct, yeah.
6, 8, 12. He has the same amount of saves as everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, and I think one of the bigger difference makers in that set was like, look at what Pickle's shots were.
15 shots for
Pickle put up more shots than the entirety of Syracuse.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying, right? It is a numbers game. When you have something like Rocket League, it's just you put shots on net. If you have like literally 3-4x the shots, you're gonna win 98%.
They're gonna go in. At least one of them will go in from time to time. But yeah, Wichita State takes it in a pretty overall dominant fashion.
Yeah.
You had a little bit of a nail biter, but they were really confident in that overtime game, taking it within the first 10 seconds over Syracuse University. This is Rocket League on Saturday at Boost on the Beach. Yeah, take it away, folks.